All right, first cars in the box. Here we go, kicking off. Day number one, the Outlaw Pro Mod Shootout here at Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan. And it is our 64-car shootout. So this is a 64-car bracket race. No buybacks. They get one shot at it. This is their one time run. After they make this time run, the next time they come up, you'll see them on a staggered start. They're going to leave together this time because it's just a time run. And then they'll dial these cars to perfection as they go into elimination shortly. Left lane going to be Keith Richards in the left lane and leaves before the tree drops. So Richards not going to get a time there, left too soon. I don't know if the trans brake didn't get set or what, but the car went on its way, so the left lane has no time. The right lane was early, goes 746 at 116 mile an hour. The only motorcycle in the field, they're on the right side. You want to give that one a shot?
Yeah, how do we pronounce that last name? I see how you're throwing me under the bus. Darnage. Yeah, I'm being told Darnage. There you go. Jason Darnage out of Taylor, Michigan. And the Kawasaki over there in the right lane.
Left lane, Alan Bell out of Milan, Michigan right here. 78 Camaro.
Jason clanks when he walks, as all motorcycle drag racers do.
All right, so my guy here in the left lane, Bell, 76 red, goes 612 at 112 miles an hour for the Camaro.
Jason goes 43 green over there in the right lane, 131 to the 60. Goes 351 to the 338th mile, 539, 126 mile an hour.
All right, next pair up here, Billy Howard. The Hillbilly Duster. That's a perfect one for me to say from Kentucky.
I love it. I love it.
73 Duster out of St. Clair, Michigan here on the left side of the racetrack.
Yeah, and out of Leamington, Ontario, over there in the right lane, Tony Youssef. And that gorgeous 67 Chevy 2 Nova. I got one of those in the garage. Actually, it's a 6, but close enough. Mine's not that pretty.
We'll let that slide. If you're off by 1 year, you're still good. You know what I don't have? I do not have a Duster.
Hey, Mopar guys are a different breed, but they are fun, and the Duster is cool. I like this thing. If you have not watched it, there is a brand new on HBO TV show called Duster now. That's pretty cool.
Well, Howard's 003 red.
Ooh, Youssef goes 12 green on the tree.
519 to 134 mile an hour for that Nova. The Duster, 493 cubic inches, big block Chrysler power, and he goes 623 at 111 mile an hour. And the next pair finishes their burnouts, a couple of long cars.
Yeah, Avonmore, Pennsylvania over there in the right lane. Frank Brank. I like it. Frank Brank. Got that 632 big block Chevrolet under the scoop over there in the right lane.
I think everybody's going to test this weekend, Chad. I'm looking at some of these names.
Yeah.
Jacob Nahori.
I like Nahori. I'm going with that. I mean, hey, we're always right. We have the microphone. That makes us right.
Hey, and I've always say this. If we say it wrong, somebody's wife or crew person is going to let us know.
Absolutely.
But if we call them to the tower because we need them, you'll never
get here.
Never hear from them.
Never get here.
All right, so a couple of dragsters here. I'm waiting to see somebody turn this thing 00 up front just right out of the box here. A lot of these guys are local racers. They're in on this deal. They're going to race to completion tonight. And then they start all over tomorrow and have a full another race tomorrow for another 10 grand to win.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with this format right here. These guys definitely loving 2 days of payouts.
53 on the tree there for Nahori on the left side, the 26.
22 in the right lane over there for Frank Brank as we get another pair of long cars coming up.
Brank goes 452, 152 mile an hour in that right lane, 5 flat for the dragster out of Pasadena, Massachusetts.
I like it. I like it.
All right, got a pair here.
If you are just joining us on the IHRA TV live stream, then welcome. As our 64-car shootout is happening, I'm Bang Shift Chad in the house. And I got to tell you, I have not been to Milan Dragway in a very long time, and this place is awesome. I mean, dude, look at this. Look at this place. It has had a major revamp, and it is gorgeous.
Yeah.
I am super excited to be here. Let me tell you, this is going to be a fun weekend.
So I got Jeremy York over here, the Pink Taco Dragster, 2015 out of Selma, Indiana. He's 40 up front. Goes 445, 156 mile an hour. Right lane, 477, 143 for the dragster on the right side of the racetrack.
That car over in the right lane, 4X48, is not on file. If you have not filled out a tech card yet, come on down. We will write our checks to winners based on what is in the computer. So if it's not on file, have fun trying to cash that one at the bank.
Jerry Oli out of Monroe, Michigan here. Diamond dragster on the left side, 632 cubic inch big block. Right side, I bet we know who that one's related to.
Yeah, Cara Jo Brank, following up Frank Brank. I don't know, dad or wife, sister, who knows, but the Brank family, 632 cubic inch big blocks a pair.
All right, left lane goes 480, $143, and Brank 470, 147 mile an hour for that car out of Avonmore, Pennsylvania.
Pretty close on the tree, 36 in the left lane, 38 in the right. as Kendall Jacobs. Oh, sorry, Kendall and Jacobs.
There you go.
Out of Maumee, Ohio, in the 2014 Diamond Dragster, 565 cubic inch big block Chevrolet over there in the right lane.
I'm glad to have you up here, Chad, because now somebody else can mess up the names as much as me.
Hey, remember, like I said, we're right 100% of the time
when we say
if we have a microphone. Yeah, so.
Jason Richardson, the Lawrence Motorsports Corvette Roadster out of Walton, Kentucky. Oh, he can understand me.
Yes, he can.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's from your home state.
That's right.
He's a Kentuckian.
All right, Richardson, 002 red up front. Does go 577, 119 mile an hour. Kendall and Jacobs goes 470, 145, 42 on the tree. Going to tighten up the starting line a little bit, and Richards is going to put about 3 more in the box. Joe Chicalo out of Warren, Michigan over here on the right side. The 92 Camaro, 565-inch big block. Daniel Weissel goes down the right side in the dragster, and problems for the dragster of Weissel. Goes 852, slow rolling. Meanwhile, Chicalo, 006 on the tree, 560 to 124 mile an hour for that Camaro. So good way to start there for the left lane. Weissel, though, with problems and still waiting on that one to make the turnoff down there.
Yeah, slow roller down there. Hopefully he gets off the racetrack as our next pair is up here. I'm a door car guy, and I used to own a Nova like this. A 71 model in the right lane out of Belleville, Michigan, Jack Beach.
Hey, and close to hometown for me right there in the left lane, Connor Glasser, Shepherdsville, Kentucky. That's just outside of Louisville down there. They've done body work and paint work for years, and you're going to see Aaron running in Top Sportsman a little bit later.
Ooh,
they finally make a turn.
There.
Yeah.
Yep, he makes the corner down there. So they're ready to send the next pair. Beach, 427 cubic inches under the hood of the Nova. Blows the tires off of that thing. Actually, pedals it.
Yeah, actually dropped it out before the tree even dropped there on the right side, so bad red. Meanwhile, Glasser, 004. The kid goes 004.4, 5,651 mile an hour there for the Oakley 632 big block.
So he's going to want to dial that thing at a 455 and leave it alone.
Yeah, probably. Or he's going to dial
a 58.
58 and carry a couple.
Exactly. Hey,
this is up my aisle right here. Fisherville, Kentucky. Trinity Marshall, 351 small block Ford there on the left side of the Mustang, and Bill Edwards, also 88 Mustang on the right side, but he is Chevy power.
Absolutely. You want to make a Mustang go fast, put a Chevrolet in it.
Well, he might want to pay attention to the Christmas tree a little bit, because Marshall was 007 and Edwards was not.
Yeah. 163 on the tree. Ouch.
See, I wasn't going to say it out loud.
That's all right. I'm calling him out. I got to motivate him. Got to motivate him.
Jim Laney going to be on the left side. 1967 Mustang here. 509 cubic inches of big block Ford on the left side out of Fort, Ohio.
And we got Frankie McCullough. McCullough over there in the right lane. Big block Chevrolet for power in the dragster. The Steel Horse Mustang. Now, I'm a Chevrolet guy to the core. I have I have to do some counting. 4 Chevrolets tattooed on my body, so I am all in on the Chevrolet deal. But if I was going to get a Mustang, it would be a 67 or 8. Those are the best as far as early Mustangs. And Fox bodies don't count. They're just a universal race car. They're no longer a Ford.
Only a Chevy guy would say that.
Hey, Fox body Mustangs are just a universal race car. I said it here.
Hey, 15 on the tree there for McCulloch on the right side. 68 up front for Laney. Laney in the Mustang goes 583, 117 mile an hour. 474 to buck 45 for McCulloch.
Man, I got to tell you, sitting here looking at this racetrack now, with all the improvements that they've done, I am impressed. Let me tell you, this place is awesome. I am so glad to be here this weekend. I am as we've said, a Chevrolet guy and a third-gen Camaro. It's my jam. I love this thing. Out of Toledo, Ohio, David Davis. 388 cubic inch small block Chevrolet in that Camaro in the left lane.
Looks like the right side out of Elkhart, Indiana. They're Troy Stone, 632 big block, another one of those Oakley machines out of Philpott, Kentucky.
Philpott.
That is where Oakley Motorsports is.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Where is Philpott, Kentucky?
It is a suburb of Owensboro, Kentucky.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. I don't
know if that gets you any closer.
It does. Oh, nice job. Hey, 23 on the tree in the right lane. Not good. 97 on the tree for David Davis
but he
in
did
the left lane.
But he did a nice wheelie.
He did. Wheel stands is what wins right there.
That's right. It wins on the pictures. Anyways.
It does. Always. Nobody cares what they run. We only care about big burnouts and big wheel stands.
I love it. Kim Moritz, right side. Gramlich Family Racing Dragster there. Some beautiful paint over there on the right side. Left side.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, you're on standby. We'll be calling you to the lane shortly.
All right, you got Kim Moritz actually on the left side in the Mustang. Right side is Matthew Gramlich. Gramlich out of Port, Ohio in the Dragster. Left side, that notch body. There's one of your universal race cars on the left side of the racetrack.
Yeah, it's a weird one, too.
You mean because it's got a Ford engine?
Yeah, 361 cubic inches of small block Ford under the hood. That's just strange. 670 the dial on the dial board. Again, this is just a time hit, but we'll see how close.
Hey, 18 on the tree there for Moritz. That's a good way to start it.
It is. Twice the light that Matthew Gramlich's got, and that thing does go 672 at 101 mile an hour.
Yeah, if they had a 670 on it out of the box and go 672 straight off, that's a good way to start that deal out. Hey, check this. Volare. That's right. The left side, Marty Libat, 78 Roadrunner. Now, he calls it a Roadrunner. It's got the little Roadrunner on the back, but it says Volare on the fender.
Yeah, the Volare with a trim level of a Roadrunner. I'm assuming it was a visual package only. And the 78 Malibu over there in the right lane of Michael Gramlich. Big block Chevrolet for power and a big tire under the back, set of 1432s. Let's see what it can run. See, he's taking his time getting it in the beams.
Yeah, and Libat has been sitting on the two-step for a long time there.
Libat 96 on the tree, 70 for Gramlich. Neither one of them going to win an award for that one right there.
Hey, check this ride out here on the left side of the racetrack.
Hold on, I'm going to need a moment alone. If we could clear the tower, I'm going to need some private time.
You mean for that Fox Body Mustang?
No, for the Dodge Colt X Pro Stalker in the left lane. Oh, my God. This thing makes my pants tight. I'm not going to lie. Wow. If you are not an old school Pro Stock fan, get the hell out. We got no room for you here. This little car is rad.
That thing's out of Toledo, Ohio. It's Corey Blackford. He's got a 440 Chrysler under the, well, not under the hood, just under the scoop.
Yep. I love it. I love it.
But I will tell you, that is a good-looking fastback on the right side there, Scott Seibel. 87 Mustang. I remember that's what year I graduated high school, so I have fond memories of the 87 Mustang GT.
And I graduated in 91, but I'm with you. They were Fox bodies were the jam when I was a kid. Nice wheels up launch in the right lane. 50 on the tree on the right, 41 on the left. Almost 596 to 594. Man, what a drag race that is.
Almost identical there on the ET. 596 for the little Colt.
I am being told that they are locals. This is their home track. So it is no, this is not a first for them to come up side by side for sure.
Again, Top Sportsman, you are on standby. Top Sportsman, you are on standby, please. Check them out there. That is a SN95 Mustang on the right side, not the Fox body, the follower of the Fox body there. 98 Mustang of Ron Barnhill out of Frederick, Ohio. Another one of those 632 Oakley Powers on there.
I drove an SN95 Mustang with a 540 cubic inch big block Chevrolet in it to get my pro stock license in 2001. So
hey, that thing flies too. 478 for the Mustang. Schneider in the dragster goes 463 and 005 up front.
Yeah, definitely on the ball right there. Brandon Wack over there in the left lane, out of Milan and the 632 power dragster, and Shanna Stone out of Elkhart, Indiana. Over there in the right lane in the little S10. I'm an S10 fan as well. Little round body, standard cab short bed over there in the right lane. 433 cubic inch small block Chevrolet under the hood. I like it.
And I see that chassis builder there, Chuck Bohannon. I've heard that Bohannon name before.
Yeah, a few times.
I think
there are actually several famous Bohannons in the drag race world that are actually a couple of them from Kentucky as well. So
that's right. Tyler,
yes,
I think cleaned up last weekend too. I believe. Yeah.
Tyler's a good dude.
Yep. So both those cars were actually red there. 002 for Wack, 005 for Stone. So both of them put 5-6 numbers in the box, and they'll be all over it. 466 for that dragster on the left side, and the little S10 went 605, $113 out the back. And next pair finished the burnouts, and backing up, that is Eric, oh boy, Paterka.
I like it. I like Paterka.
We'll go with that.
Works.
I'll give you the other one.
And it's Paul Persinger. I'm going for Paul Persinger. We'll roll with that. In the 2019 dragster, 648 cubic inch big block Chevrolet over there in the right lane.
I tell them, we can only do as good as they print.
Oh, yeah.
So
half of them can't write, so...
A lot of times our mistake is really your writing. So before you correct us, you might look at your own writing.
100%.
He's on that one.
All right, here we go. Oh, red light start in the left lane. 004 red, 22 green in the right lane. Couple of mid 4-second runs.
Boy, I'm going to tell you, the headset is phenomenal.
You're loving the headset?
I do love the headset.
You're loving the headset.
I do. Drew Elliott, right side there, out of Centerburg, Ohio, 2024 Diamond Dragster, big block Chevrolet on board, of course. And Chase McKay out of Gibraltar, Michigan. His crew chief is Mark.
Good old Mark.
Good old Mark. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, I know Mark. Yeah, Mark's a good guy, for sure.
I see 445 on the board there. Let's see how close McKay is right off the trailer.
I think that when you have your dial-in on the board already on the car, when you come up for your time run, that's a power move, right? That's
intimidation factor.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, yeah, dude, this thing will run at 45 all day.
Hey, he's 003 red, so he's all over the tree.
Yep.
Let's see. 439.
Ooh.
So maybe he's going to be carrying a few.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not good enough driving the stripe to carry a few.
I haven't bracket raced much in the last few years, so I'm not sure I am either. I know somebody that is, though, here, who's got a wheel-standing little S10 that's been taking home some checks recently. Mr. Doug Foley Jr. here in the tower.
Yeah.
Kind of a bad man in that S10.
Yeah, I've seen an awful lot of pictures of that truck over the past month.
With big checks. Good thing he's got a pickup bed to haul them around in. That thing doing big wheel stands as well, which is always a good time.
Hey, there's Big Bob Mandel on the left side there. Little Bob standing next to him there. 632 power. The Bob's Pro Fab 2019 Corvette over here on the left side. Boy, they build some beautiful race cars down there in Tennessee.
Where's Calaca, Tennessee at?
Colioca.
Colioca.
Yeah, there was one of those that Bob couldn't spell.
I got you.
Colioca. I think that's down there south of Nashville.
Nice. Ooh, Troy Williams Jr. goes 007 red. Going to pull a couple out of the box and be good to go.
Meanwhile, Mandel in that little Roadster, 471, 148 mile an hour. And let me tell you, you'll see some other Profab cars here. They build some of the nicest ones on the property, that's for sure. Jacob McNeil over there on the right side of the racetrack out of Gilmer, Texas. Road Warrior and FTI Dragster on the right side. And Chuck Ridnour, 63 Corvette Roadster over here on the left side with 565 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet.
Jacob McNeil has also taken a couple of rides in some fuelers in the last couple of years. Got his A fuel license at Las Vegas a couple of years ago, along with Lyle Barnett, who is supposed to be on the property, but I haven't even checked in with him yet.
And 29 up front there for Ridnour on the left side of the Roadster. Goes 514, 130. 4 mile an hour.
McNeil, 56 on the tree, going to need to step it up a little bit. These guys that are in the mid-50s and 40s, they're going to have to change it up just a wee little bit.
Yeah, a 50 light ain't going to cut it very many rounds in this shootout. You're going to have to be 00 and about dead 2 before you're going to start going some serious rounds in this deal.
Correct.
Rick Schneider over here on the left side. Kirby McLennan. McLennan on the right side out of Temperance, Michigan. 604 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. Left side there. The 2017 Dragster out of Westland, Michigan is 005, and McLennan is 003, just like I said.
Yeah, Kirby McLennan doesn't have to worry about nothing out of Temperance, Michigan in that 08 Dragster. 604 cubic inches, working real well. 003 on the tree. Don't touch a damn thing, dude. Dial that thing at like a 25 or 6 and call it a winner.
Check out this pair. That's a completely different way to do it here. Bill Swain out of Ionia, Michigan. That is the Chevrolet Cavalier on the right side of the racetrack. And Cody Height, Farmington, Michigan, 80 G-Body Malibu over here on the left side. That's the way y'all call them G-Body, right?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, G-Body Malibu, that thing, an 80, which is a pretty desirable model. 402 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet under the hood. Nice job. Goes 006 red over here in the left lane. Trip zip red in the right lane. You're like, Chad, how can he be trip zip and red? It's because the 4th digit, 2/10,000ths red over there in the right lane. Bill Swain, that was awesome.
I'm sure you've seen this car already on the right side, if you call it a car, whatever we call it.
Yeah.
That is the 61 Mini Cooper-ish.
Yes.
Of Ricky Adkins. Adkins out of Milan, Michigan, right here, local, 540 cubic inches. He was running Quick Rod, I think, here 2 weeks ago. Left side, that's Jason Jensen out of Vicksburg, Michigan. And look at there, Adkins was here 2 weeks ago, and he starts off his day trip zip on the light. Trip zip 9, 488, 141 mile an hour for the Mini Cooper. Jensen, 452. 37 up front, going to tighten up his starting line a little bit. Next pair up there, Joe Hessling and Dwayne Hall. Hessling, the advanced product design dragster over here out of Ottawa, Michigan. Right side out of Lancaster, Kentucky for Hall.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits, top sportsman to the lanes. Top sportsman, this is your first call to the lanes, please.
Another one of my fellow Kentuckians over there, the par 598 big block Chevrolet of Hall on the right side.
You know, I spend 3 out of 4 weeks of September in Kentucky every year for events at Bowling Green. Holly's LS Fest, Mo Party, and Ford Fest. Kentucky is like my second home, it feels like, in the month of September, or more like my first home.
I tell you, I do enjoy that I live 80 miles from Beach Bend Raceway Park.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite racetracks in the country. The entire crew out there, great people. It's just a wonderful place. There is just no doubt. And it is always a riot to be there. Amazing motorsports fans in Kentucky. They support event after event after event there at Beach Bend. The place is just super rad. If you have not been to Beach Bend, you need to go. Wheels up launch for the 65 Chevelle over there in the left lane. 007 green, 005 red for Thomas Hott out of Ottawa in the 73 240Z. That's a cool little ride as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top sportsman, top sportsman. This is call number 2 to the lanes. Top sportsman to the staging lanes, please.
Chris Goebel there out of Port, Ohio, going to be in the left side. 598 cubic inches of big block with the blower on top. And the right lane there, David Lanning. Lanning in another one of those 97 S10, the little round body S10. I don't know if there's a more popular vehicle in bracket racing right now than an S10. They seem to be everywhere, and they seem to work.
They do. Whether it's a square body or a round body, they're the same underneath. I own a square body S10 Blazer. I like round bodies as well. They are just a nice little package for sure, and you can build one from mile to mile.
How about Goebel is Trip Zip 1 there out of Port, Ohio in the dragster. Goes 432, 161 mile and perfect on the tree.
David Lanning over there in the right lane out of Coldwater, Michigan. In the 97 S10, went 41 on the tree with the wheels up in the air.
These cars almost look like they could be out of the same camp. They're not. But, you know, the color combination, they both got a little bit of that bright yellow and a little bit of that kind of sonic blue-purple color there.
Yep.
That's Jeff Smith Jr. over here on the left side out of Kendallville, Indiana. 90 Buick Skylark and Howard Michael. Michael out of Newport, Michigan in the dragster on the right side. 598 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet there in the dragster. Top sportsman, you should be on your way to the lanes. Top sportsman, you should be on your way to the lanes, please. And Smith is 48 up front. Michael is 11 on the tree, 476, 144 mile an hour. And Smith, 48 up front, 533, 130 mile an hour for the Skylark. Oh, and I see the Elrods are sitting here next to each other. I think that's brother and sister. That's Jamie Elrod on the left side and Tony Elrod on the right, pair of dragsters. 2 weeks ago, they had 6 race cars here. I don't think they have as many classes to run this weekend, but I bet you're going to see the Elrod name again in Top Sportsman.
Wow. 632 cubic inches of Pontiac-headed big block Chevrolet over there in the left lane. Undisclosed cubic inch big block in the right. Jamie's already in the top bulb going, come on, Tony, let's make this happen. Jamie doing the wiggle jiggle and getting it in. Both of them fans of the Bounce 'em into the Beams Club. Neither one of them going to win an award on the tree. 86 in the left lane, 65 in the right. But they go 460s a pair. Ooh.
You know what's wild? When they were here 2 weeks ago, they started out that same way, and I'm going, what is wrong? They were either 100 green or 100 red.
Yeah.
And by about second round, they're 00 every time and just crushing it.
Now, here's a pair of door cars that I can get behind right here. You got the AMX over there in the right lane. These things were wheel standing machines everywhere. And the little Chevy 2 over here in the left lane. It's David Buys over there out of Ypsilanti, Michigan in the 69 AMC AMX. 432 cubic inches of AMC power under the hood.
Hey, check it out. The AMX is 004 on the tree there as well. 581, 118 mile an hour. That little dude will move.
Absolutely. That was a pretty good run to get some numbers off of.
The left lane, he was still over at the hospitality tent.
Yeah.
Before we let go of the
reaction time starts with a 1, that's not good, but it's better than when it starts with a 2.
Also true. That's going to be Ryan Sparks over here, the Par Racing Engines 2021 dragster out of Rochester, Michigan, going on a single.
Is that our drone that's flying? Ryan Sparks goes 002 on the tree. Goes 439 with an O at 157 mile an hour through the lights. And Brittany Ulmer. Ulmer coming up for a single. 468 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Brittany goes 007 red. Gonna need to add just a skosh into the box. 471 through the lights. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes.
Hey, going into Top Sportsman, Jeremy York, left side. The pace is picking up. Going into Top Sportsman, Selma, Indiana, 97. House Mouse there, 632 cubic inch big block in the S10 on the left side. And Matt Grudge, 66 Chevy 2. You like that one, don't you?
I do. I got to tell you, 66 Chevy 2 is a nice looking little car, and that one is about as clean as they come.
540 cubic inch big block.
Dude, carrying the front end over there in the right lane as well, but not great on the tree. 164, not going to win him any awards, that's for sure.
468, 158 mile an hour there for that Chevy 2 and the S10. 29 up front, 473 out the back at 150 mile an hour.
Good pair to start out.
So Top Sportsman, they're going to qualify. They're going to go on a ladder based on quickest ET. And they're running for $6,000 to win. When they come back, it's going to be all door cars. They got to make the field. They got to be quicker than 5:20, I believe, is the cutoff there for Top Sportsman. And so they're going to make the field, and they're going to go on a ladder. So your number one qualifier will actually be the quickest car in the field, and they'll ladder based on ET.
Yeah, which I had to ask, because a lot of times Top Sportsman is done based on reaction time as for qualifying, but I do like the quickest. That's awesome. So
you got Caden Wyke over here on the left side out of Stratford, Ontario, 2006. That looks like an old Pro Stocker right there. What a beautiful car there. That's 2006 Stratus on the right side, and the classic 94 Lumina over there. We saw how many of those things running back in the day in Pro Stock.
Oh, my God, yes. And absolutely a very common mountain motor Pro Stock kind of combo as well. And here running in Top Sportsman.
There might even
combo in that one.
Yeah, there might even be one running in Pro Mod this weekend if my memory serves me, as I know B-Rad is on the property.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Luminancy, that's right. A double 01 up front for Wyke. 101 60-foot, 443, 158 miles an hour. And Tom Anglin in that Lumina out of Somerville, Ohio there, 470 with a 1, 20 on the tree. That is two cars that are set up, ready to race right there.
Coming up next over here in the left lane, the ex-Pro Stock truck. 604 cubic inches of Hemi under the hood. It's a Jerry Bickle combo there. Guaranteed that's an old Pro Stock truck. Though that was one of NHRA's greatest screw-ups, was getting rid of Pro Stock truck. 358 cubic inch small blocks with 5-speed transmissions, and these things were an absolute riot. Spinning them to 10 and 12 grand going through the lights. They were super popular and fun. They got rid of that, which was absolutely a disappointment, as that's Mark Claypool over there in the left lane, Gerald Jones in the right lane.
Jones in the right lane there. That's RJ Race Cars Pontiac Grand Am there. 632 cubic inches of big block, goes 468, 152, 40 on the tree. Claypool in the Dakota was 32 up front, 473, 148 miles an hour. Now I'm going to give you the lesson here real quick on this name, so that if you say it while I'm not in here, it's not my fault anymore.
Okay.
All right? That is Mike Savoya.
Savoya.
3 syllables, Savoya. There you go. You've now had your official lesson for Mike Savoya.
I got it. Out of Tipton, Michigan, over there in the 2017 Dodge, it says.
Yeah, and that's a Bickle car, and I just love how low and sleek and cut down that car is. I think that thing is cool looking.
Bickle knows how to build a mean hot rod. That is for sure. 572 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood.
I thought I heard it shut off.
Yeah.
It all of a sudden got quiet down there. I don't know if he killed it on purpose, needed something checked over or what, but nope. Well, they're pushing it back, so he needed something, and it's called a pushback.
I don't see any fluid on the ground, so that's a good sign. Must have seen something in the gauges he didn't like.
It's better to discover that on the starting line than it is at half track.
Oh, I agree. And
or at the turnoff. Uh-oh.
That's common. You're pushing the door car back, and the crewman there getting his foot up under the door, lifting it right up and off the hinges. So good catch not to drop that thing and scratch the shiny side.
Oh, I see one of my local favorites over there. You remember I talked about Connor Glasser earlier.
Yep.
Aaron Glasser in the two-face Camaro on the right side. That's one of multiple of their cars, and they did that paint job. They wrecked the car several years ago and just painted half of it.
Yeah, I like it.
And so one side, it's called Two-Face, and you'll see him there on the front. That's one of their, one of the few that they have around it. I think it's only, maybe that was the 906. It might be the 959 in that. They run a lot of those great big motors there, and he runs a lot of elite top sportsmen and PGR.
I'm a mini trucker from back in the day, and in the late 80s and to mid-90s, it was not uncommon in the mini truck show world for guys to have a truck that was painted 2 different paint schemes on, and 2 different sets of wheels and the whole deal. So looked like completely different rides from one side to the other. So I approve. I dig it.
Well, that's actually one of the small motors. I just looked at my screen there. That one's only got the 903 in it.
Oh, a cute little small block there.
Yeah.
That's more than twice the size of... No. I do own one 454. Sorry. I have one 454 that is, a little more than half. That's a 903. That's just cute. That little cute 903.
Right. Justin Souders. Check this machine out on the left side. Also out of Louisville, Kentucky. 69 Camaro with buck power. 632. That's a little bitty one there.
I know, right? The small block in the left lane.
I think 2 weeks ago, Glassers had one of their other cars here. They got a 68 Firebird that he raced in Top Sportsman, and it is a 632 all-motor car going 470s. But he wanted to kind of make sure that they had enough to not only make the field, but be at the top part of the field there. But that is not the best way to start there for the Glasser family. They're pushing that one back. That's Connor pushing and Aaron steering.
Yeah, something going on with them. Not happy either as they pull to the starting line. No fluid. But again, seeing something they're not happy with.
So Souders goes on a single, 007 to the bad. They're 428. I think that's the quickest one of the category so far. 428, 167 miles an hour there for Souders. And I'm sure that Gene and the family there with the Glasser rig will go back and get that thing looked over and get it straightened out and get ready for round number 2. So another one of those Luminas there. That's a Haas Lumina on the right side of David Mullins out of Milan, Michigan. Right here, local hometown guy. 615 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet on the right side of the racetrack. And Team Vega. Jonathan Vesper here in his 05 Cavalier on the left side. Made several waves 2 weeks ago here running Top Sportsman at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series just 2 weeks ago. Mullins 21 on the light. Goes 502, 137. But out front there, Jonathan Vesper goes 470, 148 mile an hour for that Cavalier. Next pair doing the burnouts. Oh, that's a couple of good-looking rigs there, too. Mike Nitschke out of DeWitt, Michigan. 2008 Cobalt over there on the right side of the racetrack. And look at the sleek Haas, that very familiar Haas look. The left side, 2011 Pontiac here on the left side of the racetrack.
I like that thing. There is something about that two-tone blue and white that I dig. 708 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet with some nitrous. Everybody knows I am a big fan of nitrous. It should be on every single thing. Unless the rules say I can only have one power adder, I'm going to have 2 because nitrous should go on everything. A little toot fixes all. Or in the case of this one over here, lots of toots. nice job. Because they both leave the line clean. Neither one of them going to win an award for the starting line antics. 4:15 with a 3 over there in the left lane, though, puts Scott Wasco in the #1 spot.
How about that 60-foot? 9.999.
Yeah.
First one we've seen so far with that sub 1 second 60-foot. So that's quite a machine. And there's a couple more sitting up there. Keith Castle, Columbia, Ohio, 694 cubic inches of big block for this Haas machine on the left side. And Bill Yates. Yates, the 68. There's another one of those Profab built cars on the right side there. The 68 Camaro out of Newark, Ohio. He's got 665 cubic inches of par racing engine. I had lunch with them today, as a matter of fact. Super nice folks. Oh.
Trouble in the left lane.
Yeah, problems for Castle in the left lane. I saw him reach up and give a wave and drop the window net. Yates very patient over there on the right side. We're going to see what's happening with the Castle machine as they're still trying to see what they've got here, and it looks like the officials give the point for Yates to go ahead and stage.
It's the right way to go. Make sure that Yates gets a good clean run, doesn't have to sit there for too long.
And he does so there. 16 on the tree. Goes 436, 163 mile an hour for the Yates machine. And looks like they're going to be... Go ahead and send Keith Castle on a single.
That was the right call. This is just a time run. Qualifying right here. It's smart to let Yates go. Not sure what the problem was for Keith Castle over here in the left lane, but purging the nitrous and ready to rock and roll.
Is that a Stratus? Is it Dodge Stratus?
I think so.
That's what it looks like.
694 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. Goes 020, no, 0023 on the tree. 426 with a 6 through the lights. Definitely going to love that reaction time right there. And if I had to guess, I'd say that's going to put him in the top third of the field at least.
All right, attention in the pits, 64-car shootout. Let's give you a quick update. We are going to push you back. We need to do opening ceremonies for all the TV broadcasts and whatnot precisely at 3:30. So we are going to not run you before opening ceremonies. So
yeah, round 2 will be after opening ceremonies. We'll give you a particulars on the run order here in just a little bit, but you are not running before opening ceremonies.
Correct. So 64-car shootout, your first round of eliminations is going to happen after opening ceremony. So you do not have to break your neck to get up here.
The 92 holds over there in the right lane at King Langlois. Langlois at 632 under the hood, goes 23 red over there in the right lane.
Oh, you're leaving the other one to me. I saw what you did there, Rob Harvishak.
You see what I did there?
I saw you took the easy one.
I did, and it wasn't easy, but it was easier than that. Yes.
I think, Chris, can you find any other way to spell Colioca? Because it's been on here twice, and it's been even. This one's even more wacky.
It is.
First
Colwapa. I think we should call it that. Colwapa.
Yeah, that's
Tennessee.
It's just down outside of Colioca, Tennessee.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, that's Bob Mandel. We'll call him Little Bob. There's Big Bob. That's Dad. helping back him up, and Little Bob in that Profab 55 Chevrolet.
I like how the old man drives the modern car and the kid drives the old one. The 55 Chevrolet. I'm a Tri-5 guy, too. I have a 56 Chevrolet at home. It's not as badass as this. I'm just saying it right now.
And they just finished a 66 Nova wagon that is phenomenal. It's just kind of been making its way out on the internet here recently.
I approve of that. Everybody knows I'm a wagon guy.
Check out the wild ride there on the right side. Yeah. 1930 Ford Model A of Rick Perlongo.
Yeah,
out of Plymouth, Michigan. That is a wild rig right there.
Yeah, the Model A too. Tango in the front tires. He goes 58 red. Whoa. Look at that. 313 on the tree over there in the left lane. But 410 at 118 miles an hour puts Little Bob in the number 1 spot.
I believe that's correct there. 410, 180 there for that rig out of Bob's Profab down there in Colioca, Tennessee. Troy Finner going to be on the right side. 68 Camaro out of Rockford, Illinois. That I almost looked up and thought that was Aaron Glasser. That's about what his 68 Firebird looks like. It's got one of those wild paint jobs on it. Beautiful car there on the right side for Finner. And a gorgeous 69 Camaro over here on the left side with 706 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet for Speedy Day. Day out of Westland, Michigan here for the Camaro on the left side. Think anybody's going to get under that 410? We're going to see some 3-second rigs here in Top Sportsman.
Hey, it's not out of the realm of possibility. I don't know who's left to come up, but we're getting low on cars, so if they're going to do it, they need to hurry it up. Oh, big trouble over there in the right lane for Finner.
Yeah.
Finner, like that thing goes left, right, everywhere but straight. Speedy Day was all but speedy on the tree, as his reaction time started with a 3. That ain't no good, like by a lot.
Yeah, it looked like Finner just rattled the tire or something terrible, and it headed towards the wall, and he saved it in time to keep it out of the wall there. But not what Finner was looking for, I feel pretty certain.
No, not at all. That was not the way that was supposed to happen.
All right, I'm going to save you this time, too. Mike Badilla, left side of the racetrack. See, I know that his wife is down there now going, I'm glad you finally got that name right. Mike Badilla, left side, the 96 Cutlass on the left side of that racetrack. Another one of those, just iconic-looking Haas Cutlasses over there on the left side. And Boyd Byer out of Casstown, Ohio. 2004 Mustang with a big blower hanging out of the hood for that Mustang out of Ohio.
Now, see, where I grew up in California, Badea is a pretty common last name, so I'd have got that one good, but I love that they actually spelled it out phonetically on the sheet, which is rad.
Yeah, we did that 2 weeks ago because I kept saying Badia.
Yeah.
And she goes, it's not Badia.
Right. It's Badea.
It's Badia.
Yeah. And I got to tell you, Byer over there in the right lane also went to school with a kid where they would have pronounced that one Bayer. But I believe you're right that it is Byer. And we got 526 cubic inches of blown Hemi over there in the right lane and 632 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet and the Olds Cutlass over here in the left lane. Ex-Pro stocker as well. I love it.
Hey, and it might only be 526 inches, but that's Brad Anderson Hemi over there with a blower on top. So I'm guessing I know which one gets the other end. Prove me wrong yet again, naturally, but I did expect that as well. Badilla goes 437, 17 up front. He raced here 2 weeks ago at the Top Sportsman deal, and he is a killer and went several rounds. I was talking about that Elrod family. There is the last one of the group there. That's Jake Elrod, 63 Corvette. He won Top Sportsman here 2 weeks ago on the Thursday night shootout. And I think made it to semifinals on the Saturday shootout in Top Sportsman. So the car's going to go 451. And he's either going to be perfect. He's going to be 002 on the tree, or he's going to be 200.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, an Elrod over there in the, it's either got a Pro Charger on it or a Hearts Charger, one or the other on that 63 Corvette.
Yeah, it's a Pro Charger hanging off the front there with that blow-through setup on it.
Let's see. So you said 451.
451.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
003.
All right. I love it. On the tree, rattles the tires and has to lift.
Doggone it. I had the first half of it pretty close. I almost said 002. He was 001 with a 4.
Yeah.
But coast to 582 at only 81 mile an hour. It rattled the tires and moved around. He had to click it off less than half track down. So he did his job up front, but then the car got away about half track.
Absolutely. I'm getting a bunch of people sending me messages, glad to hear me here on the IHRA live stream. And I got to say big thanks to Doug Foley Jr. for giving me a call and saying, hey, what are you doing? He actually sent me a message and he said, what are you doing on this weekend? And I said, well, I was about to send you a message and ask if I was coming to Milan, Michigan or not. And the answer was yes. So I was home for about 26 hours from Bonneville Speed Week and then headed out here to Milan. For those of you that have been paying attention, just wanted to say again to Connie and the entire Raschke family, as well as everybody from ARP, our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody for the loss of our friend Chris Raschke, who passed away after an on-track incident behind the wheel of the Speed Demon 715 there at the Bonneville Salt Flats. And we will miss Raschke for sure. It's just a reminder, everybody, to hug your loved ones. Tell them you love them. And remember to spend your time with them as much as possible. Got Joe DiGiacomo in the house, also running the TV truck down here. I worked with Joe and Steve and a bunch of the guys at Mav TV years ago for Optima TV show, so it's cool to work with them again here this weekend.
So do you have a better...
So just a little attention in the pits. A couple of tweaks of the run order and just a little update of what's going on. So they're doing some prep right now. We have opening ceremonies in 25 minutes. After opening ceremonies, we will go into Q1 of Pro Mod. So Pro Mod, we are prepping the track for your first round of qualifying. give everybody the absolute best surface for those classes. So you have a few minutes to stretch your legs. If you're in the stands, you want to stand up. Don't give up your spot in the shade. There's always one section that is absolutely free. And it's the one section over there. The one section that has the big shade tree. They don't ever get concessions. They don't ever because they're afraid to give up their spot on the shade. But don't worry, this evening, it's going to be a day. You go into that final round, it should be just phenomenal. So here's your update for you in the stands. We got about 25 minutes before opening ceremony. 3:30. So Team Fast Tracks is going to fly in. They're going to jump out of the sky and fly in with an 1,100 square foot flag. Yeah, that's bigger than a lot of this house. Bigger than 2 car garage. That's what size flag they're flying with. And they will be bringing that in at 3:35. So we will bring that opening ceremonies at 3:30. National anthem at 3:35. And then we will go into round 1 of Pro Mod. So Pro Modified, you have 30 minutes till we need you ready to go. So new final adjustment, we're going to have you head to the lanes here shortly. So we're going to do opening ceremonies at 3:30. And the first round is Pro Mod qualified. The range of the final station, IHRA Outlaw Pro Mod Shootout Visitor. And I'm absolutely honored to be a part of it.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to have some fun here with the IHRA. Welcome to Darana Raceway. Our fuel categories are on deck and ready to make some noise here on Speed Sport 1. You are watching the Outlaw Nitro Series here, courtesy of the IHRA. I'm Ken Stout. That's Tommy Johnson Jr. Top Fuel and Top Fuel Funny Cars are in the house. This guy knows exactly what it feels like. He's won in both categories. We're going to have some fun here today. It's great to have these big, high-horsepower cars out here.
It's been a long time since we've seen the Top Fuel and Funny Cars in the IHRA. I can't wait to get the day started. We've seen some great qualifying performances. Let's get to the action.
Absolutely. Let's go racing. Burnout's complete here. Wind blowing right back at the tower has filled the room with nitro fumes. It is awesome. Todd Barker, number 5 qualifier, number 4 qualifier, Jack Wyatt. Is that what we have on the sheet there too?
No, but they've updated. We must have missed something on the sheet. I think we got the old sheet, not the new sheet.
We don't always get updated stuff, so sometimes they don't update us at all. Wyatt in the left lane. Boy, they sent right through there, both of them. Great battle right there, and Wyatt's going to steal it. 436 with an 8, 451 with a 9 for Todd Barker. Reaction time to Todd Barker.
We got one in the sand trap.
All the way down to the end of the track and into the sand trap, as you said.
Yeah, I could see Todd Barker's car going through the shutdown area pretty fast. No shoots, but sand trap there at the end should have caught him.
Hoping he is okay here, of course. Safety down there immediately.
Jack Wyatt getting the win, 436 to a 451. Look at the difference in the speeds at the finish line, 280 miles per hour and 239. Jack shutting it off, and then the Todd's car, 280 miles per hour.
You wonder if the throttle hung?
I don't know. I just didn't see any chutes on it. I didn't see the chutes come out. You can see Todd standing there behind the car. He went into the sand trap. It did its job. The car's buried in there pretty good. He went in there a pretty good lick, but roof hatch open, Todd out. I mean, it doesn't appear to be a ton of damage. You know the front of the body's killed, so hopefully it went in there a little smooth. He was still at a pretty good speed, it looked like on camera when I saw the car go by down there.
Well, it's upright. Like you said, he's out of the car, and thanking the safety guys for getting down there as quickly. More importantly, the sand trap did what it was supposed to do, and doesn't look like he rolled the thing over in the process. Watch it one more time.
Both of them shutting off a little early there, but there you can see no shoots for Todd. He knows it right there. You can see the car start to bounce a little bit. He's getting on the brakes pretty hard. At this point, you're trying to decide, do I go to the brakes, try the shoots again? Now he's on the brakes real hard. You see the car starting to bounce. Carbon fiber brakes are getting hot, bouncing up and down a little bit. You almost could see the chute trying to come out. Maybe the pilot was caught or something. Nope, still packed, so. Just no deployment of the chutes.
We're going to show you the ladder here as it was updated from what we heard. Apparently, Del Worsham hit the center line last night. I thought when we watched a replay, I thought he was clear of that, but the official said no, that he did hit the center line, so it changed up how things were done. So he'll line up alongside Joey Haas now. Mike McIntyre, as we talked about Mac Attack, qualifying number 1, will line up alongside Jody Austin, Jack Wyatt, Todd Barker, of course. They already battled that one out, and Jack Wyatt came home the winner.
Yeah, not with a lot of action after the run, too. Todd Barker going into the sand trap. It was crazy. The chutes didn't come out, couldn't get the car stopped, into the sand trap, and not add insult to injury, lost the round and the car as well.
And they have lit one up. We're finally ready to go racing here one more time. Great to have Del Worsham back out here and inside of a car as well. Been tuning for a number of years and just as good at that as he was at driving. Of course, extremely good at driving as well. The 1992 IHRA Funny Car Champ, ready to make some smoke. Also two-time champ as well. Three-time champ overall. Two-time NHRA Top Fuel champ. One-time Top Fuel, one-time Funny Car.
The interesting thing about this matchup, before when we had the really hot racetrack, the sun was out, Joey Haas probably had a little bit of an advantage over Del Worsham. His car probably doesn't have as much power as Del's and would have went down that racetrack a lot easier. Now we've had the rain come in. The track temperature's down to 97 degrees. Track's much better. You can put more power to it. Given the advantage, in my opinion, to Del Worsham. He has more runs in these kind of conditions than Joey does.
Yeah, really, really good point there. Of course, his father, Chuck, and he and his father raced their own stuff for many, many years.
The old Tinker's toy.
Very, very good at what they did, too. Round 1 of eliminations here in Funny Car. Joey Haas lined up on the left side out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Del Worsham on the right side with the 2024 Toyota Supra. Qualified in the number 6 hole after hitting that center line. Lined up a little bit to the right side of this lane here as well. Joey Haas is going to make him earn it, that's for sure. Great job there, 066 light, but he got beat by Worsham. I'm sorry, he did beat Worsham there at the starting line, 096, but Worsham was able to drive back around him with a 411 at the other end.
That's exactly what I thought we'd see here. Joey Haas come out with a 428 last night, right down the track, 429. But the conditions are much better. Del Worsham come loose last night. Here today, nice solid 411, 317, top speed of the meet so far by a mile.
Yeah, and that white car chugging right down through there.
Dale hasn't been in the seat for a while, but it all is coming back very quickly.
Laundry coming out at a perfect time. I mean, it's like riding a bike.
Yeah, it is definitely like riding a bike for Dale right now. You know, you stop and think how many runs he's made. Everybody always asks me, how many laps have you made down these tracks? I'm like, I don't know, it's in the thousands. Well, Dale Worsham's made thousands and thousands of runs as well.
Bushwhacker Racing fires that one up. The 2020, 2023, and 2024 Outlaw Fuel Altered Champ. Still have yet to fire up the Mac Attack.
Yeah, I think Jody's team had a little bit of issue yesterday. It was a little slow on the start line, so Mike McIntyre's team probably noticed that, giving him a little extra time just to make sure everything's going smooth over there. The one thing I noticed about Jody's car yesterday was I thought he was revving it up because it had too much stall or something was wrong in the clutch. I'm not so sure. That thing doesn't have a pedal clutch in it. There's a centrifugal clutch in all these cars out here, but I'm not so sure that Jody Austin's car does not have a centrifugal clutch. I think he has a regular pedal clutch. I asked a few people, nobody wanted to stay.
Burnout's complete here as Dale Creasy Jr. and Terry Haddock will roll into the water to get ready for the next spare. Mac Attack backing up here. Mike out of Chesterland, Ohio. Burke McKinney car.
Nice solid pass for them last night at 407. Take the #1 spot. Really head and shoulders above the entire class last night.
Yeah, they really put together a great effort there right at the very end of the night. 7 IHRA Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car wins. We talked about Tony Shortall as well, being the crew chief for him. Extremely knowledgeable, ton of experience. Best hair in the business. Body back down. I think we're ready to go here.
Everything's cool. Jody rolls it in.
Yeah, man.
Double ball, Mike.
Yeah, put both of them on. The clock doesn't start until he turns on the top ball card, correct?
Yeah, so 7 seconds now. He has 7 seconds to put the bottom bulb on. Seems like forever, but it can go quick. Here we go. Great pass by Mike.
Yeah, really nice.
4:06 with a 4. Even improving on his qualifying time. This track is in outstanding condition. 308 miles per hour. We saw Jody's car launch and then put cylinders out and fall back, but outstanding run by the Mac Attack team.
Yeah, he was 407 in qualifying. That was good enough for #1. 406 here. 308 mile per hour, just about the same. Tony Shortall thought the track was better. Conditions were a tick better. Consequently, they go a tick quicker as well. Jody Austin, unfortunately, not able to make it to the other end and under power.
Yeah, you can see the early numbers are a lot better. So so they know the track is a lot better early, so they're giving it a little more clutch.
And our Kristen Banks is at the top end. She's with Del Worsham.
Del Worsham, you told me yesterday you were going to hit 300. You just hit 317. How'd you get it done?
Weather conditions definitely came to us. We fought just some hot conditions. The track's been hot all weekend. So finally, today, track cooled down and a couple runs on the car. It was a new car, just trying to get things dialed in, get me dialed in as a driver. Crew did a good job, and I'm excited to be here. You know, I've been to Columbus in almost 20 years, and race here again, race for the IHRA again, which I haven't done in 20 years. And support Daryl, I appreciate it.
Now, TJ was talking in the booth. You guys have done thousands of runs. Any guess at how many runs you've done?
Well, I would say from 1991 until 2006, and at least probably averages 6 runs a race, plus testing, so a lot.
I'm not good at math, so we're going to send it back to you guys, but it's probably a lot.
Oh, probably 5,000 total.
5,000 is what we're going to go with. Back to you guys.
That's what I was guessing, around 5,000.
I mean, my gorilla math says 5,000. Well, you probably ask Dave. He might actually know the real number over there. We'll let him stew on that for just a little bit. But
come on, Dale, use your hands and your feet.
Take your shoes off, man. You'll get there. All right, Terry Haddock and Dale Creasy Jr. lining up here next. Talk about people that have had a bunch of runs, and certainly a bunch of runs here with the IHRA. Terry Haddock, the reigning champ with the IHRA. Last time we ran Fuel Funny Cars, and he's finally able to run that number 1.
Yeah, it was only 17 years ago.
Yeah, took a little bit, but he's there.
These guys have matched up a few times in competition in the IHRA.
Yeah, really the last 2 champions that the IHRA had. Of course, Dale Creasy Jr., a 2-time champion here with the IHRA as well. 2006, 2007, 2008, Terry Haddock. Dale Creasy Jr. Straight as a string goes Terry Haddock. Puts a 414 on the board, 286.
Nice run by Terry. Nice straight, right down through there, 286. Probably shut it off a little early, but nice solid run. Got the win. I'm not sure. We'll have to look at the replay to see what happened to Dale's car. It looked like it might have put a hole on the left side because it does point him over to the wall. Yeah, you can see the hole out there. Drives him straight to the wall. These things put so much thrust out of the headers. When you have a cylinder quit firing on one side or the other, it will drive the car because you have 4 pipes on one side and only 3 on the other. It'll just turn that car and drive it whichever direction.
And we'll take a look at the updated bracket here. Mac Attack will line up alongside Jack Wyatt, Terry Haddock, and Del Worsham will square off here in the semifinal round. We are far from done. You got to make sure you come back and join us as we go racing once again in just a few minutes here for the IHRA. Welcome back to Darana Raceway. We're here in Hebron, Ohio, watching some of the best in the business go at it.
Lex June in the right-hand lane. Will Smith in the left-hand lane. Number 3, number 6 qualifiers. Lex only got... he shut it off about half track last night. Didn't want to hurt parts, so here he is today. Let's see if we can pick it up a little bit.
This is when it counts. Run it out of the gate if you have to. Here we go. Bulbs are on. Boy, Lex had to pedal that thing and try to catch it. As a bit of a pedal fest between the two. It's going to be Lex that grabs the win here with a 5:32.3. 0:40 reaction time there for Will Smith. Just couldn't get it to the other end.
Both guys going out there, getting in trouble, having to pedal it. That was a never quit. Try to get it to the finish line first round. Both these guys, 871 for Will's car on the left-hand side of the track. It was really running good early, but Lex June, 914. But then things both come loose, and they were both pretty quick to pedal. Oh, Lex car right there. You see the cylinder out. Will Smith rattles the tires, tries to pedal it. Chutes coming out. He probably banged the blower on Lex's car and knocked the chutes out of it. And Will trying to catch him, but it was actually a siding race, 5:32 to a 5:43, a little closer.
Saw that first pair go down through there. So our number 1 qualifier, Scott Palmer, will line up alongside Chuck Lofton, Cameron Foray, and Doug Foley will go at it here. Krista Baldwin, Mitch King. We heard from Mitch just a little bit ago. Chris is super excited to be out here racing. And, of course, we just saw Will Smith and Lex June. Spin it over. Looks like Palmer's ready to rip as well. That one fires up, comes to life. Greg Tedesco and the Loose Cannon was the boat that Bobby Cardozo worked on. One of the first successful twin prop boats. Man, that thing would leap up out of the water. It was quite a sight to see. But now doing it out here on the asphalt. So helping out Scott Palmer. We'll see how they do here in round number 1. They got it to the top of the sheets one day ago. Chuck Lofton with a little bit of work to do here.
Yeah, Chuck had an interesting burnout there. Hit the throttle, got it up on the tire, and then looked like he almost pedaled it and decided, I shouldn't have lifted so soon, and then thought, maybe I'll hit it again, and then thought better of it. So I'm hoping that's all it was. I hope it wasn't maybe a throttle cable or something happened, but looks like they're taking the throttle stop off. So I think everything's okay, but just interesting burnout for sure.
And, of course, you talked about Donnie Bender being the crew chief for him. He's also a winner in the A field, B field, C field of Funny Car Chaos. So has had some good success over there, Chuck Lofton.
We saw Palmer's car making a pretty nice run last night. Then him out there pedaling, tried to decide whether he wanted to stay in the throttle or pedal it, and ended up costing himself probably a little money by pushing the head gaskets out. But it showed that it was on a pretty nice pass. And I fully expect, since the track is in much better shape today, that this car will make a pretty nice run first round.
Crews have cleared away. It's go time. Palmer sends it right down through there. Shoots that a little bit late, it looked like, so he'll use it all, but he'll be just fine. 393 with the 300 miles per hour as he'll grab the win. A little bit late there at the starting line as Chuck made him pay right there, but could not get to the finish line first.
Yeah, a nice 393, first 3-second run of the weekend. Conditions are so much better now after the rain and the cool down. Look at that car going down through there. Still a little bit of green flames, a little lean, and putting some holes out right before the finish line. But look at the contrails coming off that rear wing. It's still humid out there.
And the Candyman out of Galveston, Texas gets the tires lit up. Waiting now for Krista Baldwin, of course, third-generation racer. Father Bobby, and, of course, her grandfather, the Greek, Chris Karamasinas.
Krista's been renting her car out last few races. Spencer Massey driving that car and made some really nice runs. That car is plenty capable of going out there and running. We just saw a 393. That car is plenty capable of going out there and running the 80 right now. I think it's the conditions are good enough that where you can run a 380 right now if you're brave enough to send it. And I know our crew chief Scott Graham, he's probably brave enough.
She's certainly brave enough. Started off when she was 18 years old and a front engine dragster, went 760, 180 miles an hour. No fear in that girl. Mitch King, a ton of experience over the course of time. Donnie Bender also helping him out as well. Won at both Top Fuel and Funny Car. Also fuel altered, speaking of that. Another Funny Car Chaos winner. Down through there. Nice pass out of her. 410, 248 miles per hour, 873 at the 60-foot mark. It was good up front.
Yeah, I saw cylinders go out on Krista's car on the left side. I saw cylinders out everywhere on Mitch's car. So that was not a pretty run by either side, but Krista's is a little less ugly in 410. Here's the replay. You'll see on the left side of Krista's car right there, we put the cylinder out, but Mitch had already had problems by then and clicked her off a little early in 410. Qualifying numbers for both these cars are not stellar. They didn't get down the racetrack. We know Doug Foley's car, it's plenty capable of running 375 right now. So he had some issues last night on the right side. It scuffed the piston during warm-up, and they didn't realize it. Come up here, he hit the gas, and problems on the right side of the engine, shut it off. So Cameron Ferre, they only made the one qualifying run and didn't make it down the track. So this will be an interesting pair. Neither one of these cars have been to the finish line yet.
Move, but he gets it down to the other end. Look at that one. 382 with a 5, 321 miles per hour. By far the best pass we've seen here today. Excellent pass.
Now that's what I was talking about. I knew his car had the type of performance to get down there and run those numbers, and just hadn't been able to do it yet. 382, 321, by far the top speed of the meet so far. But Cameron Ferre was right there alongside pretty much all the way till the car made a hard move to the left down here towards the top end, and he shut it off. But look at Doug Foley's car, nice and clean, and straight to the finish line. Little warm down there on the other end, but great run.
8:53 at the 60-foot mark. Got off to a good start.
Best we've seen so far.
Yeah, really solid pass. And we'll show you the ladder here as the semifinals are reflected, as Scott Palmer will take on Doug Foley, and Chris Baldwin, of course, will take on Lex June. Should be a good semifinal.
Lex June, basically the only one of those cars to not go down the racetrack that time, come loose and pedaled it to the finish line. And Krista had a hole out, shut it off maybe a little early, but the other two laid down some pretty good numbers, and it might take that 375 to get the winner of that round.
Yeah. We'll see Scott Palmer get another chance at it here. We'll see if he throws it up on the board.
National anthem here in just a few minutes. But I will tell you, you were here 2 weeks ago. I was here 2 weeks ago. A lot of you all were here 2 weeks ago, and you knew that you needed to come back for this awesome race weekend here in Milan. And something happened to the Robin Roberts machine 2 weekends ago. The very first round, the number one qualifier went 363 at 209 miles an hour, I believe. That fast? I'm going with 209. Yeah, don't you question me. Whatever I say has to be true. Chad Reynolds already said what I say over the microphone must be true because you can't take it back from there. So, in case you weren't here, the number one qualifier in the first round had Randy Adler in the other lane with his 57 Chevy. And as soon as the car moved, he let go of the trans brake button. The laundry fell out the back. The chutes fell, landed on the ground, and I said as the announcer, that's it. This is over. But Robin said, I don't think so. We're going to still run out the back. And the most crazy thing, he went 370 at 198 miles an hour with the chutes out for the entire pass. Yeah, it was crazy. And lost on a hole shot. He actually was quicker than Adler, but Adler had a hole shot, but the chutes out went 198 mile an hour and 370. So I'm guessing that somebody's going to be checking those chutes every round to make sure that does not happen again, because $125,000 on the line here at Darana Dragway. So folks, first of all, I want to thank you for coming out here to the IHRA and Darana Dragway this weekend. We appreciate each and every one of you. We've got amazing concessions on board. We've got all kind of stuff for you to do. But before we get going, we got pro mods in the lanes. We're going to ask you to get on your feet. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Mr. Mike Imhoff, and he is going to do our invocation. And then after that, we are going to hand the microphone over to Miss Melody Roberts to have our national anthem. So I'm going to give it to you here, Godspeed Ministries, Mike Imhoff with our invocation.
All right, let's just pause for a moment of prayer. Father, we thank you that we live in the greatest nation of the world. And Father, we honor our men and women in service today to allow us the privilege of enjoying the sport that we love. Father, we pray for a safe race today for the racers, for the safety crews, for the EMTs. Father, we thank you that you watch over us to protect us, that you are our Heavenly Father. So, Father, we pray your angels will be over this track. We pray that at the end of the day we would all return home safely, and we thank you for it in that blessed name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Mike. All right, turn your eyes to the sky as we are flying in. Team Fast Tracks will be bringing in an 1,100 square foot flag. Old Glory flying in from up above, carrying the IHRA flag and carrying Old Glory, those beautiful red, white, and blue. Coming in up top, and I'm going to hand the microphone over. Melody Roberts, wife of Robin Roberts from Smithville, Missouri, originally from right up here in Detroit, and we're going to hand it over. Please take your hats off, get on your feet as we have our national anthem. Here you go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Melody, and it is time to go racing here in Milan, Michigan. Thank you to Team Fast Tracks for bringing in Old Glory right back behind the stands here. Beautiful opening ceremonies, and Chad, it is now time to go pro modified qualifying here at Darana.
We've got 41 pro mods.
About an hour outside of the Motor City of Detroit, Michigan, you'll find Darana Dragway here in Milan, Michigan. It's an 8th-mile strip of asphalt where today 40 drivers will try to claim the prize of $125,000. It's the IHRA Outlaw Pro Mod Nationals. Hi, everybody. Ralph Shaheen alongside my good buddies Ken Stout and Tommy Johnson Jr. Welcome to Michigan. We're ready to go racing. And Ken, I don't care who you are or what you're racing, $125,000 up for grabs, that'll get you up on the wheel.
Yeah, and they have responded. Show them the money, and they will come, and that's exactly what's happened. Our good buddy Data Dave has already given us a nice stat right off the bat. A record number of Pro Mod cars here on the property for Milan. Pretty impressive. I think the previous record was 36. You said 40. We know it's north of 36, but I believe 40 Pro Mods on the property ready to go.
Tommy, they're all going to get 3 rounds of qualifying. How is that going to affect their strategy?
Well, for the first 2 IHRA races, we saw just 2 rounds of qualifying, and it put a tremendous amount of pressure on each run to make sure you got down the racetrack, got in the show. This time they get 3. So there's several of these drivers that have ran the first 2 races, and some were here just 2 weeks ago. I think that's going to be a huge advantage. The weather conditions are very similar, so those guys that have been racing with the IHRA the last couple of races, I think they have the odds on their side a lot better.
Now, what about the guys that were racing last weekend as well? I mean, they've had some seat time at back-to-back events. They've got to feel comfortable inside of the car and whatever changes they might need to make.
Absolutely. The more you drive, the better you get. I mean, you want to race 7 days a week if you could, but they've run 3 weekends in a row, 2 weekends in a row. The more you drive, the better you get, the better you tune the car. In the same conditions, that's what's helpful here. They've got data from 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the weather hasn't really changed, and so that's going to make a huge difference as to how they approach the weekend, I would think.
We don't want to forget the Mountain Motor Pro Stockers as well. So we have those. They'll be battling for some big money as well. We love the naturally aspirated 800-plus cubic inch monsters of stump pullers.
Yeah, and Chris Powers has come in here and just dominated this class. I mean, we saw him 2 weeks ago just come out here, and you think he's going to run away with it, but it's so close. The ETs are so close. The driver is so important in this class. We saw a tremendous amount of hole shot wins because if your car is off just a little bit, you got to get up on the tree, and they have been doing that.
Tommy, we've talked about deep field, big money, strategy, temperature, and all that sort of stuff. But how about that 8th-mile strip of asphalt itself? It's legendary. It's been around for a long time, but it's a little different now.
Yeah, and we came back here 2 weeks ago. I couldn't believe it. I didn't even recognize this racetrack. I came here years ago and raced and come back, and it's a different facility. I mean, when they came in, they've ground the strip. They've done attention to the racetrack, attention to the pits. The spectator stuff is all better. Everything is better here, and it's just a start. That's what's really neat about this. We're just getting started with the improvements. So who knows what this place is going to look like when we come back next year.
Well, that's kind of the whole story with the IHRA anyway, isn't it, Ken? I mean, everything is new. It's old, but it's new. The logo, we've all seen it. We know it. It's got a lot of history to it. But it's a whole new day for this logo right here.
There's no doubt about it, and the vibe has been outstanding. I've never seen such a positive response on social media across the industry, really. I mean, you are so buried in it, Tommy, but everybody that we've heard from has just been ecstatic with the exposure, with what they've been able to watch. The people that are on site here could not be any happier, feeding the racers, bringing them ice, just little things like bringing them ice. You know, I mean, it just makes a huge difference. When you come through the gate, everybody's smiling, everybody's in a good frame of mind. It's just a fun place to be.
I said a couple weeks ago, I've never seen so many hot and sweaty racers having a great time, having a smile on their face. I mean, they're having a ball, and it is miserable outside, and they're having a great time. So, yeah, a lot of good vibes so far in the new IHRA.
Well, you know, Tommy, a lot of times racers are used to going to the track, and the promoter, the gate people are all standing there like, okay, you owe me this for this and this for this, and you're just constantly paying and paying and paying above and beyond what you're paying to run your car. Here, it's been a whole different story. Free ice. Come have a nice big free lunch that everybody's cooking up and taking care of the racers and the staff and everybody else. Really puts everybody in a different set of mind.
Yeah, I know racers, they say they can't believe it. They say, I've never seen this before, never been treated like this before. We swung by, Ralph and I ran into Ralph at the lunch stand over here. You know, I mean,
funny, he'd run into me at the lunch tent, right?
But, yeah, the food has been outstanding. I'm like,
yeah,
this is like a banquet-type atmosphere, right? Banquet food. I've never eaten banquet food like this before. It is outstanding food. So they're just going up and above on every level.
Yeah, and a big level today is the money. Yeah. I mean, you put $125,000 up. That's big coin for these pro mod guys.
Yeah, it's about like Ken's salary, about $125,000. Yeah, so it's a lot of money.
A week?
Yeah.
If we had his money, we'd buy two of them.
Right,
yeah. And I'd still be sitting here.
I'd have a pro mod car if I had his money.
Yeah, well, good point, yeah.
And a good one.
Yeah.
Really good one. Probably have to hire a driver, yeah.
Yeah, we'll get two of them.
Yeah.
Fun time. By the way, we don't want to forget for our fans at home, obviously all of this being broadcasted on Speed Sport 2, but we also have the top bulb bracket cars here going at it. So all the electronics that you can find and stuff inside of one of these cars, they'll be going off the top bulb, and they are absolutely deadly. They just had their qualifying pass or their practice run, if you will. They'll dial them in, and they'll race here today. They'll also race tomorrow. And then the top sportsman cars, and Tommy and I were going through some of the entries there, and we saw a top sportsman car put his ET and best mile per hour, and then he put TS beside it, meaning that was in his top sportsman car. It was 1 weekend to go. I don't think he's ever run Pro Mod before, but he's going to jump into the Pro Mod field. So the top sportsman cars are here. They're also battling, and they're really, really fast cars.
Yeah, it's a lot of cool stuff going down the racetrack, right? Nothing's going to look the same. Everything is going to look different. That pair goes, here comes two more, going to be wilder than the pair you just watched.
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Some great racing too.
Yeah.
I think weather on point. Did you check it?
No.
I had the app, by the way. I did have the app, but I did not.
No R word. No R word.
No R word.
No
but
R word.
Plenty of water in the air.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it's going to stifle, but
grains.
that's just an equal playing field for everybody.
Yeah, and then, like I said, it was 2 weeks ago. I looked at the numbers a little bit ago, and they're almost identical to what we saw here 2 weeks ago. Now last week when all these guys ran, it was really good air. And they ran some big numbers. I don't know if we're going to see those big numbers today with the water grains, humidity, and the temperature we're seeing, but we definitely might tonight with the last qualifying runs around 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. And as we saw 2 weeks ago, this track got better and better and better. On the second run, the qualifying, it got better. They came out for a race day and it was even better. So a few runs on this thing, and who knows what we'll see tonight at 8:30 run.
One more thing, Ralph.
Yeah.
We did get confirmation from the IHRA president. We will have a bump spot. So we're going to get excited here come that third session. Either you're in or you're out, and you'll have 3 sessions to get it done. It's going to get exciting.
Yeah, and what's really cool about that, we got way more cars than we got spots for.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
There'll be some of those guys shooting for 125 going home with nothing.
Yeah, Tommy, talk about that for a second. When you race for big money like that, and for
I don't know, I've never done it.
And for these guys, running for $125,000 is big money, right? How do you approach that differently as far as how far you'll push things than you would if it was a regular points day?
Yeah, we were just talking about it. Ken and I were talking about it earlier about, you think there's any splitting going on that final, get down to the final, you want to split the money? I don't think so. I mean, 125, and you want some bragging rights, and that's big cash. That's a big difference, between winner and runner-up is a huge difference. So
these guys are going to push it a little further, I think. You know,
well, I mean, look, it's more than bragging rights. I mean, that's a big boost to your budget,
oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah, that's like a big associate sponsor,
Big,
you know?
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, so
certainly.
it's big money, and these guys they've raced for some big money races before, but I don't know if I've ever seen $125,000 for the winner. So it's going to be some big money, you know. And I think this is just the start of it all. But I think Darrell has some huge ideas with IHRA, and I think if we get good turnouts like this, we're going to see even bigger things.
You know, $125,000 that covers his house payment for a month.
Yeah.
Oh, my house paid off. Maybe the lake house.
Yeah. As opposed to the mountain house.
Right. You know, you talk about the money, and we're basically in mid-season here too. So somebody can win that, man. That's a nice chunk of change with all the racing that this particular category has been doing here as of late. Talk about refreshing some parts, and getting parts alone is a tough task. But at least to have a little bit of money to refresh everything and charge the back half of the season.
Yeah, this is a nice little bonus program in the middle of the year. You know, these guys race the pro mod classes. What's cool about it is that there's so many different areas of the country they can race. They can race sometimes 2 or 3 times a week at different tracks, and there's always big shows and special events. And these guys kind of bounce around. You'll see them pick and choose which races they attend. And it was neat to see get a good turnout here. Around 40 cars coming in this weekend, and that is some big money. It will help. You know, if you've been struggling and been hurting parts, and we've seen a couple guys trying some new combinations in the middle of the year, you know, that's $125,000 is a big boost to your race budget throughout the middle of the season.
Hey, not only for the pieces and the parts, but what you can do for your crew, right? Instead of having to run them through another drive-through, you can actually take them to Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, get them some ice cream or something.
Get them some ice cream, right. Right, it can make a big difference. Tommy, every one of these categories in drag racing takes a different mindset. And when you go through the pit area and you start talking to guys driving different things, you see, okay, this guy, he's got that funny car mindset. This guy's got that pro stock mindset. This guy's crazy. He's in Top Fuel Harley, whatever it might be, right? What's the mindset of a pro mod guy? What's the makeup of those guys?
You know, over the years, these are kind of the outlaw guys. You know, these are the outlaw cars. Yeah, you know, back in the day, they had the Wild Bunch. You know, we had the Wild Bunch guys, and it was kind of the cast of outlaws. You know, and that's always been kind of the pro mod thing. These cars are wild. We've seen all the different body styles. We've seen the wild and crazy drivers. We've seen them sideways, bouncing off guardrails. I mean, it is a wild bunch. But yet, you know, there's a lot of smart businessmen out here. You know, this is an expensive class, and these guys aren't dummies. These guys are racing these cars because they can afford them, and that's because they're smart businessmen. So they're not going to do anything too stupid.
You work in the Street Kings, too. I mean, those drivers come in here and get on a nicely prepared racetrack. It's something completely different than what they typically do, but they are viciously competitive. So it's great to have them out here. Cars are rolling up into the water box as we get ready to fire them up. I thought the first one, kind of curious to see if it was a Top Sportsman car or a Pro Mod car, but I did not see a blower sticking out of the hood. So either a nitrous car or possibly a Pro Charger car.
Schedule's been known to change from time to time. But,
yeah.
That'll happen.
They've been dragging the track while we were doing our show open here, so the track looks great.
Yeah, and what's really nice is I'm starting to see some of these big puffy clouds come over and put a little shade on the racetrack. Come in this morning, come in the gates, and it was cloudy, cool. By middle of the afternoon, it got a little warm out there, but now we're seeing some puffy clouds. That'll help this racetrack tremendously.
Ken, looking like Pro Mod?
Looks like Pro Mod. And according to time and scoring here with AccuTime, they have Pro Mod at the bottom of the screen. So we're going to go with Pro Mod here. First round of qualifying, $125,000 on the line, as we talked about at the top of the show here. And that'll, of course, be divvied out tomorrow if you can make it through the entire event and still be standing. Pretty cool. Kyle Canyon coming up here next. Line up on the left side. Don Closer will line up alongside. Don in the far lane here with the Hemi Cuda.
Man, that thing is good looking.
Got a couple Cudas here.
You had me at Cuda, Tommy.
Closer's been 373. That was the Top Sportsman car we were talking about. He did it just 1 weekend ago. Car goes nice and straight here. He's going to put a 382 on the board. That's going to be low ET to kick things off. A 383 right alongside with the 1968 Chevy Camaro of Kenyon.
Nice solid pass for both cars. Nice 382 to 383. Like I said, we've had some close racing, and we start right off 382, 383. It's going to be a close racing all weekend long.
Yeah, and, you know, I had a chance to talk with a couple of the guys over there in Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and they said, you know, they were talking about one of the Outlaw Nitro national events with the IHRA. They said if we had 3 qualifying passes, we really dial it in on the 3rd pass. You come out here, you kind of get a feel for it. The 2nd one in, you kind of get it in the window. 3rd one, then you really start picking away at it. Well, they're going to have 3 out here today.
Yeah, and that's what you get down to that 3rd run. You've made a couple good runs, then you can throw everything you got at it and see what will stick, and that's when you're going to see some of the bigger numbers.
Burnouts begin here. Scott Taylor will line up in the near lane. Paul Gibbs alongside.
I saw a Facebook post from Scott Taylor, and he put that car off the end and put a new front end on it. And I saw a repost. He said it may not look pretty. We didn't get time to paint the front end, but we're going to go and try to win us $125,000. Oh, pushing the CUDA back. Let's hope it's not terminal.
Yeah, not good.
And they're continuing to push it back, so.
That is Paul Gibbs in the far lane. Great looking car. Clearly some sort of mechanical there.
He's got 2 1970 CUDAs. One is Pro Charged and the other is screw blown. This is the newest car in the stable and the debut event for it.
So, yeah, will be a single here for Scott Taylor.
They call that Camaro Cheeto.
Todd Butterfield, crew chief on that one. Boy, I tell you what, doesn't look much better than that, man. That's a nice straight run. 371 as the ET gets lowered substantially by more than 1/10 of a second, 201 miles an hour. 008 light, already pressing it. Yeah. And we will go up top to our Kristen Banks.
Don Closter, 382. Now it's been 15 years since you've ridden this track.
It is.
How is it different? Is it similar than what it was back then?
Well, it went from what it called, it was a little rough back then. And, I mean, the track is as smooth as can be. The pits are awesome. The people here are just treat you like kings. So nothing but good to say about it.
Now walk me through that pass and what we can expect in the next one.
Well, it's hot out, obviously. And so the tuner, he backed it down just a little bit to get us down.
Well, congratulations on a great run.
Thank you very much.
Keith Goolsby coming up here next will be on the in the near lane, and Robert Davis in the far lane. Our third pair here, unfortunately, Paul Gibbs not able to make it down through there.
Goolsby is a Midwest Drag Racing Series Pro Mod competitor, and Davis, PDRA Pro Mod competitor, and Drag Illustrated Winter Series competitor as well. They've run some big pressure-packed events.
These are a couple guys we haven't seen so far yet in the IHRA competition, but you dangle a little cash out there, and these guys will come out of the woods for this.
Yeah. clearing it out just a bit as Goolsby, who works at PSI, owns Champion Auto Lift, will pull up and turn on the top bulb. Davis with his crew chief as well, helping him out to that pre-stage beam. Top bulb on. Here we go.
Yeah, there.
Oh boy. Big moment right there for Goolsby. Had to get out of the throttle, was able to save that thing, and yeah, I mean, it looks like it broke something in the rear end, huh?
Yeah, some of the suspension's broken, that thing. The rear end sitting in there crooked. He did a great job of saving that race car. That was a really, really good job of driving.
And that thing is just crab walking all the way down the track, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some suspension broke in the back of that car, and, man, you seen it just turn right. He was quick off the throttle. That was a great job.
He's steering that out the driver's side door window.
I think he'd have stopped if he knew how bad that was, bad that is. Yeah.
He's turning left to go straight.
That was brutal. Let's watch it here.
Near lane.
Oh, you can see something break there, bounce. Oh, that is some tremendous tire shake. There was something wrong. It just didn't have the performance when it left. It looked like it puffed out of the engine. Maybe it dropped the cylinder or something, but then it went out there and shook. And, I mean, it shook so hard it broke the suspension in that car.
Yeah, he left some parts on the track, too,
Ooh,
Tommy.
Man, great job of driving and getting out of the throttle.
That was a violent right-hand.
But what you missed in the other lane, 366, number one qualifier.
Oh, by the way.
We went under, wrapped around the...
Scott Taylor, first run back in this car since February. You got a smiling cheetah on the side, and you just went in the 70s. Is that what you're expecting, or a little lower?
We was definitely trying to go mid-60s there, but for this thing to come out of the shop, and we literally had this car in storage. We went home when we heard about the $125,000 pot. We had just picked up a win on the $100,000 small tire deal, so we went home, we pulled the motor out of John Doe, pulled this thing out of the corner, stuck it in. That was the first rip down, so I'm not mad at it. Was I expecting a 65, 66? Yes, but with 71s, we got something to work with. We're going to go beat on this keyboard.
Hey, luckily you have 2 more rounds to give it a try. This man came out here for that $125,000 without even finishing the paint job on the car.
Absolutely. Look, if we painted it, we wouldn't have made it, so sometimes ugly cars win. That's what we hoping for.
Looks don't matter, guys. Looks don't matter.
It does not matter as long as that thing functions like it's supposed to. Doesn't have to be pretty to beat to win. So Robert Davis, as you talked about there, Tommy, goes to the number one spot, 366, 206 miles per hour. Yeah. It's a new mark to beat with 6 cars on the board, 2 of them without times.
Yeah, and that was a really nice looking pass for the conditions, like we talked about earlier. I looked at the weather a little bit ago, and it's 3,272 feet out there. I mean, it's
looks like they're picking up some parts there too in that left lane.
Boy, that,
he left some stuff out there.
That tire shake was incredibly hard. I mean, I've seen cars shake, but that was a tremendous shake. But it did something weird when it left. It kind of squatted and bounced up, and I don't know if it broke something at the initial hit or if the tire shake, and that caused it to shake the tires because it was down on power or something, or if the tire shake caused all that damage. But either way, that was a tremendous shake.
Robert Davis, 366, our first driver in the 60s. How's that feel?
It feels good. We wanted to come off the trailer and no test hits, so it's kind of a different format than we're used to running. So we're happy with it. It's a good start, and hopefully, like I said, we can pick up and get a little faster.
Is the game plan to make any changes before that next one?
I'm sure we'll probably try to step up a little bit now that we had a decent run. So I think I'm happy with that run, so I think it'll be good. But we definitely want to step it up later on.
That's Robert Davis with a 366.
Yeah, and to put that in perspective, the IHRA national ET record is 363 with a 9. So right there at a 64. So he's already just a couple hundredths off of that.
Yeah, like he said, it's a pretty good run. Just 300ths off the quickest IHRA Pro Mod pass. And first session, a little warm out. And as we go on, the day hopefully gets a little cooler. The track gets a little better, and things will get really good. So let's throw it down to Sarah Daly.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Down here in the staging lanes, I am now joined by Brandon Pez. You've got a brand new car out here. You're taking it out for the first run, and it's been a family affair. So what are you expecting out of this out there on the track today?
Well, in this first run, I'm just going to try to get a baseline run. I went to the Dragway 42 yesterday and made a couple hits. So I feel like I got somewhat a baseline. So this track's better than where I just came from. So I was just going to try to get it through there. And then we got 2 runs later tonight that are better conditions and just hop it up and see what we run later tonight.
Talk about the weather on the track just a little bit. It was a little cooler this morning. Temps went up a little bit. It's still going to be up a little bit for the next couple hours before it drops. How are you adjusting for that?
Well, it's it's going to change a lot today, right? So this is our best run towards eliminations tomorrow because we run during the day tomorrow and stuff. So it's a useful run for sure. But most of these runs in this session ain't going to count towards qualifying because once the sun starts going down, everyone's going to go faster. The track gets cooler, better, the air gets better, so motors make more power. So, but this is a great run to set up for tomorrow's during eliminations.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Be safe out there.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Sarah. We'd like to welcome Sarah Daly to the team here as well. Thanks for joining in. We'll be relying on her all weekend long. Talking about the weather there, so important. It's such a huge part of this game.
Yeah, tuning these race cars is all you depend on the weather. Well, you have to tune them different. The air and fuel mixture, and what's really cool about the Pro Mod cars and the tuning is a lot of keyboards nowadays on tuning these cars. It's timing, it's fuel, it's blower overdrives, compression, and all the things you can do different to make more power and get these things down the track in these hot conditions. So the really good guys are really good at it. And these cars, sometimes you'll come out and you think, oh, it's going to be slow, and they'll go ripping right down through there, and you think they've got a good handle on it.
Yeah, there's an app out there for our fans. I know a lot of you are always curious about the weather. It's called Racing Weather, and you can actually go to a track, pick out a track, and see exactly what the conditions are. So you would just simply click on the plus sign, look for Milan Dragway, and you'll be able to see exactly what the conditions are here for those people that are really curious about what the conditions are based on the performance that they're running. A lot of people are probably sitting at home saying, well, I'd love to know what it is exactly I know about what we can run in or should be running in those conditions. So that weather app is certainly very, very helpful.
Yeah, and if you don't have the app, it's hot.
Yeah.
87 degrees and humid and warm. It's sticky. And we were talking about the weather, and you saw the interview with him, and you think, did he pour a bottle of water over the top of him, or is he just sweating? I mean, it's a little sticky out there.
Well, that's one of the things, Tommy. I mean, you're only doing a few seconds worth of work, but you spend a lot of time sitting in the staging lanes waiting to go, and it can be hard to keep yourself engaged because of the heat.
Yeah, I heard that for years. Well, you only work 4 seconds, Well, well, sometimes you're in the car for half an hour,
Yeah.
So, the heat definitely plays a factor on it. It's so hard to keep the mental focus when you're hot like that. And, you're about the only exposed skin is around your eyes, and you're looking for that little breeze out there. It's like any kind of breeze, it hits that little bit of skin. It's like, oh, air conditioning. Love it. So, just got to stay hydrated and try to stay as cool as possible because it's easy to lose focus once you get hot and overheated.
One of the rotators, one of the 2 rotators that are out here. So just being safe than sorry in case there was any fluid coming out of that drive line in the back. Some of the parts they'll go through, and they sent the sweeper out there and picking up some stuff, and now they'll drag it.
Yeah, some go out and pick everything up by hand that they could see. They got a FOD mat, which is a foreign object debris, I believe, mat. It's used a lot on airport runways to clear debris so it doesn't puncture tires. So that's been implemented in the drag racing here the last few years, and run a FOD mat out there and pick up anything else that's on the racetrack. And I had an opportunity to see one of those at the top end in Bradenton earlier this year, and they stopped by and they dumped it out, and I went, oh my God, there was that much stuff out there.
Wow.
They do a very good job of visually checking racetracks best you can, but you don't realize sometimes how much stuff gets dropped on these racetracks. So you're one of those things out there, and they come and dump it, and I was blown away. It actually made me scared. Like, oh boy, I don't need to know that if I'm driving.
Yeah.
Your typical warm summer day. We're in Milan, Michigan, as Ralph had talked about, just a little bit outside of Detroit, about an hour or so outside of Detroit, kind of southwest, if you will, but not too far away, very close to Toledo. As Tommy mentioned, we had an IHRA national event here just 2 weeks ago. Darana Raceway, and it looks beautiful. They continue to renovate here and upgrade. Done a spectacular job with the place.
That's going to be a subject of conversation every track we go to. Wow, look at what they've done to this place, because they are doing something everywhere.
It's a tall task, and making things happen very, very quickly.
Yep.
Well, it's a difference if you have establishments and that's been there for years. You can make improvements as you go and to put on a race series, but to not only buy facilities, improve facilities, restart a sanctioning body, and put on the events, and it's been a massive, massive undertaking. And I think this went extremely well for how big of a challenge it's been.
And they're not done here.
No, this was just a start. Yeah.
They did what they had to do to get the facilities we're going to this year ready for racing, ready for television, to put on good events. What's planned for the future at every single one of these venues is incredible when you start talking to them and hearing about what the visions and the dreams are, how much land they have around this facility of other things they can do here. This is really going to become a complex, if you will, an entertainment motorsports complex.
Yeah, and if you go back, you remember this event was supposed to be held at Killcare Dragway in Xenia, Ohio.
Yeah.
But the IHRA crew just felt like that track, they haven't been able to make the improvements that was needed to put on this type of event. They didn't want to take this big race and all this big money and not have the facilities to support it, so they brought it here to Milan, where we had a great event 2 weeks ago, and I think that was a smart choice to bring it to a established track like this that has already put on a good event. You've got a majority of your improvements done here to where it's put on a good show for the fans and the racers as well.
Good overhead shot. We are on Speed Sport 2 and the YouTube channel as well. We will also be on Speed Sport 1 tomorrow.
That's tomorrow, big guy.
For the big show. Right?
Yeah, that's where we'll
for
be
the eliminations
over there. Yeah.
We'll keep you abreast of that whenever we're going to switch over and get over to Speed Sport 1. And if you've not made that transition yet, it is absolutely free. Will not cost you a dime.
That's right, 100%.
My wife
and you know why?
It. Yeah.
Because as one of the owners of Speed Sport 1, we want the fans to save that subscription money, that pay-per-view money, and go to the races. You know, I hear fans a lot say, man, I've only got so much discretionary income. Tommy and I understand that, Ken. I know you probably don't. You got so much to play with.
It's a whole different deal. You're the one that just said you were the owner. I'm just a peasant over here.
Doesn't mean I'm making any money.
Paying the cost or being the boss?
Yeah.
Let's go to Kristen Banks. Oh, we're going to Sarah Daly.
Hey, we're both down here just rocking it out, so either one. Kristen will catch up with her soon. But guys, down here in the staging lanes, I'm joking out by Dylan, and we talked earlier, family affair, you run this brewing this weekend instead of being behind the wheel. What are your expectations getting back out here on the track? I know you said you're feisty, you're ready to go, and you're hungry.
You know, I was born and built for this. This is what I do. My dad's a badass. You know, he's a legendary pro mod racer from Texas, and I'm just trying to follow up in his shoes. If I can be half of what my dad is, I'm doing something right. We come out here with the intentions of IHRA and the money that Daryl's put behind it to win this money and take it home. Sorry, Daryl, if you have a bank account, I'm going to keep running that thing up because you keep putting on these big events, I'm going to keep on trying to take all your money. I appreciate it, though. 125,000 reasons to win. That's a lot of motivation. I'm a 24-year-old dumbass from Texas. If you give me $125,000, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'm probably going to buy another race car.
So according to your crew chief, what's it like to have your brother on the outside? He actually said he prefers that. He likes to take a look and see what the car's doing and analyze it. He said that's where he prefers to be.
But just so my dad's my crew chief.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, correct. So my dad, you know, he's the baddest dude on the planet. Like I said, I love my dad. I think, you know, the world of my dad's an underdog. He comes from the dirt. He comes from the mud. We work our asses off to get to where we're at today. We don't come from money. We're going to go out here and try to get that money. He's the baddest tuner on the planet. I plan on showing that. And I got a steel roof and quarter car that weighs 100 pounds overweight. I brought a knife to a gunfight. It's a sharp knife. It's a sexy knife. And if these guys...
Good luck out there and be safe.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Back to you.
Side by side, they sail down through there. 370 with a 7 for Lyle Barnett. And on the far lane. And the far lane for Robert Cox at 374, 200, both cars at 202 miles per hour. Interesting, too, Rob Cox, career best 358, so he's been really fast in that Jerry Bickle car. On the other side, Lyle Barnett also competes in Top Alcohol Dragster, has been 536 at 271 miles an hour. So this one feeling probably a little bit slow, but you got to drive these things. They're hard, they're tricky. That's another Jerry Bickle car, too. Bickle, Blaine Housley, if you will. Hemi Pro Charger inside of Lyle Barnett's car out of Robbins, North Carolina. Ken Quartuccio coming up here next, and Jimmy Taylor. Taylor in the far lane with a 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Both of them 69 simulated cars, if you will. Beautiful, beautiful Camaros. Modern version of that legendary car.
I stopped by and talked to Ken this morning. Hadn't met him yet, and got to know him a little bit, and great team there. Full of a lot of talent. Just they were excited, man. They were really excited to come here for this.
Yeah, Ken won the 2025 Drag Illustrated Winter Series and the 2024 NHRA U.S. Nationals.
Yeah, he's been around.
Quick car.
Yeah, he's been around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was pumped. I mean, they're like, yeah, we're excited about this. We're going to support this. So that's cool.
Number one spot still held down by Robert Davis at 366, 206.52. XRE sponsorship in the far lane for Jimmy Taylor. Scott Tidwell, the owner of the car for Ken Quartuccio. Dustin Nesloni helping out with the tuning duties. Oh! So left lane went down through there. It sounded like he might have hit a burst panel over there in the far lane as well.
It's a turbo car. It's one of our few turbo cars we have entered. It just wouldn't go up on boost. It doesn't matter he sat there that long. That's still going to be a good run. 375. I mean,
nice presence of mind. A pair of 375s at that.
Tommy, talk about how difficult that is as a driver. You have an incident like that, but you got to figure out how to fire the thing back up and get it to run.
Yeah, he tried to put it up, tried to build boost, tried to put it up on boost, and it just wouldn't go. And he didn't let go of the trans brake and take off and do all that. He went ahead, kept his composure, and still got a good run out of it. Got an ET. I mean, if he'd have rolled through the lights, clocks would have started. We got no time and all that. So this was a great job of driving, not getting flustered in the moment. Oh, well, he's all bang right there, right at the lights in Ken's car.
How about that? I heard something.
Yeah.
I called it out for once.
Nice job, Ken.
I'm learning from you. All right, let's go up to Banks.
Lyle Barnett, you're no stranger to this Pro Mod class. We're glad to have you out here. Now, walk me through that pass. Were you satisfied with your time?
Very. We haven't had the car out since PDRA Goliath, which was back in April. It hasn't been off the jack since then. We decided a couple weeks ago we were going to break it back out and come out here and try this IHRA deal. God dang, they're going to kill me for that. But Daryl, he's done a really great job, man. We really appreciate what he's done and invested in this sport. What you don't see behind the scenes. Ice in your coolers, like there's so much that he's doing that we've never seen before. But I've got a 35-week pregnant wife at home. So, babe, thank you for letting me come and do this. I got a couple dogs that are sick. It's pretty rough at my house. So to come out here and do this and her allowing me to do it is pretty cool. To my son, Nash, buddy, if you're watching back home, I love you, and I'll see you on Sunday.
Hey, I can tell you right now, she won't be upset if you bring home that $125,000.
The interviews here are always interesting. we love the top end as a couple of really tough competitors are coming up here now. Randy Rutherford and Bubba Green. Bubba Green, the far lane, shades of the Killer Mater, and some guy named Scotty Cannon.
Yeah. He got Randy Rutherford. Kind of set the Pro Mod category on ear last week. Switched over to a Hartz Charger. And went out there and won last weekend, and he was the topic of discussion in the pit area this morning when I was walking around.
Yeah, what's going on with all that, by the way?
Well, it's a different centrifugal supercharger, and I think there's a lot of people that think maybe there's a performance advantage with it, and they threw it in. Basically, you can run it in the middle of the year with everything's already established, but
Oh, are they pushing his car back? He's all right. He's going to restage. Yeah. But yeah, you talked about it. He qualified number 1, and then won the event with 3:57 with an 8 on the board in qualifying. Followed that up with a 3:57 and an 8 in the final round. So talk about consistency. Incredible effort there. 1 weekend to go to take that win. Ended up beating Ty Tutterow, who made it to the final alongside.
And Ty red lighted in the final, so I know he's come back for revenge this weekend. But Scotty Cannon, it was good to see him in the pits this morning as well.
Long dry spell for Weatherford as well. First win since 2021. We talked about Scotty Cannon. We never mentioned his half-brother's name, Bubba Green, in the near lane over there. So 380 at 201 for Bubba Green. And 366 with a 3, 209 mile per hour. That is right there at the top of the heap. Missed it by just 38 thousandths, 38 10,000ths.
I don't think they're going to be talking any less about that Hartz Charger now.
No.
But I talked to Scotty that it bumped and rolled the beams. That killed a lot of the ETs. But he said they've only had a couple runs on this car. So they made a couple laps and brought it here to they're trying to shake it down and win 125 grand.
Tommy, how many laps do you usually have to get before you feel like? How many laps do you have to have before you feel like you've got a new car dialed in?
You know, sometimes you come out and first run is perfect, and then there's other times it takes 2 or 3, 4 runs, and you're like, wow, this is just different than the last car we had. This one's different. This one's not right. This doesn't react the same. So there's a just different on every car. You know, it's just if you got a good one, they come out running right off the bat.
Yeah.
You got to feel good whenever you come out of the box and you throw a 66 down. I mean, you're pretty much in the window.
Yeah, that's gonna keep you right in the show. But we've got one in the left-hand lane. Not just a week ago was in the final round against him. So this is another tough one. Ty Tutterow, Joe Wensley. These are some heavy hitters coming out here early in the session.
Yeah, Ty Tutterow, we just talked about him being in the final against Weatherford 1 weekend ago. Son of legendary Todd Tutterow, who tunes cars to this day, extremely good at what he does. And in the far lane, Joe Wensley.
You see the Pro Charger logo on the hood of that car. And then there's Pro Charger, and there's a Hartz Charger. So interesting, something to talk about in the pit area.
Competition, baby.
Yeah.
Tutterow running PDRA and NMCA Pro mods on a regular basis as well.
Well, it used to be NMCA. Now there's no more NMCA.
Yeah,
so
right.
Yeah, he did good there before though. Him and his dad, but two names synonymous in pro mod racing.
IHRA best ET 371 with an 8 for Joel Wensley. Big moment over there for Tutterow. Front end way up in the air. Had to click it off early. Joel Wensley will make it to the stripe. 370 with a 4 and just bettered his personal best IHRA ET right there with that effort. Nicely done and mile per hour. Previous best 202.89 and he goes 203.9. So a great way to come out of the box, man. The first session.
You know, the last couple races, there are only 2 qualifying runs. You see them come out, and everybody's a little conservative right off the bat. Just go down the racetrack. Not today. We're not seeing it at all. We're seeing guys come out and throw down this Q1. If it don't stick, we'll come back and get it down the track in Q2.
Randy Weatherford, tell me about this Hartz centrifugal blower that you have on your truck and how it's elevating your competition.
You know, I might not be able to pronounce it as good as you, but it is a centrifugal blower, and it's pretty badass. It lives, it runs good. My God, what can you say? We're flying with it, and it holds together.
Hey, it holds together, just ran a 366, and y'all try to say that because that was really hard to say. Randy Weatherford.
See y'all.
Yeah, it was a good effort. A couple of cars at the top, both with 66s. As we continue here in the first session, Brandon Pez in the near lane, Randy Adler in the far lane.
That is a brand new 53 Corvette from Vanishing Point Race Cars. Debut event for you. The Headhunter.
How about that gorgeous 57 Chevy sitting right alongside? A couple of Super Chevy Nitro Coupe championships out of that team.
Cue up Elvis music, looks like. 50s and 60s here.
So you love about this category. Body styles are sweet.
Whoa.
Both of them pedaling those things. But with a bump spot, you stick your foot back in it and get what you can get, right?
Yeah, that got real interesting. You said a brand new race car, and it almost had a scratch on it.
Tommy, we've seen 3 runs now out of that near lane over there where guys have had some issues getting the bite they need. One of them really twisting the frame up pretty bad. You think, is there something going on in that particular lane? Is that a weather thing?
I don't think so. I think you saw a couple of the guys come out here and throw down a 66 right off early in the session, and the guys in the staging lanes are trying to make some tuning decisions, and they're like, it's good out there. Let's throw everything we got at it. And maybe it's just those guys had the tune-up figured out, and a little tougher than they thought. But you can just see that thing chattering the tires. It rattled it clear out of the groove and drove the car just to the right. But good job of getting out of the throttle and not putting that thing on its roof. It could have very easily.
Man, pretty wild ride.
And that thing bicycled, didn't it? Got up on 2 wheels.
That's the thing about Pro Mod cars. When you try to drive them and try to drive out of that stuff, they have suspension. There's shocks and springs in there, and they get to bouncing on those, and they can get out of control in a heartbeat.
Backing up in near lane will be Jacob McNeil. He struggled at Columbus, but turned the program around when he got back here to Milan a couple of weeks ago. Car was very competitive, and he's going to line up alongside another tough competitor in Jason Harris.
Yeah, Harris, a 4-time PDRA world champion.
We saw Harris run really well here 2 weeks ago, qualifying right up at the top of the field, and just had a great weekend. And I look to him to be one of the favorites. His car's been running well the last 2 or 3 weeks, so I think he kind of rolls in here as one of the favorites. Having the data from racing here, and his car's been running so well, I think you have to look at him as being one of the guys that can walk away with the 125 for sure.
They call him Party Time. Jason Harris out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. The Party Time car, the Jerry Pickle chassis, Pro Line Power, 564 cubic inch Hemi. His dad, Bob Harris, helps out. Big part of the team. Went to the semis a weekend ago. Side by side, great battle right here in qualifying. How about a 007 light for Jacob McNeil? Puts a 369 on the board. And on the other side, Jason Harris says, I think I'm going to go right to the top of the heap. 365 with a 4. Nicely done.
Hey, Tommy, I think that near lane's okay.
Yeah. And I think I said something about him being a fan. I think I'm going to go put my money down now. I think we can place a bet on that Party Time car. That thing is looking really stout. I mean, 365 right out of the box. And I'm telling you, data from 2 weeks ago is helping that team right there. Nice looking run.
Well, McNeil really driving that thing. There's some more ET left in that one.
Ty Tutterow, will you just walk me through what it's like to have your father Todd, who was a respective driver, as your crew chief?
It's awesome. I've worked with my dad for the last 10, 15 years, and I've watched him race my entire life, and I drive a lot like him just because I've seen 98% of the runs he's ever made. And out here, and I'm lucky enough to drive for Justin Smith, the car owner here, the Quick Fuel machine this weekend, and we have a good time. We race hard. We try to win as much as we can, and always chasing a championship or a big check like this weekend.
Well, that's Ty Tutterow out here with his family doing what he loves. Congrats.
Yeah, he grew up in this sport. As Cole Pez backs up in the near lane, Jeff Rudolph in the far lane.
67 Mustang dubbed Eleanor right there, of course. And in the other lane, a 69 Camaro called the Ghetto Sleigh. The Sheriff, Jeff Rudolph. Brownsburg, Indiana. Quite a few race cars hailing out of that part of the country.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's got a new car coming. I'm excited to see the new PBRC Pro Modifier be debuted here shortly, but he's got this one running pretty good here lately as well.
Larry Jeffers, race car, talking about race cars there out of Brownsburg, Indiana. Pro Line Power, 560 cubic inch Hemi. Pro Charger on that one. Crew Chief Pete Kahlo.
Loving the shooter over here too, right? Like on the flight deck. That's pretty good. We need some Top Gun music.
Pez had to get out of the throttle before he wanted to, before the stripe, unfortunately. And on the other side, another 66, 366 with a 9. That's good enough for the number 4 slot.
Man, they're throwing them out left and right now. Everybody's starting to get a handle on this racetrack. Obviously, it's very tricky out there. You see guys go out and laying down some really good runs, and the other guys, shaking and bouncing all over the place. So it's, I think I'm going to say the tune-up window right now might be a little narrow, especially with the heat. We're having clouds come in and out. The track temperature's going up and down, and it's tough. But if you get a hold of it, there's some good numbers out there.
But if you're outside of that box, though, Tommy, the nerves have got to start getting a little rattled because you're thinking, oh, God, we're way out of the box, and these guys are throwing up some big numbers.
Jason Harris, Mr. Party Time. Now, last time we were in Milan, you qualified second. We're not going to say what happened after that. Right now, you're sitting at the top of the board. What's it going to take to stay up at the top?
I was really surprised at that run. I mean, we kind of, the weather's not that great. It's hot. Feels like home. Feels like North Carolina to me. It's humid. So we kind of knew where we needed to be. Track was awesome. Just got to stay there. I mean, we're going to stay in front of these Hart Chargers and some of these Screw Chargers. Pro Charger's been behind me this whole time. So got to thank Hoosier Race Tire, Southern Diamond Company. Party Time's back at IHRA. What can I say? Harold Denton's legacy is going to live on. This is going to be a dogfight, and anybody can win this race from 1 to 16, or 32, actually. Yep.
Y'all just heard it right there from Jason Harris. Anyone can win this race.
And unfortunately, Larry Larson was to be part of this second pair in the far lane, was not able to back that one up. I'm guessing just continued on to the far end of the track. That'll leave us with a single here in Jackie Sloan Jr.
Yeah, and let's see how home court advantage plays out here. Jackie from Milan, Michigan, the 2024 Northern Nationals event winner, a Milan Dragway heads-up champ, so should have some good notes on this racetrack, Tommy.
He had another track pretty well. And we've watched it. You asked about the lane a little bit ago. I've been noticing the trend. You're right. All the cars in the left-hand lane, when they leave the start line, are pulling to the left and getting out of the groove a little bit, start to shake, and the guys can't just pull it back in right away.
Again, that's one for me. Huh?
And unfortunately, Jackie Sloan not able to stay under power to the stripe either. And once again, we're going to go back to Sarah Daly.
All right, guys, thank you once again. Joined now by John Montecalvo. It's good to see you again, old friend. The weather and the temperature are starting to change a bit. Before we talk about what you did a couple of weeks ago, how are you going to adjust the car for the racetrack out here this afternoon?
We've got our crew chief here. He's an HRA crew chief also, so we don't get his attention much, but we've got his full attention this weekend, and he's been out there checking the track. He thinks the track is awesome. So we made a few adjustments here and there. I'd rather not elaborate on it, but I think we're ready to go here.
Yeah, you said it was nice to have Lump back with you, so that has to make a difference when you have your complete team actually here at the track.
Positively, having Lump here, having his eyes. We operate by internet also. When he's not with us, we're sending information back and forth. But it's nothing like having him here. And as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best in the business.
So a couple of weeks ago, not exactly the result that you wanted, but what did you adjust to make some adjustments here, make sure that you go a little further?
Really, a couple weeks ago, the track conditions were fairly similar to what we have, the track. But the weather, obviously, was a lot cooler than what it is now. But we changed gear ratio, we changed the clutch around a little bit, and we think we got a pretty good handle on it. Last time we were here, we qualified number 3. We were pretty good during qualifying. But first round, we were way off. We just missed the combination. We actually weren't aggressive enough. So we're coming out here swinging today.
All right. Well, good luck. Be safe out there, and thanks again. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Sarah.
All right, guys. Back to you.
Here comes Mr. Robin Roberts. Always good to have Monte Cabo out here, and glad John made the trip back here. And you can tell by that accent he's from southern Alabama. So great to have the guy from Long Island over here with us. We love the former IHRA champ. We also love this guy coming up here. How about Robert Roberts in the far lane, current IHRA ET and mile per hour record holder, 363 with an 208.43. Unfortunately for him, as I recall, the chutes fell out of the back of this one.
Yeah, he was number one qualifier 2 weeks ago. First round, the parachute comes out when he leaves the starting line, and he still outrun him. And it's just a little tardy on the starting line, and number one qualifier went home first round.
Car runs good with the chutes out, even.
Yeah, he ran a great run with the chute.
I think he put a 70 in the 70s.
I think it was 71, yeah.
Good-looking race car. Just clean.
Very clean, yeah.
Gets after it and makes it to the stripe. Under power, puts a 369 on the board.
It's because you got the chutes in.
Good speed at 206 miles per hour. It definitely helps the speed when you leave the chutes in.
Yes, sir.
Jeff Rudolph, now we see you guys all serious. With the helmet on, it is game time serious. But you and Cole were up here going back and forth. Tell me what went on in that pass and what little side bet y'all had going.
Cole and I, a couple races, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, World Series, we had a side bet, reaction time, and $5,000 for the race, and I beat him on both, and he wanted a double or nothing on this one, just for the reaction time, and I think he got me. He had a 10. I think I had a 28, but it's fun. Cole's a good kid. I love the guy. I've known him for a while, so he's a great racer. Coming up, he's a mean little dude, but we'll beat him anytime he wants it.
These guys have fun. Don't let them fool you. They're serious drivers, but they also have fun. Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
They do have fun, and they love to bet. I saw those with the three of us up here. You're not able to get all the information out you want to get out, but I did see those two reaction times, and they're not always precedent here in qualifying, but an 0.28 light, an 0.10 light. So, yeah, I mean, they're ready to go. Now it makes sense.
Well, if I knew they had $5,000 on it, I mean, we would have paid a little attention.
Double or nothing, right?
Yeah, we might have paid a little more attention to it, yeah, but...
How about a heads up here? Give us some sort of sign. Side bet going on. Brad Eglian coming up here next in the far lane, and Kai Kelly. That beautiful 1984 Chevy Camaro.
Yeah,
steel body car.
He's the Season 6 No Prep Kings champ. Won the 2024 Snowbird National.
We know Kai likes to make a few side bets here and there and talk about big money, and he's won some big money, so no surprise to see him here this weekend.
In fact, he won the largest payout in cash days ever.
B-Rad will line up alongside in the far lane, that beautiful Mustang, the trunk car as it was. Oh, did I get that wrong again? Second time. Hey, at least I'm consistent. That is a 94 Chevy Lumina. I've done that twice. I look out there at that car, and it looks like a 5.0 Mustang trunk car.
Looks like a Fox body.
And again, another great side-by-side battle here. 386 for Kai Kelly, 396. Bit off the pace there for Eglian.
Yeah, Kai's not going to be happy with that at all. That really slow down low. Just I watching it on the monitor here and thinking, man, that car's just not going anywhere. And then it looked like, 300 feet or so, it kind of took off a little bit. But I know he's not going to be happy with that at all.
007 light for Eglian. Reaction time down. Need to pick up the pace.
Yeah, there's nothing apparent, nothing obvious. It was just slow, like they missed the clutch setup.
Well, if you like something just a little bit different, this might be the pair for you.
Yeah, both of them different, right? I mean, Craig Sullivan with that gorgeous 49 Merc. We've talked about the width of that car. It is massive, but it is a beautiful machine, and no mistaking Disco Dean. What I love about these cars, when you take a look at a Disco Dean and these no prep street guys that come out here, I mean, we saw him at, was it at Columbus where there was no lights and they were worried about the track? He said, let me fire it up. I'm ready to rip.
Yeah.
And he did. He put it out there and he went right down, and Frankie Taylor right behind him. They are ready to run. It doesn't matter what the track is because they're used to those conditions.
Well, this is the Taj Mahal of what they're used to racing on. So, yeah, no problem. Step out of the way. Let me get after it. So, yeah, just and the thing is so smooth. That's where I think he has such an advantage sometimes is that car goes down the racetrack no matter the conditions. It's very smooth, always going straight down the racetrack, and that's going to win you some drag races.
Sully, on the other hand, on the other side in the near lane. Let's see if he can get that beautiful car down the track out of Plainfield, Indiana, just outside of Avon, Brownsburg area, Indianapolis area, if you were.
I would love to have been sitting in on the meeting when those guys were trying to figure out what kind of body to run on the car, and somebody went, how about a Merc?
And boy, they go side by side in a big way. 373 to a 374, 023 light, 028 light. That would be a great round of competition at any given time. Sully, with the quicker of the two passes in that 023 light, puts that 373 on the board. And on the other side, Disco Dean, again, that car just straight as a string, 028 light, ready to go with a 374. And honestly, you could get the shoe polish out with that thing. I mean, there's a guy that could go run Top Sportsman and take the money.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Craig Sullivan, he struggled the first couple of races at Columbus and up here. We knew that car had more performance in it, and now it's headed the right direction. He went and did a little testing before coming here, and it's paying off.
You're racing a steel body Camaro, not the most aerodynamic car out here. Do you ever feel like you're at a disadvantage than these other guys?
Yeah, but I like doing things with less. We took that same car to the biggest pro mod race in the world and won it, you know, at Snowbirds in Florida this past winter. So we know it can do it. It's the fastest steel body car in the world right now. It went a 359. So we know it's got it in it. We just got to work harder to run with these cars, and that's what makes it fun.
Y'all just heard it. Cat Kelly, he knows he has what it takes to take home $125,000.
As our next pair backs up, Mike DiDomenico and Frankie Taylor, the madman. If you missed Columbus, this was the final. Frankie Taylor took home the spoils. Mike DiDomenico unfortunately had a mechanical there, and they since figured that out, came back here to Milan and had a really fast race car. He's still a mile-per-hour record holder at Columbus.
And Frankie Taylor in that blue Camaro, three-time ADRL champ.
He's a madman. We were talking about this before as well. He also has an IHRA win in Australia.
Yeah, we're talking about. I says, well, it's not really a pro modified win. It's a top door slammer down there, but that's their pro modified class, and there's some heavy hitters down there. If he won that race, he earned it.
Yeah, if you've ever had an Outlaw Pro Mod race, you probably had Frankie Taylor there. DiDomenico barely keeping that one off the wall. It was close.
That near lane, Tommy's going to bite somebody.
Yeah, it's loose early. I mean, you see the cars, and they're all going to the left, and it's just set up. It's not really anything to do with the lane. It's this, they're pushing it, and the car's moving a little bit to the left. And I'll tell you what, Mike drove it further than I would have. He drove it a long ways, and without having to. You try to finesse it. You just don't want to yank him back over. He was trying to finesse it, but it wasn't coming back, and he drove it a long ways before he lifted.
The Corvette in the near lane. As you can see, way over there, and Frankie Taylor dumps the laundry down at the other end, put the 69 on the board, win a 66 here a couple of weeks ago.
Disco Dean, Craig Sullivan, we're having fun up here. They're saying I need hair and makeup because I'm sweating, but we're good. 373, 374. These guys were right there that entire pass. Just walk me through what it's going to take to get up past Disco Dean.
Well, it's not getting in front of him because I was in front of him. So he was asleep on the tree. But
Now, I mean, it's a hot day, and it's all going to be in your shock package and your tune package to get down this deal. And that was a good A to B for us, and we'll grow it from there. We're pretty confident.
Hey, he's confident in his game. How confident are you?
Good. I think we got the 2 oldest cars on the property here, the 2 most unaerodynamic equipped cars here. Obviously, I'm still roofing quarters, but I'll take a 73 off the trailer. That's pretty good for old heavy girl. We put her on a diet. I lost 5 pounds this week. The car lost about 25, so we picked up a little bit, but it's hot and greasy out here. So the only thing I got to say is if you guys want to see this chick in a bikini, put up them views. Make sure the viewership turns up, and she might even put on a bikini top for us.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But congratulations on a great run. Frankie, Madman, Taylor, we have fun up here, guys. We have a lot of fun up here. That's all I'm saying.
What you got?
She getting paid for this? They are having some fun. That's great. A lot of fun. Kurt Stedding, another tough player here alongside Callie Mills. Callie Mills in the far lane with the American Pride Camaro.
Yeah. Kurt, a runner-up in the World Series of Pro Mod.
Yeah, we talked about Ty Tutterow. We saw him out here a little bit ago. Todd Tutterow doing the tuning duties on Kurt Stedding. Kurt with a handful right there. Had to put some wheel in it. Decided to get out of the throttle and save it for another day. 365 with a 5. Beautiful job right there as he will just miss the number 1. I'm sorry. She will just miss the number 1 spot.
By a thou.
By a thou.
Boy, Tommy, if you really have an opportunity to run that far lane, that's the time to really screw it up and let it go, right?
Yeah, well, you can see Stedding's car. It went left. As soon as he dropped the clutch and on it thing went left, pulled it back to the right, but just that lane is tough right now.
All right, guys, once again, join Chris Powers real quick, so I'll let you go. You want to make some changes and make sure that you had a little bit different of an approach in this race with last week and then a runner-up. You want to make sure you come out on top and maybe do 3 sanction winner.
Yeah, we're going to try to get another W here. We've ran really good. The track's really good, and we've been pretty strong all year. So Chuck's doing a good job with the Sunny Power under the hood. So we're going to go out here, just make a nice A to B run, and then we'll just pick a way out of it and try to get it on the pole.
What did you come in mentally wanting to adjust to make sure you capitalized on some things out here?
Just back it off a little bit when it's a hot track, pull a little clutch out of it and soften it up just to make a nice A to B to get some information, and then pretty much that's it. And then we'll come back here in the next round and try to load it up for war.
Okay, I appreciate your time greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And it looks like we'll have another single run here. Wes DiStefano coming up next, the reigning 2024 Milan Dragway Pro Mod champ. Beautiful 72 Oldsmobile Cutlass.
Done up like a Hurst Olds, and man, that thing looks good.
Yeah, took it to the final here 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, put 367 on the board here just a couple of weeks ago. It'll run.
We just need Linda here. Got the right car. We just need Linda. Love you, Linda. Hope you're watching.
And puts a 371 with a 2 on the board, 202.5.
Nice, consistent pass out of that car. You know,
yeah, 035.
It's not throwing up
where
the big
he was
numbers. Yeah, it's not throwing.
2 weeks ago, 67 when it cools and higher 60s when it cools off, and right around the low 70 here during the heat.
Yeah, and he said we're working on suspension because they changed a bunch of stuff. So they're getting there. 371, 202. It's running good through the middle.
And he was driving a little bit. So
yeah,
he gets it settled down. It'll be fast. Kristen.
Frankie, Madman Taylor, you got some unfinished business here in Milan. Last time we were here, your car didn't start, after the burnout, dead, nothing.
Sick.
How are you going to finish on top this weekend?
Well, we found some new power. We've worked on some compression and stuff like that because 70 over, it ain't got nothing. It's a dog out the back. It ran pretty good right there to the middle. Now, hopefully we had enough stuff in it that it actually saved it and didn't hurt nothing, and we can go back and tune it up from there and maybe give us I'm not sure if we can run with all these 4.9s and stuff, but we're going to run pretty good. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, it's good. Hopefully we can win this thing. We need to win it. We need the money worse than anybody out here except for maybe Stinky. He might need it worse than I do, but I don't know. I need it bad. But, yes, I want to thank my sponsors, Snap-on, Benji Lap, and TRM. Get your car fixed. Go to TRM in Pasadena. And then, hi, Ellie.
Hey, they need to hire you to be on their commercial because that was great. We've seen this man win. He can do it again here.
Thank you for putting this on for us.
Thank you.
And we're going to shift categories here. We will go into Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Mike Murphy out of Coral Springs, Florida, will be on a single.
I don't think we've seen Mike so far this year.
And there were a couple of cars that rolled in the gate that we did not see on the entry list that showed up here yesterday, today. 438 be the first one on the board. And once again, we'll go up to Kay Banks.
Callie Mills, you're sitting in that number 2 spot right now. How do you keep it moving forward?
Well, you see, the plan was this run, we were just going to go out there and go as fast as we could and then see if it stuck. As Dad says, we were going to be number 1 or shake the tire. Well, we weren't number 1, we're number 2, so I guess you can't complain about that. But going into these next 2 qualifiers, I want a new personal best. I want to break into the 50s, and that's my goal. One of my goals for this weekend, on top of winning, of course. But we're going to go out there. We're just going to give it all we got and try to see if we can take number 1. I know that all these guys out here, the weather's going to get good. The track's going to get even better. It's really good right now. But, yeah, so we're just going to keep on going, swinging for the fences for it.
Y'all just heard it from Callie Mills, determined to make it into the 5s this weekend. Right. Good luck.
Thank you.
That'll be a strong pass, no doubt. Plenty of cars on the property that have been there.
I stopped by and talked to her and her dad earlier today, and he said, "Do you remember her signing her helmet when she raced junior dragsters in Topeka back in whatever year?" And I'm like, "No, but now you're making me feel old." And we talked a little more, and I said, "I won my first IHRA race in '87," and she said, "I wasn't even born yet." So then I was really old and I left.
Kurt Neighbor and Dylan Voss will be our next pair. Kurt Neighbor, of course, legendary inside of this category. We were trying to remember how old he was, and we know 75 plus. We think somewhere around 77 years old. He's up there, but I'll tell you what, I mean, he's got some really cool cars, including a 64 Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt 427 Superstock B stick car with aluminum heads. Incredible piece, 427 high riser FE that makes over 950 horsepower in Superstock trim. Pretty impressive, and won class at the U.S. Nationals. That's a pretty good day. And he's also pretty wicked out here, too, in this category.
Yeah, we saw 2 weeks ago. I think he went semifinals and had a good day. Right? Did he go all the way to the finals? I know at least semis. He was having issues with it rolling through the beams, and it won him one round and lost him another.
He did not make it to the finals.
Nope, semis, yep.
Kurt Neighbor, the Nostalgia Superstock World Champion, 3 years, 95, 96, and 2011.
There's a little gap between them.
Yeah, a little bit. Hasn't lost his touch, though.
Still getting it done.
Yeah, I talked to him at lunch over there a little earlier today, and he said he's having a time of his life.
Dylan Voss in the bar lane out of West Palm, Florida. And Kurt Neighbor will have the better of the 2 ETs at a 4:14, a 4:15 for Dylan Voss. And I mean right there with him. Both of them respectable reaction times as well. An 0:41 and an 0:30 light for Dylan Voss.
This class has put on such a great show with the first 2 events. Such great side-by-side racing. And right out of the box, we haven't seen a lot of 14s early in qualifying at the last 2 races. Here we are, second pair of cars out, 4:14 to 4:15. That shows signs of things to come later on tonight.
So Kurt Neighbor, your number 1 qualifier as it stands right now, followed up by Dylan Voss and Mike Murphy. And one of the best to play the game, former IHRA champ here in the category, Mr. John Montecalvo.
2009 IHRA champ.
Yeah, of course, Monty out of Center Moriches, New York. Actually a 3-time Mountain Motor Pro Stock champ. 2021 Mustang. Used to be a House Sonny Leonard car. Now, and looking at this thing, a 2022 Ford. He was Chevrolet and he was Sonny Leonard. Now he's Ford and John Kazi. Poor old Sonny. Sonny's like rolling over in his grave. Are you kidding me right now? But great respect there between those engine builders. And obviously, John, just a great driver. That team has been around and so successful. And Strobe Lander on the other side. We'll see what he can throw up on the board here today. 2001 Chevrolet Cavalier.
Love the sound of Mountain Motor Pro Stocks. That's a deep, throaty idle.
Yeah, and hear him pull the lever. And Montecalvo will go to the number 1 spot with a 4.13 and an 8.090 light. Doesn't matter here today. A little bit early there for Strobe in reaction time department, but a 4.20 is the ET.
Montecalvo, he came out 2 weeks ago and ran well. I think he qualified number 2 and come out today.
He went to the top of the charts in the first qualifier. I think he ended up third in the second one.
Yep. Having that tuner with him this weekend might have made a difference. Nice lap, first time out.
If that had been the finals, I'd have beat him.
Kurt, neighbors, now you just said if that was the finals, I would have beat him because last time we were in Milan, Dylan Voss made it to the finals. You just ran faster than him. Knowing that you have the speed to make it to the finals and win, how do you carry that confidence into the weekend?
And I just try to carry it all weekend, try to do the right things, not make any mistakes, because there's 100 mistakes you made. I made about 95 of them so far, so there's still 5 of them out there I can do for sure. But the car's fantastic. IHRA is incredible. Why everybody in the world isn't racing it, I don't know. They brought the life back into me and a bunch of other races. Yeah.
Hey,
really appreciate that.
I got to mention, I'm loving the driving glasses. Have y'all seen these things? So stylish. Kurt Neighbor right there. Oh, that's his secret. Don't tell anyone.
You see that Christmas tree just a little bit better as Chris Powers comes up here. You talked about Chris Powers. He has been dominating here. Dominating. We've had a couple of events, but still so very good at what he does out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. And he's in the near lane. He'll line up alongside Dwayne Rice, who's been running Mountain Motor Pro Stock since 1997, is in the far lane.
Chris Powers went runner-up first IHRA race in Columbus, came back 2 weeks ago and won the race here. And that car has dominated this Mountain Motor Pro Stock class so far this season. Just the car to beat. He's got a little confidence with it as well, don't he? I like that. Yeah, I like that.
2024 Pro Stock champ. That thing sashayed around just a little bit for Chris Powers. Talented driver, puts a 4.16 on the board. The quicker of the 2 passes was put down by Dwayne Rice at a 4.14. 004 light for Chris Powers. Think he's ready?
Yeah, he's been knocking the tree down as well. I think he was 003 last 2 weeks ago in the final.
Dwayne Rice with that 4.14 and a 4 will be good enough for the 3 spot. And let's go up to Kristen Banks. She has our good friend John Montecalvo.
John Montecalvo, walk me through that pass running a 4.13. It's pretty fast out of this group.
You know, Kristen, it was a pretty good run, but we did shake the tires a little bit. So we've got some improvement. There's no doubt about it. But I think right now we're either one or two. So we're in pretty good shape considering this heat. I mean, it is humid. It is miserable. I'm happy we have our crew chief with us this weekend. We didn't have him last time we were here. He does double duty over at NHRA also. So I think we're going to have a good weekend.
What difference does it make having your crew chief with you?
Well, you know, we do a lot of tuning by internet. You know, no matter where he is, you know, we send him all our information. But there's nothing better than having his eyes actually on the track. I mean, my guys are good, but he's probably one of the best in the country.
Well, y'all just heard it right there from John Montecavo. He's going to set the bar high this weekend. He's got his crew chief right there with him.
We definitely are. Thank you, Kristen.
Great effort, and of course he is in the number 1 spot, 413 with an 8, 414 with a 1 is Kurt Neighbor. In the number 2 spot, Dwayne Rice is 3rd at 414 with a 4. Dylan Voss is 4th with a 415 and an 8. You hear what I'm saying here? 13, 14, 14, 15. Chris Powers, a 416 with a 4, is in the 5th spot. Stroblander missed it just a tick with a 420, and Mike Murphy at a 438.
Nice tight field already.
Give them 2 more looks at it.
Yeah, we've seen Chris Powers run a 16, you know, earlier, last couple races, then come out on the next qualifying session, go right to the top.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's awesome? We've got over 10,000 people tuned in right now watching us live, and more coming.
Great stuff. Kristen?
Chris Powers, you've been pretty dominant in this class so far this year. What's it going to take to go out on top this weekend?
Well, we made a nice clean hit. That's what we wanted to do with that fresh bullet in the car, so we'll come back and rev it up a little bit and get after it. I mean, 004 on a tree, so we're ready to go. We're ready for round 1. So we're going to try to just do what we've been doing, get to the finals, and then finish it off.
Y'all just heard it. Chris Powers, he means business. Coming here to finish it off. Thank you.
Oh, Chris Powers, as you talked about before, always very confident. And with 2 more looks at this track, I mean, listen, they're all going to be right there.
Well, I think if it cools down a little bit, we're not going to be running teens. We're going to see some O's in that Mountain Motor Pro Stock car for sure. 413 right out of the box. It's only 3 or 400s.
Yeah, I mean, he was 412 2 weeks ago, or a couple weeks ago at Columbus, I should say.
Yeah, and it's still 87 degrees out there.
174 miles an hour, and he'll be right there.
If we can get that temp down, track a little tighter.
I think better keep their eyes on Dwayne Rice, too.
You ain't kidding.
Tommy, would you be getting a little concerned if you're one of those guys, as we talked about, that's outside of the box right now, seeing the quality of the numbers that have been laid down, that maybe that hole's getting pretty deep?
Not yet. I mean, it's a pretty confident group of race car drivers out here, and with 2 more shots at it today, I think their confidence level is still pretty high. But let me tell you, you see the guys come and have problems on the starting line early in the run. They do that again, then there's concern.
Yeah.
Let's get it down there. Everybody came here to win $125,000 in Pro Mod, and you have a bad run the first run. Okay, well, that's cool. We'll get it next time. And you have a second bad run, tensions are going to get high. The cash is getting further away, not closer.
Yeah.
By the way, I want to give some love to the guy sitting behind us, Dave Wozolowski. We call him Data Dave. He came up with the software that we are watching here to help us during qualifying so we can see live timing and scoring and keep track of where the order is. Unfortunately, the timing system that we have here does not allow us to do that. So he came up with some software and has been updating stuff as we went along, and it's immensely healthy, or helpful, I should say. I mean, it's outstanding job, Dave. Outstanding.
He does a great job.
Yeah, I'm impressed. This has changed the whole game. You know, a couple of weeks ago, we weren't even able to tell you where they currently were qualified, you know, at the time. And now it's like, I look over at your screen, I'm like, oh, okay, they're 4th.
Buy him some ice cream.
Yeah.
Maybe a cheeseburger.
Maybe.
Well, yeah, he did like the hot dogs a couple weeks ago.
He did.
Yeah.
I think he had 2. He might have had mine, now that I think about it.
Yeah, that was a pretty good first session all around, pro mods and the pro stock cars, and just it was a good session. I'm really impressed by, we got a lot more pro modified cars here this weekend. They all come out and put on a pretty good show.
Sure did.
Should be fun to watch him come out here this second session. I mean, I think really goes back to what you said. Now, keep in mind, more than half, as a matter of fact, at least half the field has not been to an IHRA event yet this year.
Yeah. So no data.
Much to my surprise, you would think the bulk of those would have already been here, but I want to say it was near 20 of the 40 cars were new on the list. So they'll have a new look at this track, another look at this track coming back around. But the consistency that these tracks have been in the air that we've been in, I would expect some nice changes.
Yeah, it's a great. I think there was 23 to 25 cars, I think, 2 weeks ago here, and now you come in here, there's almost 40 cars, I think, today. So there's a lot of guys that have the first shot at these conditions out here, this racetrack, and now they've got some data. They'll come back here the second session, and that'll be pretty entertaining.
So as we continue here, the top sportsman cars will come out, and the top bulb cars will also come out. We're going to take a break here because the boss is he's getting tired. When was the last time you did this, man?
Been a bit.
Just kidding you, of course. We're going to take a quick break, though, and the cars will keep racing, so don't go anywhere. Plenty of racing action, but we're going to send it back over to the house PA, and Brent does a wonderful job, so we'll let him call top sportsman and the top bulb 64-car shootout.
So here we go. Again, this is eliminations, and you are going to see a staggered start, so don't be alarmed when one of them takes off first. The Hillbilly Duster on the left side of Billy Howard, going to be dialed 623. A second and a half later, the dragster of Howard Michael over on the right side, the man with two first names, going to go down and try to catch Howard at the big end. Howard out of St. Clair, Michael out of Newport in the dragster. Boy, and somebody had a really good light, and it was not Michael. Billy Howard was 005 up front, and that's how you do it. Billy Howard in the Duster, moving on to round number 2. He was 005 up front, 626 on his 623 dial-in. If it tells you anything, Howard Michael went 476 with a 2 on the 476 for the loss. As Billy Howard got to the starting line, 12 thousandths ahead. Keith Richards and David Bice. Bice in the right lane, Richards over on the left side. 85 Mustang. Out in round number 1 is David Bice. His 51 up front, 584 on his 582, and Bice moving on to round number 2. Door car on dragster, Matthew Gramlich, out of Monroe, Michigan, 2008 Diamond Dragster on the right side, but it is not backing up. And now you see the crew, the IHRA crew, headed down to see if that machine is going to be able to back up, and it looks like they're pushing it backwards. Corey Blackford, 1972 Dodge Colt. I almost said Dart there for a second. Colt on the left side of the racetrack, 440 cubic inches of Chrysler power. Going to be sitting over here, and you know that that is not what you wanted in the first round for Matt Gramlich. So there's the call. There is the signal from the crew. That old signal that shows Gramlich is broken and cannot make the pass. So Corey Blackford, gonna get to go on a single. You don't mind having it right now because it's basically like another time shot now. And if they only got one, he will take the second one. And he's 003 red, does not matter. Blackford moving on to round number 2, goes 597 on the 595 dial. Next pair up. Michael Gramlich, hope he has better luck than the Matt Gramlich machine. That's the 78 G body on the right side. The Malibu out of Monroe, Michigan. Left side, that second-gen Camaro of Alan Bell out of Milan, Michigan. 496 cubic inches of big block. Going to be dialed 612 to the 595 of Gramlich. Knocks it 031 red. Gramlich was behind, went 595. Dead on with a 3 was 002 red. But Bell did it first. So Michael Gramlich moves on to round number 2. There is Bill Edwards and Chuck Ridnour. Ridnour, the 1963 Corvette Roadster over here on the left side, dialing at 514. A second earlier is going to be the Fox Body Mustang of Bill Edwards on a 615 dial. Wheels up for Edwards. Ridnour going to see if he can chase him down. Edwards had the whole shot, but goes under. He was 11 up front. Goes 609 on the 615, and Bill Edwards out in round number 1. Nailed the tree, but took too much stripe. Chuck Ridnour moving on to round 2 with 515 on his 514 dial. Door car on the right side of Bill Swain out of Ionia, Michigan. Chevy Cavalier over on that right side, the attitude adjustment. My wife will tell you I need one of those. Left side, Jerry Oley. Oley out of Monroe, Michigan. The Diamond Dragster was 632 cubic inches. 480 the dial in for Oley, 559 for Swain. Starting line advantage for Swain, and he goes dead on. He goes dead on with an 8. So Bill Swain was 20 up front, dialed 559, goes 559 with an 8. Left side goes 481 on his 480 dial for Oley, but 45 up front, mathematically ineligible. Jeff Hura and Rick Schneider. Schneider on the left side. Pair of long cars here. 429 going to be the dial in over on the left side for Schneider. A half a second head start for Jeff Hura on the right side, 478 to the 429 of Schneider. And Rick Schneider says, hide the razor blades. I'm 001 red. Goes 430 on the 429. Jeff Hura says, thank you very much. 27 on the tree, goes 477 with an 8 on the 478. Schneider, 1 foul under on the starting line. Next pair up out of Centerburg, Ohio, Drew Elliott, 2024 Diamond Dragster on the right side, a beautiful machine. The left side, the Lawrence Motorsports Roadster of Jason Richardson out of Walton, Kentucky. So 575 for the Roadster on the left side, 498 for the Dragster dial in over there on the right side. Somebody was 11 on the tree. That somebody was Jason Richardson. And with the whole shot there, it breaks out Elliott. Richardson is 11 on the tree, goes 577. Elliott was 40 up front, no room to work, goes down there, still doesn't get there, goes under by 2 thou. And Jason Richardson moves on to round number 2. The pink taco machine of Jeremy York out of Selma, Indiana, 632 cubic inches of power, 446 the dial in on the left side. Bullseye firearms machine on the right side, dialed 452. That is Frank Brink. Brink out of PA. York, a Hoosier on the left side. Oh, 11 thou separates him on the starting line, and dead on with a 2. Frank Brink, 24 on the tree, dead 2, 26 total for Brink. York went 448, 35 up front, mathematically ineligible when he let go because Brink was 26 total. Scott Seibel and David Davis. Davis, boy, that's easy. You didn't have to spell your name very many times. You only spelled it once. David Davis, 3rd gen Camaro on the left side out of Toledo, dialed 659. Fox body Mustang with 363 inches of small block Ford, 595 the dial for Scott Seibel over there on the Sickweed side of the racetrack. Wheels up, launch for Seibel as he tries to run down Davis. Davis with a little bit of a starting line advantage, but looky there. Scott Seibel goes 595 with a 1 on his 595 dial. Just 1 thou above the dial, and that's what he needed to do. Davis had a little bit of a hole shot, but Seibel did exactly what he needed to do. He took that strike by 5 thousandths of a second. Another pair of the long cars, Tyler Schneider and Dwayne Hall. Hall on the right side out of Lancaster, Kentucky. Left side, that is Schneider out of Livonia, Michigan. 464 the dial in for the left side dragster, right side on a 475. Oh, somebody in big trouble. You better hope Schneider catches it. He does catch it. As Hull missed the tree, coasted down, went 519. I shouldn't say that's coasting, but Schneider caught it and goes 475 for the W. He noticed that Hull was nowhere to be found after that reaction time. Door cars getting ready to get it done here. American Race Cars 62 Chevy of Shelley Elrod. 548 cubic inches, dialing at 6 flat. The right side on a 657 dial, that's David Lanning in the round body S10 out of Coldwater, Michigan. Half a second apart. That S10 gonna leave, and then the Nova gonna try to chase him down. Room to work there. Elrod had the better of the reaction time and goes dead on with an 8. Nice pass there for Elrod. 25 up front, dead 8 out the back. Lanning was 32 up front, goes 661, just can't get there. Daniel Weissel in the right lane, and check out, boy, get your sunglasses out for that paint job. Pro-built construction machine of Kendall and Jacobs. Boy, that thing, and I'm looking through some tinted glass, so I'm sure it's got all the color. They said, how many colors do you want to use? Kendall said, all of them. 470 the dial in for that dragster on the left side. 498 for the stealth black machine of Weissel. Weissel with a big starting line advantage, but the pace, goes 5:45 on that 498. Jacobs was 70 on the tree and said, oh boy, I got away with one there. Weissel was 15 up front, but falls off the pace. As Jacobs drives around, goes 480, and moving on to the next round. Jason Jensen, left side of the racetrack, and Frankie McCullough. McCullough, the 1998 Danny Nelson dragster, on the right side, down at 475. A quarter of a second quicker, Vicksburg, Michigan. Jensen down 453. Oh, here's a race. 13 up front and a 008. And the 008 gets the W as McCullough goes under by 3 thousandths of a second. Jensen was 008, goes 454. McCullough was 13 on the tree, but goes 474.6 on that 475 dial. Another pair of dragsters here, the right side there. That's Tony Elrod out of Howell, Michigan. I hear that Elrod name multiple times this weekend. 2 cars in this shootout and a car in Top Sportsman. Jacob Nori on the left side. 502 the dial here for the machine on the left side. 464 for the Elrod machine over on the sick week side. So just under a half a second separate these two. You're going to see Nahori away, Elrod away, and almost identical on the starting line. It's an 11 to a 16, and the 11 gets the win on the double breakout. Jacob Nahori was 11 up front, 5:014, good 5 thousandths under the dial in. Elrod got down there, took half a dragster length and should have not taken that much. It's going to be hard to beat that Nahori machine. Tony Elrod was 16 on the tree. Not too shabby, but not good enough to get it done. Tony Youssef, that absolutely stunning looking 1967 Nova over on the right side. And Jason Drinich. I had a test on this before we started, and then I go and flub it up. 517 for the motorcycle on the left side. 519 for the Nova. Starting line advantage goes to Durnich. But Youssef goes dead on with a 3. Dialed 519 and goes 519.3. The motorcycle was 20 on the tree, goes 520. Youssef gets to the finish line 15 thousandths of a second ahead. Kara Joe Brink and Chase McKay. McKay, left side. Another one of those Bullseye Firearms gun vault machines on the right side for Brake out of Pennsylvania. 441, dialed quicker. The left side. TSI Mechanical Contractors machine of McKay. 470 the number for Brink. Brink is 006 on the tree. McKay was trip, zip, red. Reaction time, 0.0007. So McKay lets go 7/10 thousandths too soon. Check out the Chevette on the right side, 415 cubic inches of small block Chevrolet down at 6 flat. The Sniper X big block Chevrolet, 632 cubic inches of Brandon Wack over here on the left side in the dragster. The longest car on the property and the shortest car on the property meeting off here in round number 1. just 5 thousandths apart on the starting line, but the win light shines on a double breakout for Brandon Wack. He's under his dial in by 2 10,000ths of a second. And Hensley in that Chevette was quite a bit under. So Brandon Wack moving on. Troy Stone going to be on the right side. Got that baby blower on there, the 250 blower on the Oakley-built big block Chevy out of Kentucky is where the engine builder is, but the car is out of Elkhart, Indiana. Troy Stone. Left side, Marty Libat. Marty, 1979 Valare Road Runner, 625. The dial in for the Road Runner, 433 for that dragster. So you got the Road Runner going to take off first, and we got to see if the Coyote can catch him there. Road Runner, that Coyote's after you. Here he goes. Boy, oh boy. Stone with a significant starting line advantage, and the Stone machine goes 436. Was 004 up front. Road Runner was 35 on the tree. And when your competitor is 004, it's hard to do anything with it. So Troy Stone moving on. Kirby McLennan and Kim Moritz. Moritz, the notch back here on the left side, down at 672 with a 351 small block Ford. Right side, 604 cubic inches of big block with a blower. 423 the dial in for McLennan. McLennan is 15 on the tree. Moritz is 35 on the tree and going dead on with a 5. Kirby McLennan, 15 on the tree. 5 thou above, 20 total. That locks Moritz out. And Kirby McLennan moving on. Next pair, again, of the long cars. Ryan Sparks and Connor Glasser. Glasser out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. The 2020 Oakley Power Miller Dragster. And Connor misses the tree a little bit. He's 59 up front, breaks out by 6 thou. Ryan Sparks was 14 up front, 441 on the 439 dial. Goes down there, takes 15 thou at the finish line, and that's exactly the way to do it. Shanna Stone in the right side, the little round S10. 433 cubic inches of Chevy power. Right, the left side out of Kendallville, Indiana. That's Jeff Smith Jr. Big block Chevy power in the 1990 Buick Skylark. Big starting line advantage for Stone, and that usually does exactly that. Stone was 16 up front, goes 609. Smith dead on with a 6 for the L. He was 56 on the tree, and Jeff Smith dead on the starting line as Shanna Stone was 16, tightens it up, and goes 609 for the W. American Race Cars machine on the left side for Brittany Ulmer. Right side, Ron Barnhill. That very quick 1998 SN95 Mustang, 632 inches of big block there on the right side, down 479 for the door car and 473 for the dragster. .003 and 12 up front. Ulmer was .003, goes 475. Barnhill was 12 up front. Goes 477 on the 479. I'm going to say Ulmer said, here, have you some of this finish line. So I think Omer probably fed the finish line to Barnhill was 003. Good way to work.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman to the lanes, please. Top sportsman to the lanes, please.
All right, Cody Height and Paul Purswinger. Purswinger on the right side, the 2019 Dragster. The left side, the G-Body 1980 Malibu. 402 small block Chevy there, 639 the dial, 450 smooth for Purswinger on the right side. So nearly a 2-second head start for the Malibu. He's 19 up front. Let's see if Purswinger can get around. And with a dead 6 pass, that's the L for Purswinger as Cody Height is 19 up front and dead on with a 625 total. So good lick there for Cody Height. Moving that Malibu on to round number 2. There's another L-Rod machine. I'm going to call these two, we'll call them heavy hitters. Ricky Adkins, the 61 Mini Cooper, dialing at 489. Jamie Elrod in the Dragster, 465. And Adkins knew he needed a good light and took too much. 2 thou. 2 thou red for Adkins and Jamie Elrod moving on to round number 2. She's 15 on the tree, goes 469 on that 465. Moving on to the next round. Thomas Hott, dialed 582, the 1973 Datsun 240Z. I think a 240Z, no, it was a 260, was the first car I ever went over 100 miles an hour in.
That's scary.
That was scary. And I wasn't driving. That was even worse. Joe Chicalo over here on the left side. Wow, somebody's 006 and somebody's reaction time starts with a 1. And that's correct. Joe Chicalo. 567 was 006 on the tree, and Thomas Hott was not 006 on the tree. I'll let him tell the story later to you if he really wants to disclose it. Troy Williams Jr. out of Bradenton, Florida, the Overkill Motorsports machine on the right side. On the left side, small block Ford Power machine of Trinity Marshall. Marshall out of Fisherville, Kentucky. Williams spending the summer up here racing with IHRA's. 13 up front, goes 471. Marshall was 30 red, not 1 red, 30 red. So definitely a little early let go there for Marshall. Troy Williams, as I've said many times over the last month, moving on to the next round. Oh, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes for Q2. Top Sportsman to the lanes for Q2, please. Eric Paterka. In the left side, 615 cubic inches, 469 the dial in there for the Dragster. And Jacob McNeil, you saw him running Pro Mod. Went 369 in Pro Mod, as a matter of fact. In the right side, down 461 in that Road Warrior FTI Dragster. So almost identical on the dial-ins, but Paterka had a good hole shot, but McNeil gets around to take the strike by 0.005 of a second. So Jacob McNeil was a little late, but goes dead on with a 3 to get there by 55/10 thousandths of a second. the Bob's Pro Fab machine, the 2019 Corvette out of Culleoka, Tennessee, on the right side of the racetrack. Beautiful Corvette Roadster. But check out, boy, that classic, beautiful looking Malibu of Connor Jensen. Jensen out of Vicksburg, Michigan. And Mandel all the way up from Tennessee, down there south of Nashville. So the Malibu SS here on the left side, and Mandel in that roadster on the right. Boy, what a pass here, too. 008 to a 13 on the tree. The 008 went to Connor Jensen. And he's 008, 6047. Takes the stripe by 7 thousandths of a second. Mandel was 13 on the tree. Goes 72 with a 9 on the 71. And Connor Jensen puts together a lap there to take out Bob Mandel in round 1. Joe Hessling, 2023 Dragster Advanced design over there on the right side of the racetrack, and the steel horse, Mr. Jim Laney, 67 Mustang, 509 cubic inches, a big block Ford. Down 583 for the Mustang, and the 431 for that machine of Hessling over on the right side. Again, I'll say it one more time. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. 20 bolt for Hessling, 16 bolt for Laney, and Jim Laney, Mr. Jimmy, goes 584, 16 up front. As Hessling was 20 on the tree and gets down there and goes 430 with a 6 on the 431 to go 4th out under. Took 13 at the stripe and only needed to take whatever the math is. I know I have some bracket racing friends probably listening online, and they will totally make fun of me if I do the wrong math. So you know what I do? Don't do the math. They pay me for my good looks, not my math skills. Todd Zeller, check out that, man. That's a pretty machine and a completely different looking setup there. Got a Copo LS engine on it. The supercharger. Right side, Jack Beach. And it doesn't matter what Zeller does because Beach left red. Zeller was real late, but probably saw that red light and started hitting the bump. Goes 437 on the 441, and Zeller moving on to the next round. Final car of the category, Chris Goebel, 2024 Dragster, 598 inches of blown big block, dialing it 430. So Goebel was dialed 433. He's 005 red, goes under by 13 10,000ths of a second. And that wraps up round number 1 of the 64 car top bulb shootout. 10 grand to the winner tonight. Top Sportsman, you should be in my lanes. If you're not in them yet, I sure hope you're rolling this way. I see some of you coming down that back road. Going to do a little touch up here at the starting line area as we get ready to go into Q2 for our top sportsman category. For everybody watching online, my name's Brent Carver. You've been watching me here for a little bit now. I've got you on the screen next to me. So perhaps we can, I try to get on there and answer a question every now and then, but we appreciate every one of y'all for being on here. Got almost 2,500 people watching online, plus lots of folks here in the stands, and lots of folks will be coming in throughout the evening as we still have 2 rounds of Pro Mod qualifying, 2 rounds of all of our Pro categories. So we got Top Sportsman coming up. We've got 2 more rounds of Mountain Motor Pro Stock. We got 2 more rounds of Pro Modified. What an evening. There's a little bit of a breeze headed down the racetrack. Going from the starting line, headed right straight down. Both flags are standing out. It's particularly nice up here in the tower. The air conditioning is blowing fine up here. But the sky is clear. The folks have come out I think 90% of the spectators are all under the same shade tree. Y'all put your hands up over there. We appreciate each and every one of you. I know nobody's going to get up right now and go get them something to eat because you don't want to give up your spot in the shade. But beautiful day here. They're going to touch up the racetrack, spray the starting line a little bit, got the rotators out. I know sometimes we see online, and I see responses throughout the week after a race. Oh, too much time prepping the track. If you think there's too much time prepping this track, you haven't watched very many races. You've never been to a radial race if you think we're spending any time prepping the track. But it's imperative, if you want to see the best passes and you want to see all the cars go down the racetrack and continue to get faster, you have to maintain that racetrack throughout the afternoon. So pretty much in regular succession, at particular times, they will go out and they'll run those rotators. They'll spray the starting line. Maybe they spray the whole thing. Maybe they spray the shutdown. But it's maintenance throughout the day that makes for the consistent passes so that each time they come up, they expect the same racetrack every time. That's how those tuners then earn their job. Is they go up there and they say, okay, let's look at the data from the last pass. How does it compare? How does the racetrack compare now to the racetrack for the last round? And then they'll make those adjustments throughout the afternoon.
That's how those crew chiefs earn their money.
That's right.
Coming up here, reading the racetrack.
I saw you
the screws.
I saw you earn your money over there a minute ago. What was that thing you were eating?
I don't know.
It looked really good,
delicious.
so I'm going to have one.
It had peanut butter and chocolate in it. So those 2 things are all in for me.
You got your chocolate on my peanut butter?
Yes.
We're almost the same. Wait, when did you say you graduated high school?
91.
91.
I'm 52 years old.
Gotcha. So you remember the old, got your chocolate on my peanut butter, Reese's.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, is there a better piece of candy than a Reese's peanut butter cup?
No, that one, I mean, it's definitely top tier.
It's got to be in the top 2 or 3.
Absolutely.
You and I did not get this way by not eating a Reese's.
No, absolutely not. I'll remind you, round is a shape.
Round is a shape, that's right. I will mention, though, while it's quiet, not that you necessarily want to do this right now, but the IHRA merchandise area is open.
Yes.
So they've got brand new IHRA merchandise for this year, for the Nitro Outlaw Series, for IHRA for 2025 and beyond. They also, I believe, still have a little bit of vintage IHRA merchandise at a greatly discounted price.
Yeah, and I saw a couple of the new items as well. I think I'm going to have to head over there. It's not hoodie weather here right now, but I am I'm a fan of hoodie weather, so I may have to go get myself an IHRA hoodie.
Well, I got one of the Outlaw Nitro Series races back at Columbus, and I love that thing. I mean, it's black. It's got the neon green on it, and it's got all the series races for the year on it. It's super nice looking. They've got cups. They've got hats. They've got earplugs. They've got all kind of stuff over there. So take a few minutes, walk through. You can see the big, giant gray tents over there on the pit side of the racetrack. There's cornhole boards over there.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, you're walking around, hey, challenge somebody, play a little cornhole for a minute, stretch your legs, get something from Brian's Burgers. Now, Chad, you have not been to one of these races yet this year.
No.
So you are unfamiliar with Brian's Burgers.
No, I am unfamiliar.
You will want to become familiar with Brian's Burgers.
Okay. Tell me more.
Locally grown beef.
Ooh.
Yes. There are no frozen patties.
Oh.
No. This is real deal, the full cow.
Yeah. I like that.
And they are phenomenal, and they have fried cheese sticks over there, too.
Ooh.
Yeah. So there's plenty to eat. You got regular concessions over there as well. So if you're looking for a hot dog or some nachos and things like that, you got the standard concession stand area, but you also have Brian's Burgers. So
I saw a thing the other day, a meme on Facebook that was funny. It said, you know, somebody asks you if you want string cheese and if you want another piece, and people are like, oh no, like 2 or 3 is good enough for me. But if you deep fry those bastards and call it an appetizer, I'll eat a dozen of them. You know?
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, we have one little piece. We go, oh yeah, that's good, because we think those are for babies, right?
Yeah,
those are for kids.
Yeah.
But yeah, put some batter on it, throw it in a deep fryer.
Oh yeah.
And give me a whole plate full with some marinara to dip it in, and we're happy.
I'm all in. All in.
So we've got Top Sportsman sitting in the water box. And it looks like, yeah, I don't see any tractors left on the racetrack there. So I'd say we're going to be going into round number 2 of Top Sportsman any second. So if you're also, you know, and this might be somebody's first time here or at this level of event, and maybe they've never seen those rotators before.
Yeah.
But what that rotator does, so there's 4 big giant racing slicks. They're aired up, they're mounted on wheels, and they're put on the back of that tractor. And as they go down, they turn. If you ever watch them, you see that tire turning backwards. And it is putting rubber from those nice fresh tires down, and it lays out the glue, and it smooths everything back out to where they have a nice even surface all the way across. You know, after 20 or 30 or 50 cars go down it starts to move the glue around. So they use that rotator, they put that out there, and it smooths everything back out and gives them a nice fresh groove again. Heading into round number 2 of Top Sportsman, Ricky Perlongo. Definitely the most unique ride in this category.
And out of Selma, Indiana, over in the right lane is Jeremy York in the S10 pickup truck. Not much of a burnout over here in the left lane for Perlongo, but
well, there's not much wheelbase in that machine either. I bet 5-second rides in that are something to remember.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing looks like it's a 96-inch wheelbase or something like that, which is short.
Well, one of my favorite cars out there in nostalgia racing is Larry Harlan. I don't know if you're familiar with that. He's got an Anglia.
Yes.
That he runs 7.0 quarter-mile passes in, and it ain't much bigger than that thing right there. That's got to be a wild ride.
I'll tell you, in the western states, we have a lot of a lot of fuel altereds. And the fuel altereds out there run on a 6.0 index, and it is absolutely nuts to watch those fuel altereds. They go every which way but straight.
Right. Starting to wonder if there was a little bit of a problem there with the Perlongo machine, but they've got it coming back now.
Yeah, I don't think he was happy with where he was on the racetrack, so he pulled back up a little bit to get himself over into the groove, then backed her up.
Yep. Do I see Skinny Kid race cars on the back of that machine? Can you read that from here? I think that's what that says.
It does.
He lights it a little bit red, and it goes 544 at 127 mile an hour. 537 for York. And that one's going to coast to a stop on the right side there, about 1,000 feet down.
Yeah, something going on over there for Jeremy York. He goes 29 on the tree, but 105 to 60 foot, and it looked pretty good, and then he starts slowing that thing down.
Yeah, by 3:30, it obviously clicked off. He only went 92 miles an hour, 537 coasting, and there it sits down there, so I'm sure they're going to send the four-wheeler with the push bar out there, and they're going to have to retrieve that one. And the spotters are going to check everything, make sure there's not a problem with the racetrack or something came off of it. So we'll be down for just a minute while they retrieve the York machine.
I gotta give major kudos to York for pulling over and stopping over there on the right side. We, tell people all the time it's way easier to clean up a puddle than a stripe. So if you have a problem with the car, pulling over as quickly as you safely can is a much better deal. We'd rather clean up a mess from where you sat leaking than to have to clean the entire racetrack as you go all the way down. And I know he's down there a little ways, but still pulling over as he had a problem, and we'll make sure he's okay. And if he needs to be pulled off, we will, and make sure he's safe and everything as our crew goes out there and checks the racing surface. And
yeah, any time you see a problem like what we have right down there, we don't know from here what's wrong with it. We don't know if it leaked. Or, put something down on the racetrack, a part fell off of it. You don't ever know. So the spotters check that whole thing. They're looking at both lanes to make sure while we have a minute, they'll spot both lanes to make sure they're good to go again. Because, number one is you got to give them a safe racing surface. So if somebody put a liquid down or whatnot, that's what those spotters are for. And all the crew goes down there and checks it out. And, yeah, it looks like they're going to push that S10 off of York. And we'll see and make sure that there's not something down on the surface, and we'll be back at it in a few minutes. So, as I was talking about those rotators, you see a sprayer go down, right? That's the four-wheeler, and it's got some bars hanging off there. It's got a, what some farmer might use to spray their field with.
Yep.
We're spraying a mixture of glue and methanol.
Yep.
And they put the methanol in there to cut that glue to make it actually sprayable so it's not too thick. And as soon as they spray it, it goes down and the methanol evaporates into the air and the glue stays on the racetrack. But there's a very delicate balance.
Absolutely.
Of how much rubber is still on the racetrack from all the race car tires and how much glue is on the racetrack. It starts to build up. And it'll actually build up a base of rubber, and eventually, during a weekend, at some point, they'll scrape this track and take a layer of that rubber back off. You end up with too much rubber, and then it starts to get kind of spongy. You see people walking around out there on it, the crews and whatnot, and if they stop in one place, they can't move again. But eventually, there it gets to be too much. They'll cut it back off. They'll spray it again. They'll rotate it again, and they'll get back to that baseline prep.
And depending on what traction compound is being sprayed on a racetrack, they, will do a different mix depending on the weather conditions, etc. They'll change the percentage of methanol to compound, and like you said, to aid in how it goes down on the racetrack and how much of it evaporates with the methanol. And as you said, that rotator going down there is smoothing out that rubber surface. It actually puts a little bit of a grain in it, if you will. So like right now, they're going down the racetrack from, the starting line to the finish line. And if you went out there and got down on your hands and knees and really looked at it, that rubber would kind of have a feathered edge that feathered toward the finish line. And when they come and they spin it around and they come back the other way, it'll even that out and get it where it's as even as possible. And it really does matter. And obviously it depends on whether you're running big tire cars or radial cars or what have you. Everything here this weekend running predominantly on slicks. I mean, there may be some folks running radials in the 64 car shootout, but
yeah, that bracket radials become pretty popular across the bracket cars.
Oh yeah. And and radial slicks have been a thing for a long time as well, but definitely not drag radial prep out here this weekend, and that wouldn't be right for this group of cars for sure.
Yeah, it's very different when you watch a specialty radial race. You will see them absolutely just pour the glue to it.
Oh, God, yes.
They don't want a bunch of rubber buildup on the track. They want glue, glue, glue. And they go through barrels of glue over a weekend to make those radial cars, get a hold of that racetrack. And it's phenomenal the performance they get out of a radial car anymore. But it's very track prep dependent. And I don't know how many barrels they use at some of the big radial events, but it's a lot. But these big tire cars, they want some wheel speed. They want that tire to actually be spinning or slipping a little bit. And if it doesn't, that's when you see the sidewalls really fold up on them and the tire shakes and it loses the back tire when they actually end up with too much glue. So it's that delicate little balance.
I think that's Patrick Barnhill down there on the starting line right now as well. And
yeah, and it's good to see him walking around on both
What's
feet.
up, brother? How are you, my man?
Yeah, because 2 weeks ago here, you're walking good again. 2 weeks ago here, he had an incident, and he was walking around with a splint, I think, on that ankle. Yeah, I didn't know if he was even going to be able to make it up here. So good to see you back on both legs working equally.
Well, Patrick's one of the many crew chiefs and racers that are out here this weekend who run not only on radials but also big tire stuff and got a lot of variety in the cars that he tunes. So he, there's a fine line, like you said. I know they're down there talking about the track prep because some of these guys want this racetrack to be a little looser than others, right?
Got to find that happy medium. And that's part of why you will see when the track prep happens.
Absolutely.
And perhaps even why we change the run order a little bit so that when we prep, we go from prep to pro mod.
Yes.
The mountain motor guys do not want as tight of a track as the pro mod car. They don't have as much power as the pro mod car.
Right.
And they can actually end up running over the tire.
Yeah, tire shake. Yep.
Yeah, they can't get any wheel speed because the track is too tight. So we did actually change that run order up a little bit in order to give the proper mixture of prep for the class that's getting ready to be on it.
Yeah, and it's interesting, but, it's very, very, very small changes that are getting done to these cars based on track conditions, and it is not huge differences in the tune-up, right? I mean, unless the track conditions change dramatically, it's very, very minor adjustments that can have a huge impact on the way these cars go down the racetrack. But if they can keep the racetrack consistent and those crew chiefs are really tuning more for weather conditions, then it can dramatically improve their chance of going quicker and quicker every time. Now, if they have to tune for changing track conditions and weather, it really can play havoc with some of these guys, and that's where the difference comes in for the really, really experienced veteran crew chiefs compared to some of the newer guys, right? Those veterans have a lot of they got a lot of notes, right? And a lot of stuff in their back pocket. They've been in every condition. And so that makes a big difference when you're out here on the racetrack. And it doesn't matter whether it's Top Fuel or Funny Car or Pro Mod or, Top Sportsman or Radial Cars or whatever. The crew chiefs, if they've got a lot of notes in their bag and they've been doing this a long time, then they can fall back on another weekend where they ran really good in the same kind of conditions, and they'll put their data to work and go down the racetrack, A to B. Obviously, everybody wants to be really fast, but you cannot win if you can't go A to B. So consistency in being able to get down the racetrack each and every time is absolutely as important as being quick. I want to take this opportunity one more time to thank all of you folks that have come out to hang out with us in the grandstands. We know that you have a lot of options as to how you spend your Fridays and Saturdays, and for you guys to decide to come out here on a Friday evening. And some of you, it looks like maybe came down with a case of the Friday afternoon drags.
Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at the first event of the 2025 season, having a great time. They just absolutely thunder. Never gets old. It never gets old. Burnouts begin, and obviously Toyota body there for Del Worsham. Associated with him for a good while now. Mustang body on the far side for Terry Haddock.
Oh, Terry's coming back there a little aggressive.
Yeah, I always get nervous. I see the guys standing behind the car, and I know they're in that, where that traction compound is. Their feet are stuck to the ground, so there's no quick moving out there.
Yeah, he was coming in hot from that burnout. So. Yeah, a long ways to go. But I was looking at the drone shot. That was a really good shot. You could see when they roll through the water, they drag the water out a little ways, and a little worried about Terry backing up so fast. He got back there that far. He might have got into it, but he was close. He was close.
Rolling right up in there. Okay, we're going to decide who's going to the finals here. Terry Haddock lined up on the right-hand side. Del Worsham on the left-hand side. Worsham last time around 4:11. Haddock 4:14. Here we go. Boy, they are lit up, traveling down through there to get the job done. Wow. Two reaction times by a small margin to Worsham. The win margin, 19 thousandths of a second to Worsham as well. 4:06.3 to a 4:07.2. 0.92 light at the starting line to a 1:02. So not much there either. I mean, very, very impressive effort out of both teams.
Man, it took a little while on that track prep, but boy, did it pay off. Look at that, 4:06 to a 4:07. Both weren't killing the tree, but they were close together, and man, look at them header flames. Terry's car's got nice bright orange flames. Dell's a little more white, but man, was that a good drag race. Boy, Terry was on the throttle a long ways. I think he thought it was a quarter-mile pass.
I'm glad you caught that, because the color, even sitting here, we looked up out of the window, the color of the flames were distinctly different between the two cars. So a great battle there, man. Oh, so close. That was exciting for sure. Del Worsham will get the nod here and go to the final round. We'll find out who is going to race here in just a moment, either Mike McIntyre or Jack Wyatt. Both cars sitting here in the water box ready to go. Make sure that that Terry's okay down there.
Looks like everything's good. They've got Terry off the racetrack and give the signal to fire up the cars. Jack Wyatt against Mike McIntyre.
All right. Engines coming back to life. Justin Souders and Tom Anglin. Souders in that 1969 Camaro out of Louisville, Kentucky. The 94 Lumina of Anglin. There's a lot of pretty badass racers out of that Louisville area. Louisville, Shepherdsville, Elizabethtown, that whole area. That's kind of a hotbed. You got Glassers from Shepherdsville. You got Souders from Louisville. You got Mark Flagg. He's another Top Sportsman car that just sold his house last week, so he's got wifely and husbandly duties this weekend, moving their house. But it's another car out of that same area down there. Some of the absolute nicest Top Sportsman cars you'll ever see, and Souders is definitely one of them. Look at that beautiful machine.
Yeah, that thing is cool, but I got to tell you, this little Lumina in the left lane also does it for me. I love it. The clear scoop, all the things. Pretty rad little machine. Anglin lights the top bulb, so does Souders. So they're ready to rock and roll. Oh, red light start, 008 red in the left lane. Anglin's going to be mad about that one.
The good news is this is qualifying.
Still is. Round number 2 of qualifying for these guys.
Yeah, Souders, look at there, 003 on the hit, 429, 166 mile an hour. Finding the magic there for Justin Souders.
Gonna be happy.
That's going to be one he's going to go back and say, let's do that more times again. Team Vega over there. Yeah, that's the 05 Cavalier of Jonathan Vesper out of Milan, Michigan, right here local. 632 inches, big block Chevy. And Matt Grudge.
Oh, Grudge.
That's the way I'm saying it. And you already said I can say it however I want, and I'll be right.
I'm gonna own that too. It's Grudge.
Grudge.
In that beautiful 66 Chevy 2.
That thing, you would hope to see something that nice at your local cruise in. I mean, it is an absolute the mirror finish on that red paint.
Absolutely. Grudge all the way in. Vesper in. Trip zip with a 1 for Vesper over there in the right lane. Goes 469.3. Grudge goes 465.1 and is 58 on the tree. But Jonathan Vesper is going to be pretty happy with that number right there, as he went trip zip with a 1 green in the right lane.
Oh, now see, somebody online says he pronounces it Gregory.
Okay.
I like Grudge.
Well, it sounds fancier.
Sounds much fancier.
Much fancier.
Troy Finner and Caden Wyke, or Wykey. Boy, this is a couple of beauties right here. Ooh, check out how they did the dial-in board on the wing on the machine there of Finner. That's pretty slick.
Yeah, it is flush mounted in the end of the rear spoiler.
Yeah, that's pretty slick. And it's got a 903 Sonny's motor in it. So that is a beast. Right side, that's the 2006 Stratus, 604 inches of Mopar power.
.007 with a 3 for Caden in the right lane on the tree, and then goes 441. Nothing wrong with that at all.
I bet that's right in the heart of where that thing runs. So that's probably exactly where he wants to see here in that second round qualifier. Mike Savoya, he had problems on his first attempt. If you recall, they had to push it back. In fact, crew chief even knocked the door off of it, right?
That's right.
That's that 2017 Bickle Dart over there on the right side. And David Mullins, one of those Haas Luminas, that does make a great looking race car. There is no doubt about it. Man, that brings back the day of Pro Stock.
Absolutely. 92 Chevy and a 2017 Dodge. It's hard to argue with this. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro modified. You guys have got your run order. We are calling the first 5 pairs. First 5 pairs to the lanes, please, for qualifying round number 2. So that's Paul Gibbs. You're getting a single. Randy Adler and Keith Goolsby, you're going to run each other. B-Rad and Brandon Pez, you're going to run each other. Don Klooster and Ty Tutterow, you're going to run each other. And Jimmy Taylor and Kurt Stedding, you're going to run each other. So again, our first 5 pair. Well, Paul Gibbs, you're going to be on a single, and then our next 4 pair to the lanes, please. We are going to be calling you in groups of 5. So that we don't overstimulate our guy at the end of the lanes. Last time you guys all came at once and you didn't do anything wrong. Not at all, but we're going to just try and make things a little less chaotic.
While you weren't looking, Mike Savoya might have gone to the top of the sheet. I don't know if you have the sheet there or not. 405 for that Dart. I think that might put him at the top in Top Sportsman. Keith Castle and Bill Yates. Yates over here in the Profab Camaro. Castle over there in that Haas Dodge Stratus. David Mullins went 488 at 142 in the Lumina, but Savoya 17 on the tree, 405. Well, there goes Yates. Makes him a nice clean pass, 436.3, 163 mile an hour, 23 on the tree.
Castle never left the starting line. They back him out of the beams and are telling him to go down the racetrack.
I don't think that's the answer he's looking for.
No, I'm not sure why. If I were him, I would have not backed out of the beams.
Right, because he could have still gone.
He could have still made his run, so backing out of the beams was the bad deal. This is qualifying, so backing out of the beams was not what he wanted to do.
Yeah, so again, Pro Modified, the first 5 pairs. We need you to the lanes, please. Chad read them off there. The first 5 pairs, you have the ladder as well. We need the first 5 pairs of Pro Mod for Q number 2. Rob Harvishak, the right side, that good-looking 69 Yenko Camaro on the right side of the racetrack. And Ken Langlois. Langlois, the Lang transmission machine right here out of Milan, Michigan on the left side. Went a bunch of rounds 2 weeks ago when we were here for the Nitro Series race. And local racer wanting to get it done here in Top Sportsman.
Kind of one of those ex-pro stock looking machines. I love these.
Yeah, it makes me feel like I'm watching, Warren Johnson and those guys down here right now. A lot of these cars are exactly what they ran back in the 90s.
Yeah, and one of the most aerodynamic pro stock cars in history, actually, was this body style.
Yeah, I was that very discussion happened last night at dinner. I was sitting with Larry Morgan at dinner, and they were talking about that body style and putting it in a wind tunnel.
Absolutely. Larry would know.
So Langlois goes 452 at 155 and was 11 on the tree. He's happy with that pass. Rob Harvishak went 479 and we'll just say he was not 11 on the tree. Mark Claypool in that Pro Stock Dodge Dakota over there on the right side with 604 inches of Hemi power. That's a Bickle machine. And you know, we've talked about Mandel and Profab. There they are again. That's Little Bob. That's the 55 shoebox out of Colioca, Tennessee. 521 inches of blown power. And the Profab built 55 Bel Air.
Little Bob was our #1 qualifier after the first round with a 4.101.
So Savoia now goes to #1. Let's see if Mandel can go back to #1. I think that car will go a little quicker than it did last time, but not much. I think that's about where it goes. Oh, he's 006 on the tree.
I believe he was 007 last time. Goes 408.8.
Yeah, 408.8 at 181 mile an hour. And I mean, that's right there. Not quite enough to get back in front of Savoia, but a good pass there, 006, 408. Right side Claypool was perfect red. He was 0.007, so 7/10,000ths red for Claypool in that Dakota. 467, 152 mile an hour, nice pass. One more number in the box and he's on it. Here is your Top Sportsman winner from 2 weeks ago, Jacob Elrod, the 63 Corvette. I said he was going to be 003 last time, and he was 001. I said he was going to be 451, and it rattled the tires. He didn't make the hit. So now I'm calling my 450 even for the Elrod machine over here. The right side, Ronnie Proctor. That really nice 2009 Mustang, 632 inches of big block Ford for Proctor on the right side of the racetrack. Oh, and Elrod lets me down again. Jamie, let's get that car straightened out. He left, well, 16 on the tree, but rattles it again and has to kick it off. Ronnie Proctor right down Main Street just like he did 2 weeks ago. 431, 164 mile an hour and a 19 tree.
Yeah, he goes out there and shakes the tires again here in the left lane.
Mike Nitschke over there. 2008 Cobalt. Sponsored by After Hours Wiring. I wonder if they also did an After Hours paint job.
Perhaps.
And they ran out of hours.
Apparently.
Only got the back 2/3 of the car done.
Yeah. If we were at a no prep race, they'd just pull the nose off of that thing.
Yeah, run it with no. Who needs a hood and a front fenders?
Any normal person.
Everybody else, right? Yeah.
I hate that. Drives me insane.
They look brutally bad.
They do.
Yeah. So Nitschke's 57 on the tree. 456, 154 mile an hour. Nice overall pass there for Mike Nitschke.
Ooh, look at this pretty little Nova over here in the right lane.
Boy, that is a good looker.
I like it. Sitting how God intended. Very, very close to the ground.
Down in the dirt for sure. And a turbo.
Yep.
Warren Vandish out of Fulton, New York. 555 inches of big block Chevy and obviously a turbo on board.
Yes, I approve. That is a really pretty car.
Yeah, it is.
Vinyl top, the whole deal. Dude, I'm in.
Do you suspect that one goes out on some radials every now and then, too? That looks like that could very possibly be a radial type car.
It does sit like one. Who knows? You never know. Nowadays, everybody's got like multiple setups for their cars so they can run them on a radial. They got to completely change the front 4-link brackets to go run on a radial, and obviously get rid of the wheelie bars hanging out of the back and all of that kind of stuff. But that is Barnhill tuning that thing, and you know, he is a fan of a radial, so you never know. This thing could be one of those multi-purpose machines.
I bet it is not a no prep car, though.
No, definitely not.
All the body panels.
Yeah.
And all the paint. That thing is gorgeous.
Yeah, way, way, way pretty. Barnhill sitting on the wall watching. As Warren Vandish pulls up, lights the top bulb, going to make a single here. Build a boost, bumps it in. Oh, goes out there, lights the tires up. So that thing went out there about 20 feet or so. Tug the motor down, and then it starts spinning the tires, and gonna coast down there to the finish line and off the racetrack, and they'll go back and do some tuning changes and be good to go. So we've got another single, this time Gerald Jones out of Milford. .632 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet under the hood in the right lane. .008 on the tree. Goes 466.25 out the back at 148 mile an hour. Not too shabby for Gerald Jones. Yep, it's Badia out on the racetrack now. And another one of those cool old Cutlasses. Ex-pro stock car. Is a cool machine.
I think that's my favorite one of the bunch. I don't know what it is about that paint scheme, but I love it.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mod. Pro Mod. We need our first 5 pairs of Pro Mods to the lanes, please. That's going to be Paul Gibbs on a single, Randy Adler and Keith Coolsby, B-Rad and Brandon Pez, Don Klooster and Ty Tutterow, and Jimmy Taylor and Kurt Stedding. Everybody else, you are on standby. We are calling our first 5 pairs to the lanes. First 5 pairs of Pro Mods to the lanes, please. Badia. 002 on the tree. Goes 442 with a 1. Not a damn thing wrong with that. That was funny. I'm like, I don't know if she's trying to save us or, yeah.
They're good. Like, nobody has happened. That's our normal lady thing surrounding. She uses some Mexican, or the sugar or vanilla. It's vanilla.
All right. Scott Wasco. Wasco out of Columbia, Ohio in the left lane. Speedy Day in the 69 Camaro in the right lane. Speedy was not so speedy last time. So he was dead late on the tree. So we are in round number 2 of qualifying for Top Sportsman. Both of them are in. The top bulb. Speedy goes all the way in. Wasco in. Wasco leaves way before Speedy. Speedy. His reaction time starts with a 1. Wasco 0.31 on the tree, goes 4.15 to the 4.74 of Speedy Day. To call the first 5 pairs. Well, just let me know what airport you're at and you can come down here and run the race for us, because clearly we have no clue what the hell we're doing. We have 40 some odd pro mods here, and so look at you troublemakers down here. I mean, they'll let anybody in this joint, won't they? Yeah. With that many pro mods, we were overwhelming our guys at the end of the lanes, and so we called our first 5 pairs.
Yeah. Yeah, when we don't have a mile worth of giant staging lanes down there, so in order to get everybody with the pair that they're supposed to be with, because they go in pairs, they don't just randomly go to the person next to you.
Right. So
they send them in actual pairs. So for them to come up in pairs, if you tried to pair 41 pro mods that are all sitting in the lanes, it's bad enough to try to do that with 40 bracket cars.
Exactly.
You can imagine with the crews and the push vehicles and everything else, how to get everything set up.
And we did not have everybody come up for the first round, and there were a couple of cars that didn't make the hit. So like Larry Larson, he's come up, he's already in the lanes because he did not make a hit in that first round.
Yeah, so something happened with that. Yeah, something happened with that one in the burnout.
Yeah,
if you didn't get to see the first round, that something happened with it in the burnout, and I guess it wouldn't back up.
Yeah, I got Larry down there in the lanes. Larry, did the reverser, or did it lose reverse, or what? He's not paying attention to me. Got a turbo 400 in that thing, so it'd be surprising to me if it did. Now, if it was his other Chevy, too, with the Lenco in it, the reversers in those things are a little finicky sometimes, and Larry is no stranger to driving the Lenco car, so he's not brutal on them. But I can tell you that when I went to Roy Hill School and got my Pro Stock license literally 24 years ago.
Mike McIntyre.
Saw Worsham in a Toyota Supra, Toyota Camry is what we'll see here for McIntyre.
Just about had all the makes and models. Got a Dodge, Jack Wyatt, a couple Toyotas, and a Ford.
A lot of effort spent in the wind tunnel to develop these bodies over the course of time.
Just outstanding numbers in that last pair. These guys watching, the other crew chiefs are sitting up there and watching that pair and made some last minute quick adjustments. There's a few small things they can do. And
I know Mike McIntyre, he ran a 4:06 the first round. He just saw Dale Worsham go 4:06, so he knows that the track is there for it.
And of course, Wyatt, with his numbers, I mean, they're just not even comparable because he ran before the storm. And as you talked about before, it's so much quicker after. So we'll see if they can make the correct adjustments here in the right lane with Jack Wyatt to accommodate the better conditions. Definitely got their work cut out for him, taking on the #1 qualifier, Mike McIntyre, who has definitely put together some good laps here. Wyatt's ready to go. Here we go. Trouble for McIntyre, both of them. Laundry out quick for Wyatt. Wyatt hits the throttle again as well. So both of them doing their best to get that thing down through there, and it's going to be McIntyre that gets there first.
You can see the panic, the disappointment in Mike McIntyre. Then he looks over and sees Jack Wyatt off the throttle to parachute out, and you can see the panic. Oh, I can beat him. So he jumps back in the throttle, gets a little more sideways, back out of the throttle, did a nice job not over-correcting the car. You know, you can get in trouble very easily. These cars are a big handful to drive when you're smoking the tires and trying to pedal them, and did a nice job. Didn't get too excited, but yet still got the win. Look at that pedal. Oh, it's going right, off. He's still not moving. Okay, let me try it again. It's so hard in these cars to just squeeze the throttle open. The supercharger's sucking the blades closed. There's not a lot of travel in the throttle. It's not an easy thing to do, and you have to almost smack it with your foot to get it to open halfway and then go on down through there. But Mike did a nice job. He finally got it to open up easily there at the end.
Great information. It's a great description. I'd never heard it before, but it makes perfect sense. And everybody at home, every driver at home often thinks, why can't they just squeeze back on that throttle? But we need somebody like you that's been in that car to describe exactly what's going on and how hard it is. So that'll wrap things up there for Funny Car. Of course, we will see McIntyre and Dale Worsham square off in the final round to see who's going to claim this win. We are far from done. You got to make sure you come back and join us as we go racing once again in just a few minutes here with the IHRA. Welcome back to the IHRA Nitro Outlaw Series. All the racing action going down right here at Darana Raceway. Fair amount of work to do as they fire up Lex June. And Krista Baldwin also running. So here we go. And of course, chatting with you a little bit earlier, you said you feel like the track is probably close to the same. Wiping off the rear tires. We always see that process go on after the burnouts now, and pushing them back up there. Keep those things as clean as absolutely possible.
I think they're shutting Krista Baldwin's car off. I can hear the RPMs rev up. I'm pretty sure that no, it's still running. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there.
I think it was the other side.
Oh, Lex June, who was shutting off. I seen her car make a move backwards towards us, so we had a lot of action going on there on the start line.
So a single for Krista. She's going to go to the final round here.
Yeah.
How about that?
You think she was excited in the stage lanes? We can't see her at the other end.
Hope she gets a good pull here. That thing down through there. And she might have just clicked that. Do you think she clicked it early?
Nah, I think it might have went out there and rattled itself, and she slapped it and shut it off. Seen the flames go down and then went back up, so
It didn't do that itself, or it wasn't a planned shut off, or they wouldn't went back up. So I think it probably rattled her foot off the throttle and back on. Not sure what happened with Lexus car. Looks like they're maybe mopping up a little bit of fluid on that left-hand lane, but we'll see what we can see here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Just looked a little funny when it left, and then off the throttle, back on the throttle, and decided it was better just to shut it off. We're going to the final round. Let's not create any damage.
Yeah, good call. So good job for her. Keep that thing lit and drive down through there. Hopefully some information that they can utilize back in the final round.
That's information you don't want to utilize right there. That wasn't good information.
None of it?
Well, you can see what went wrong, but yeah, that wasn't. You can look at and make changes because that wasn't the right way to do it. So, yeah.
She's happy. She got out of the car, both hands in the air. Should be a great battle here. Palmer will be in the right lane. Foley lining up in the left lane. Foley with lane choice, by the way. Haven't noticed a big difference here. I haven't noticed anything between the two lanes.
Nothing significant for sure. These were our two quickest cars from the first round of racing. Both 390 run, 393 for Palmer, 382 for Foley. So
to the entire starting line process here. Burnout's complete, rolling back up to the starting line. Talked about the numbers before. Foley came out, threw one down. Low ET of the event so far. We'll find out how things go here. Palmer felt like there was a bunch more left in the car and in the track. We'll see if he goes after it.
You may just have to go find it right now. With Doug Foley, 382 the last pass. Foley just gotten better and better all weekend long.
Foley in and out of the throttle, and then flames went out as well for Palmer. Palmer's going to have enough to get it down through there, though, and get the win. 420, 211 miles per hour. 059 light there for Palmer, doing a nice job there at the starting line for sure. 076, very respectable for Foley as well. But the win will go to Palmer. So it'll be Scott Palmer and Krista Baldwin in the final round of Fuel.
Well, this wasn't the prettiest pass we've ever seen out of these cars. You can see Foley get in trouble early. Palmer's car having a problem down track, but...
And we welcome you back to Milan, Michigan. We're here at Darana Dragway, ready for round number 2 of qualifying for the Pro Mod category. And, of course, we'll follow that up with Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Congratulations to Jason Harris. Ended up on the top of the sheets after session number 1 with a 365, 206 miles per hour. By the way, we saw the turbo car sit there for a long time and actually really kept his composure very, very well. And finally took off down through there. He put a 375 on the board. What I neglected to see and speak of was the 217 mile per hour hit that he did. That thing was charging at the other end, so he obliterated the 208 mile per hour record that we had going into the session. So,
once he got it spooled up, it came online pretty good, huh?
So Jimmy Taylor, current mile per hour record holder at this point. We'll see if he can have a better front half. Get that thing hooked up. With that said, we just saw a turbo car out here in Top Sportsman spool it up, took off, and it tried to go, and then it hit the back tire and smoked them. And, I mean, it was just an angry beast.
Yeah, they are angry beasts. But, boy, when you get them right, that out the back door is incredible. He's got 11 miles an hour on everybody else in that first session.
My boy Shane Tecklenburg works on. I think he's out of the Salt Flats, though.
What a beautiful shot, huh? High above Darana Raceway here, the Dragway, and all that green grass and the green accents on the racetrack. Really looks cool, doesn't it?
Gorgeous shot. We've seen that. Columbus really the same way. I mean, that green really pops. It looks great on camera.
Yeah.
Racing for a lot of green this weekend as well.
$125,000. Like how you did that, TJ.
Tommy, yeah. That was nice.
Getting so smooth at this,
Wow.
Yeah, just oof. Larry Larson up first, it looks like. Larry had some issues on the first session and couldn't get the thing in reverse and couldn't back up, so went on down the racetrack, and looks like he's got everything fixed and coming back up here for the second session.
One of those those cars that didn't get a time. We had a total of 32 cars come out. As we talked about at the top of the show, we feel like there was a better part of 40 cars here on the property. So Dave went out there, walked around. A couple of people went out, walked around. Some of the cars that we thought were here might not be here. We'll see if we get any more. With 29 with times and 32 total that came up to the line. A couple of them that I know Gibbs had to push and go up the return road and never made it to the starting line. As you talked about, Larson as well, down to the other end without a time. So a couple of cars did not get a time. So we should have at least a 32-car field, and hopefully a couple more were back in there that we missed.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get the rear end fixed in the one earlier. That was pretty wild parts breakage. That not your normal parts breakage. So it'll be interesting to see if they have had the stuff to fix that. It looked like the dry shaft broke, rear end broke. Looked like about everything broke in that thing.
So won't see that one back?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if they have stuff to fix it or how severe the damage was, but it'll be interesting to see if they can get that thing turned around and back up.
Like mounting points and links and all that stuff in there.
It's just a matter of how bad did it tear it up. It didn't look pretty.
I think we have two cars here that did not go down the track as the first pair. Paul Gibbs, as we talked about before, unfortunately did not, never even lined the car up. They pushed him back, and he went up the return road. So hopefully they have whatever that issue was fixed. Clearly did the burnout here, is ready to go. And then Larry Larson, as you talked about before, he did the burnout last time, could not get the car in reverse, if memory serves, and kept going down to the end of the road. That rolled back and immediately back forward, almost like he probably felt like he wasn't going anywhere. But I'm just thinking transmission-wise, like right out of reverse into drive there. Good-looking SRT for Gibbs.
Oh yeah, that thing is really sharp.
That's a beautiful chart. Kuda. $20, $25, $75K winner, Shadyside King of the South Small Tire is Larry Larson, and he's looking to get it to the stripe under power. He will do so. $375 with a 4.038 light to go right along with it. Just one of those guys. He'll go down pretty much any track you'll give him. Really, really talented. And Paul Gibbs still not at speed at 425, 165.
Yeah, made a little progress that time, Paul did, but Larry Larson just makes you wonder, like, how important would that first run been if he had a little more information, but still an outstanding 375. Nice, smooth pass.
He'll get another look at it tonight, and then, of course, so talented. If you're just in the field, he'll be a player, and we know that. And I think that run right there will put him in the field.
Yeah, nice, solidly in the middle of the field right at the moment.
A lot of things would have to really change for him to get bumped out. With that said, you just never know, do you? Randy Adler coming up here next. That 57 Chevy is beautiful.
Two weeks ago, Randy struggled in qualifying, had troubles getting down the racetrack both runs. Came out first round and was the giant killer, upsetting the #1 qualifier, and he got it all figured out come race day.
Put one together. 4:14 in the first session, so way off the pace. Yeah, and if memory serves, won it on a hole shot.
Yeah, won on a hole shot. Even though shoots come out, he still won that thing on a hole shot. So, and he stepped the performance of that car way up first round. So, right now he's on par, of course, after what he did 2 weeks ago. Didn't have very good qualifying effort first run, and it took him till race day to get it figured out. We'll see if he can do it in qualifying this time.
He's a 2-time Super Chevy Nitro Coupe champ as well.
Remember those days very, very well. Super Chevy shows were huge, man. Big car shows, and incorporated some great drag racing eventually. Stuff shot by Masters Entertainment Group.
Well, hang on.
Sound like he might have broke something in the drive line there, Tommy.
Yeah, he went out and it looked like it shook, and he pedaled it, and boy, when it did, it broke something in the drive line or come out of gear because it freewheeled pretty hard there.
So back to the trailer, see if they can find out what happened. Get it fixed up for the third and final session. Was 23rd with that 4:14 that he had earlier. Wow. That hurts maybe more the second time than it did the first.
Oof.
That's a two-step for sure.
Yeah, good
doing
thing
its job.
Yeah.
It would have been a lot more expensive.
Larry Larson, 375 with the 4. Your first time today being able to put a number on the board. How crucial is that next session going to be in taking away from this one?
Well, it's really crucial. I mean, we've lost basically 30% of our runs by that first run. We had a transmission brake failure. We had a wire break on the solenoid inside the pan, so there was nothing we could do until we got back to pit and fix it. I did the burnout, went to back up, hit the button, nobody home, and I was pretty sure what the deal was. So, like I said, we lost a run, so now we're 30% behind, one run behind, however you want to look at it. But we went down, we went 75. We darn sure need to go in the 60s to even be respectable. So we'll go back and look at everything and see if we can tune it up a little bit for this final run. It's be a little cooler, so track should be better, and you won't be sweating as much.
Exactly. We'll not be sweating as much. Larry Larson, I'll see you later tonight. We won't be in the sun directly.
That's what I'm saying. You won't be sweating as much.
Exactly.
Expand on that, Tommy.
Yeah, years ago they made it these transmissions where you you actually put the car in reverse with the shifter, but then you apply the transmission brake to engage reverse. That kept guys from accidentally putting them in reverse on the top end, and we go through the lights. They'd want to shove them in neutral and go to reverse. We've seen a lot of bad crashes. Guys go to reverse. So what he's talking about, he put it in reverse with the shifter, and then you hit the trans brake to engage it in reverse, and there was nothing there. The trans brake wasn't working. So
that wire was broken.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's the best shot of the day with a dog.
Pup.
A little pit puppy. Gotta love that.
I thought I heard them fire up back here, and then they shut them off. So
B-Rad coming up here next.
Sounds like they're going now. Nope. Once again.
We're going to get another look at that Headhunter Corvette there, the black and red machine.
I think he's the one might be having issues.
It's a brand new 53 Corvette that we got to see run earlier today.
Yeah, I wonder if Brad was just trying to work with them and give them a little more time.
Yeah. We saw both sides of that Corvette that first session.
Yeah, we did. It's the debut weekend for it.
He wanted to show off, see both sides of this thing.
Yeah, probably sorting through it.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at my monitor this time instead of out of the window at the back of the car, because when you look at the front of the car,
what kind of car is that?
Everybody's probably thinking, you idiot, how do you even... There's the love.
Fantastic.
There's the love right there.
That is fantastic. Wow.
Oh.
So easy to look up out of the window, and you look out there, it's kind of like a trunk car, but when you look at the front of it, clearly it is not a Mustang.
Whatever you got to say.
Oh, come on, you jumped in. You call it a Fox body.
I'm taking that, doing a little social media with that later at your expense. No. I can tell you. I can tell you what it is. It's quick.
Yeah, 385. He'll look for some more out of that here in the night session. But how about a 003 light? Previous session he was 396, so does pick it up by a tenth. Find another tenth, he'll be getting there in the hunt. And we saw this, a couple of weeks ago where these guys will come out. And once they get a run like that straight down through there and everything goes right and they get some good data to go off of, they come back and all of a sudden it was not uncommon to see them put another 10th, 1500ths, on their best effort of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. You see them go out here, test the track, get a little information, some data, come back and use it to the good because they would pick up, like you said, a tenth sometimes, maybe even more than that. So take huge jumps in performance after they get a little data on there. And it's an educated guess coming out here and say, well, the track looks like this, the temperature's this, we'll set it here and see what it goes. And sometimes you're off.
What I liked was Tommy was sitting there the entire time through that run just nodding back and forth saying, yep, these guys are on their game. They threw something at it that first time, didn't work as good as they wanted, worked on it just right in between. Now they're on pace.
And give credit where credit is due. His previous best was here a couple of weeks ago, 388, 190. And he just went 385, 192. So a little bit better for personal best. It's a nice little gain. And now they have another session to work on it.
Go in the right direction every run. That's what's a positive every run.
Nice
and that's
job.
a big statement for the team, right, Tommy?
Yeah, absolutely. You're taking that information and using it to the good. You're making it better.
I'm going to go over there and have one of that guy's beers tonight.
Yeah.
Making fun of me like that. I earned every bit of it. Twice. He's like, after the second time, pal, you get it. Absolutely deserved. Don Closter coming up here next. He is in the near lane, and he'll line up alongside a tough Ty Tutterow. And speaking of tough, Ty Tutterow had a tough session number one.
Not used to seeing Ty Tutterow's name clear down there at the bottom of the list.
No.
And I have a feeling we're not going to see it down there very long.
Yeah, fresh off that final round a weekend ago. We know he can get it done.
And Dan in that Mopar right there, he's from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Sure, he's put his fair share of laps in at this place.
Let's go with Don, because when they come back, they're going to put shoe polish on the side of the car.
I'm just reading off the list here.
He put a 382 on the board. Closer did in the near lane the previous round. .364, nicely done. To the top of the pack he goes. And we were talking about Ty Tutterow getting it done, and certainly proved it right there. 205.95, 377 as well for Closter. So a nice improvement for him.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see Ty Tutterow at the bottom of the sheet for very long, but he went right to the top of the sheet. That's what we expect out of that car. Great performance. Leave that thing nice, smooth, carrying the front end. No wiggling. I mean, it went right straight down through the track. So that's performance right there. Beautiful run and nice run in the other lane.
Nice pass. Let's go up to Kristen.
I'm here with Brad Eglin. Now, this is a family sport for you, as it is a lot of guys, but your 19-year-old son painted your car, is your crew chief, Braden. Just tell me what it's like working with your kid. Come on in here. Let's give him some TV time. All about the team, family team right here.
Yeah. So we're just two guys, a father and son. We're out here. We're having a good time. Number one rule for us. So we're not here to try to, to win this race. We're here to have a good time, support this. And like I said, just show people it's, the smaller guy can do it too. Just got to work hard at it. But we made a good pass. It's not fast, but it went at 385. That's good for us because we went like a 97 first pass. So the car's flying. It must be that shiny paint job my son put on there. So. And then we played a little joke. The guys up in the tower keep calling my car a Mustang. So we put on the door real big with shoe polish, not a Mustang. So hope they got a kick out of that because, we like to have a good time and hope they do too. So we're going to keep the ball rolling with this two-girl garage racing car.
They're loving it. They're out there laughing. Not a Mustang, and I promise you they won't forget it the rest of the weekend. That's Brad Eglin and his son, Braden.
And I'm really glad he shared that shame with the guys in the booth, as though you two had anything to do with it. Here we go. Kurt Stedding in the far lane. Jimmy Taylor in the near lane.
Kurt winning here 2 weeks ago.
Struggled in the first section. Same situation, struggling there in the front half. Probably run some massive speed here again. Although,
timed out.
He jumped the light, huh?
No, he timed out. Didn't get it put in.
Oh, gotcha.
Got 7 seconds to put it in the second bulb after the other guy did, and he just never be able to get it in. He was trying to build a boost and bump it in, and just never got it in the beams before he timed out.
So difficult to do. Very, very tough. 374 for Kurt Stedding. Very nice improvement for Kurt. Previous effort, a 5.02. So nice job for Kurt Stedding. Put him up in the 16th position.
All right, guys, thank you. Down here in the pit, staging lane correction. 2 weeks ago, you qualified number 1. Unusual situation, too, as well with your shoes. Still hold the ET record at 363. What are you going to adjust here in the second round to make sure things improve on your end?
Well, we rolled out and shook the tires real hard at about probably 200 feet. That really slowed the car a lot, so we kind of did some things to get it to where it's going to go through that transition better, and it just needed more power, if you can believe that. So we're here ready to go now, and it should do what it's, well, we're going to find out what it'll do. It'll do something good. Either that or it's going to do something real bad, and I'll be back here giving you a great interview.
All right, well, that sounds good because you still have one more round. So go out there, be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
We're on it. Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Nice job. Yeah, he had that 369, and we know that car has a lot more in it, and he's exactly right. You can see he was a little bit lazy there in the middle and then picked it up. So we'll see what type of changes he made. And everybody talks about how good these tracks have been. I mean, it's not one or two people. They keep saying that they miss it on the soft side. So we'll see how he does. As Disco Dean pulls up to the near lane, Jackie Sloan in the far lane. Jackie struggling in the first session. As always, it seems like Disco Dean's car just goes right to the finish line. He's right in the middle of the pack in the 15th spot for the 374.
Yeah, I think Jackie's car is the only nitrous car we have on hand this weekend, and the last pair I think was the only turbo car here this weekend.
Pat Musey power under the hood. And again, Dean's car just could not go any quicker. 372 with a 7. That is a personal best here for Disco Dean. Nice improvement for him. He won 198 before, here 199. So a personal best at both ends for Disco Dean. Nice adjustment.
It's just right down the boulevard, isn't it?
That car goes so straight. It's one of the straightest driving pro mods out here. And hey, he lost 5 pounds, man. Look what it's doing. It's picking ET right up.
And that was a legitimate 5 pounds, not like the previous time when he lost 45 pounds.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kristen.
Ty Tutterow at the top of the board. You weren't happy with your first qualifying session. You got to be happy after that one.
We are. 64 is a really good, solid run. Tonight, that'll probably just land us middle of the field. It was number 1 for right then, and all we can do is go back, try to improve, and get this quick fuel redline oil hot rod up to the top, and then get a qualifier if we can.
Well, good luck in that next qualifying session. We look forward to seeing you. Ty Tutterow.
Robert Cox and Cole Pez will be up next.
Pez in that Eleanor Mustang. Silver with the black stripes.
Yeah, had some issues there in the first session. 470, but only 109 miles an hour, so clearly struggling to get to the finish line under power.
Cox crashed his car at Dragway 42 last year.
Cox at 374 in the first session, 202, currently in the 14th spot. Good, solid pass out of the box. Great looking Camaro. Beautiful Mustang. Oh!
Oh boy.
A frustration pedaling out of Cole's car there.
That's probably a really good read.
You can see it. He's had struggled getting down the racetrack last few runs with that car, and you can see the frustration mounting right there.
Last time in the left lane, if memory serves, I think it got out in the wheelie bar and it went to the right, pretty hard, and he had to get out of the throttle. So, yeah, it just doesn't seem like that thing is reacting the way he would like it to. Clearly in and out of the throttle.
And now he's expecting it to.
It does well. I mean, you bring up a great point. It takes your confidence away as a driver, right?
Yeah, he's getting a little frustrated. You go up there and you're trying to knock the tree down. You're trying to do all this, but you're worried about thing going down to the track, going straight. I mean, it's you can see here, it lifts front. Oh, man, it shook, went hard right. So, yeah, that's being frustrated.
Disco Dean, 372. You just hit a personal best. Yeah. Because you lost 5 pounds, of course. Yeah. Now, you're really upset that you hit 200.
You already let me down. I didn't go 200. All right, 199. I'm back here jogging in the pits, using the bathroom twice between each round, chugging waters, doing everything I can to get this slender, slim physique in that Trans Am to try to break 200 mile an hour and get into the 60s. We're doing done here with the steel roof and quarter car.
We look forward to seeing you in that next round.
Thank you.
He is a personality. Wes Stefano coming up here once again with that 72 Olds. DeStefano, my apologies. And Mike DiDomenico once again with that gorgeous Corvette.
Wes, the 2019 PDRA Pro Rookie of the Year.
We watched Mike that last pass and watched that thing carry the front end and it went left, and that thing had the whole tire out into the asphalt off of the concrete, and he was on the gas. I'm like, whoa, that's been awful brave. Finally had to shut it off, so we'll see what it does this time.
Of course, Wes with a million laps out here at this racetrack. Very, very good at what he does.
Yep, out of Waterford, Michigan.
Defending champ here at Milan.
I'll tell you what, that Cutlass over there, not only is it quick at the racetrack and going to take a lot of trophies home from here, it's going to win a lot of car shows, too.
DiDomenico. They're having some issues and shut it off. There's some frustration. West drives it right down the boulevard. 368 with a 2. Very nice improvement for him. Nice job.
We've seen that car now two times in a row. 2 weeks ago, it just kept getting better and better every run. Got to the final round, and this time here, we saw it come out and make a nice run. Now he comes out, makes an improvement into the 60s. That car just getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
He gets that initial hit info, knows exactly what to do in the next session.
Cole Pez, 479. I saw some frustration when I told you that time. How crucial is it to have that third qualifying session this weekend?
It's everything now. You know, you look at the last couple races, we only had 2 qualifiers, so I'd be out again, which, you know, we got more than 32 cars now. Qualifying matters. You know, we went and tested, and Eleanor's just not happy on a prep surface, and we have to figure out how to overcome that if we're going to continue to try to run a steel roof and quarter car that's 100 pounds overweight with the program. I ain't going to sit here and bullshit nobody, so we're just going to get better, try to bounce back. My team's young. We're all young. We're going to fucking just go for it and just see what we can make happen on this last one. I'm going to roll the dice, send the hell out of it, and I promise you I'm not lifting. So,
we all just heard it right there. Cole Pez, he's going to let it rip with Eleanor in that last session.
Joel Wensley coming up in the near lane against Kai Kelly. Kai Kelly not happy with his previous round efforts at all. Of course, a very, very fast car. We'll see if he can pick up the pace and do so with that beautiful 84 Chevy. And Joe Wensley in the near lane with the flat hood.
I think I mentioned something about Cole being frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you were right.
Kai Kelly was unusually slow that first session, so I don't expect to see that twice.
No, some sort of issue for sure. And the 18 Chevy Camaro with the Pro Charger under the hood. Beautiful car as well. Kelly with a 386 in the first round. We know that one's capable of way more than that. And both of them get out of the throttle early. Winsley put a 370 on the board in the first session, so he'll have to hang on to that one. And a 4:15 is not what Kai Kelly was hoping for here either. 60-foot time for both cars, 0.92 for Kelly, 0.93 for Winsley.
Yeah, when Kai's car left, I thought, whoa, way better. Had the front end up. Last time it didn't even seem like it had enough power to carry the front end, and this time was doing a nice job. Unfortunately, it carried the front end and was going to the right, and Kai having to get out of the throttle before he got there.
Well, we'll look at it, and a great description out of my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr. Exactly what the car did. And it looks like Winsley had to get out of the throttle way early as well. Some tire shake.
Wes DeStefano, I always mess up your last name. Now, you got to feel like you're coming in here with some unfinished business. Last time we were here, you made it to the finals. You just ran a 368. What's it going to take to get that car on top?
Well, we're going to need a little better performance. I think, you know, with the way the field's going to move up right now, that probably keeps us about where we're at 12th. If we can improve a little, but I know come tonight, we're going to drive really stellar the last couple weeks, so hopefully I can continue that.
All right, we look forward to seeing you in that last qualifying session. Thank you.
And here comes Mr. Robin Roberts, current ET record holder here with the IHRA, that 363. Put a 69 on the board in the first session. Hoping for something there, said it was lazy, out there around 200 foot. And Kyle Kenyon will line up alongside with the 1968 Chevy Camaro. Personal best 383. Which he set in the first session. The Hart's Charger car, as you were talking about before. No?
Nope. That's Randy West. A couple weeks ago, Robin, I think he qualified number 3 here. So it's a tough car.
You know, we see so many Camaros out here. Nice to see that Pontiac body, the Firebird. Looks great.
Oh boy, car all over the place. Man had to steer that one back into the groove. Does a really nice job. Able to stay in the throttle. 367 with a 4 will be an improvement. And Kyle goes 380.
Thing was dancing everywhere, wasn't it, Tommy?
Yeah. Some of you guys got their hands full, but Robin picking up a couple hundreds from the first session. You can see it chatter the tires and move around a little bit, but knocked something off.
Come on,
Yeah. It rattled so hard it was throwing parts off of it and still going down there.
Kai Kelly, you just ran a 4:15 in that second qualifying session. You know that the last one's very crucial for you. How do you not let that pressure get to you before that last one?
It seems like my whole career, I'm always like all the way down to the last minute. So it's nothing changing. I'm not gonna let pressure get to me. We're gonna go out there and we'll get qualified. Ran like a 386, I think, first session. My transmission burned up. we scrambled to put a new transmission in it, and I think we might have had the car pointed a little right at that time, so it was making a good pass. It's fixed. It was fast. I just had to live before I got to the wall, so third time's a charm. That's what I'm hoping.
Mr. Kai Kelly, calm, cool, and collected, and ready to run under pressure in that next round.
It's so important, Tommy, to be able to compartmentalize all that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he does a great job with it. I mean, he's been so many different things he's raced at. He's done it all, but one thing that's impressed me is he never drives that car too far. He never hangs it out there too far. When it's in trouble, he recognizes it, shuts it off so he can come back and do it again.
Frankie Taylor in the near lane, Bubba Green in the far lane. Bubba's car looks amazing.
A little different.
It is a little different, too, huh?
Different header setup than everybody else out there.
The Zoomies coming out of the side of the fenders.
That's a little bit of Scotty Cannon personality, I think, coming out of that car.
Scotty Cannon and Lee White helping with the tuning on that car. Of course, Scotty's half-brother. Wrapped like the Killer Red Mater back in the day, the legendary car that Scotty was so amazing in. Still the winningest driver in the history of the IHRA Pro Modified category. And Frankie Taylor. Can't talk enough about the Madman. There's a good look at Bubba's car and those Zoomies.
Doing something different in Pro Mod is a big statement, right? Yeah. I mean, it takes a lot to be different here.
And Scotty Cannon, he's been known to do a few things different.
By the center line. Frankie got the better of one right there, and Bubba way over by the center line, but stayed in the throttle. It was 382, I guess, out of the throttle, 169 for sure out of the throttle at the end, but he was way over by the center line, and of course Frankie eating one up, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Frankie's engine went south on that one. A lot of death smoke out there. I see, and Frankie did a great job. He recognized it, pulled it over out of the groove, and tried to make the damage to the racetrack as little as possible, but Bubba was on a good run. It was a nice looking run, and just pulling to the left, got too close to center line, had to shut it off a little early. Not a lot of runs on that car, so it seems like they're getting it figured out pretty quick.
Do they have a backup in the box? That would be the question.
The way that car's been running the last few weeks, boy, you sure hope so.
Paul Taylor, his brother, a big part of that team as well.
Robin Roberts, you talked to Sarah before that pass. Last time we were in Milan, you were the fastest qualifier. I'm not going to say what happened after that, but you didn't go home too happy.
No.
How did you approve of that last pass?
Well, the chute stayed in. Always a help. Big advantage. So we've just been chipping away at the car. It's probably now got 22, 23 passes on it. We're still getting a little better. We're still fighting little things in the car that are just need to get the chassis right. So we're just marking every pass gets better. Like today, we started 69, you go to 67. Like that's our trend we hope for the weekend, where we just get better on the hot stuff and we get better on the tracks and car gets better and we just learn.
Now moving forward, you said you're getting better every pass.
Yeah.
What time are you expecting in that last pass?
Ooh, 64, 3 or 4.
All right, I'm going to hold you to it. 63 or 4, Robin Roberts, we look forward to seeing if you get in that last session.
Thank you, guys.
He did it before, and that's about the time of day that he did it 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, doing a nice job with that. Like he said, they're just chipping away at it, not taking big swings, not going out and not going down the racetrack and then come back and run a really good number. They're just going down the racetrack and making some nice, consistent runs.
Let's go to Sarah Daly.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Jason, a good run the first round, but what did you make, if any, improvements to pick up pace here just a bit in the second round?
You know, go Track, the weather hasn't really changed much from Q1, but you go out there and look at the track. Track's getting a little tired. Sun's moving in and out. We had some cloud cover earlier, but right now we're just trying to repeat or maybe do a little bit better. You know, just see what we can, just peck at it. We're number 1 right now, so we hope we can stay there. The cars here, but it's going to be a dogfight, and we'll just see how the Party Time crew holds out.
And a lot of folks look forward to the next qualify because it'll be darker, cooler, and everything is going to get hot.
Yeah, everything, you know, when the sun goes down, everybody goes crazy, and they just throw in some runs at it. And, you know, we've got a lot of runs on this with cool tracks. So Party Time car hopefully can keep up and keep pace.
All right. Thank you very much. Good luck. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Sarah. Of course, he's going to have to get after it just a little bit if he's going to remain in the number 1 spot after Ty Tutterow threw down that 364. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I think that's actually good news because I think that's where the car came to a stop. And I don't.
You mean it could have been a string of it?
I was looking out the window.
There could have been another 8th mile of that.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that might be good news. That we only have just that little spot, so it's not all the way down the racetrack. I don't see a lot of the oil pickup vehicles coming, so we're good.
Let's go to Kay Banks.
Bubba Green, your half-brother Scotty Cannon, real brothers at heart, as we just talked about. Do you ever feel pressure to live up to the family name, or do you learn anything from your brother?
Oh, he's biggest inspiration. He's taught me everything. I've never driven one of these until, 2 years ago. So we was playing around with a little small tire car. He said, let's go racing. All right, let's build a car. So we built a car, or actually we bought one and then came on out here.
Now, so far this weekend, how have you been happy with your performance? What are you looking from yourself in that last qualifying session?
Well, it went to the left a little bit, went to the center line, so I had to get out of it. First qualifying session was all me. New jitters, you know how it is. New place.
New place, new jitters, but you got one more session, and hey, it's going to be good. It's going to be great. We're going to put a good time on the board. Bubba Green, we look forward to seeing you, later tonight.
Have a good one.
Man, if you're into something and you got some new time jitters going on, quite possibly the worst place you could be in is something as adrenaline packed.
These cars are no joke, and it's everybody's first time at some point, right? I mean, not that it's his first time out here, but still.
It's not like a pass was going to.
Do you remember that? You have to go back a little bit. I mean, but do you remember the?
What are you saying? We got to go back a little bit. Like, come on now.
I'm not sure they had video back then.
Yeah.
They did, but there's one where you had to crank the handle. Yeah.
No, I was just so young that I didn't even know better. So it was great. But as you get older, I mean, there's nerves. I mean, there's little nerves when you come out here, and especially they haven't raced much this season. We haven't seen him yet, so he comes into a new track he hasn't been to, and nerves get to you a little bit.
Yeah, and as he was talking about, it's so easy to turn the steering wheel or miss a shift point, whatever the case may be, right? I mean, we're splitting seconds.
Yeah, and the way these cars are running so close and so tight, you can't make any little mistakes. So you're off, 800ths to a tenth easily.
Let's go back down to Sarah Daly.
All right, thank guys. Well, Jacob and Neil, any adjustments or changes for second round qualifying rather? Sorry.
Yes, man, we did. From that, kind of watched change a lot of the last night. Kind of carried the wheels a little bit, carried them over left, kind of brought it back a little bit too much, put a little rear steer back in the car. Had a little bit of trouble issue with the motor. I had to kind of carry into a little bit, put it back together. So it's going to be a pretty good deal. We're looking at it a little bit straight, carry the wheels a little bit straighter. This one, kind of get after a little bit more.
Mentally coming into this weekend, what were you prepped for? What were you this is what I'm going to do, this is my personal thought and what I want to achieve? Clearly a number 1 spot, but just on the personal level.
Go up there like I have no friends and cut everybody's throat. Hopefully by the end of the day, we're the winners. So that's every race we're going to go to like that. So it'd be a good deal.
All right, thank you. We'll see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys?
I like what he said there, and I'm guessing some suspension adjustments. And he's talking about rear steer there, and it gets back on the wheelie bar, and it has all the torque applied to the chassis. It's flexing, it's bending, it's doing its thing, and he wants to guide it a little straighter.
Yeah, they're making some adjustments with the 4-link bars, trying to change the angle of the rear end just a little bit to help drive the car straighter. And, like he had trouble a couple races ago and didn't get that information. Last race, he did a lot better, and now they're just learning every run from it because he's going down the racetrack. He couldn't learn anything the first at Columbus. He didn't learn anything, not even gotten down the racetrack. So come in here a couple weeks ago and ran a lot better, and just keeps getting better now. They're going forward. They're learning things and going down the racetrack and getting that info.
Yeah, the car's fast.
When you make those kinds of adjustments like he's talking about, is this a big swing, or are we talking about minor tweaks?
No, I mean, it's not far off. I mean, the car's going down the racetrack, so he's just looking to make it a little better, improve the performance just a little bit. Just keep picking away at it. Every little bit helps.
Couple flats here, a couple flats there, and yeah, he put a 69 on the board in the first session.
Yeah,
really, really nice job. He was seventh after the first session.
Yeah, I mean the quickest way to get the other end is a straight line. So these things never seem to want to go straight. So if you can tweak it a little bit, make it go straighter, and that's what we see with like Disco Dean's car. That thing is going right down the racetrack, nice straight run. So if it goes straight, it is usually quicker.
Yeah, great info. We'll find out how things work out for him. We're going to go to the final rounds from Columbus, Hebron, Ohio, a little bit earlier this year for your enjoyment. Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at the first event of the 2025 season, having a great time. As we take a look at the ladder here for Mike McIntyre, of course, second-generation racer for the Mac Attack team. Does have a win in Funny Car, but it was Pro Nostalgia Funny Car. So first, IHRA Funny Car final here. And top Fuel Funny Car. Or Funny Car. Great battle. These cars have been solid, man, for sure.
These were the two best cars all weekend. Dell struggled in qualifying, but then come first round, I knew he could put it together with the track conditions the way they were. They ran after the rain and come out here and laid one down. Been solid since. Mike McIntyre has been a really good car, except for last round we saw him come loose and pedal and get it there. He did a great job of pedaling last night to get that semifinal round win and get into the final.
Worsham 406.3 in the semifinals, 317 mile per hour. So definitely the class of the field there in terms of miles per hour, putting one together, and really did a nice job there in the semifinals. Of course, that was one day ago. Wipe all that out. It is time now for the finals in Funny Car. I keep bringing it up because it never ceases to amaze me how impressive these cars are, even to somebody that has as many laps as Dell Worsham. Not really been in the car, hasn't been racing a lot here as of late, past 2 years, been doing a lot of tuning, of course, extremely good at what he does, and we know he has a lot of seat time, but got inside of that car there on Friday, got out of it after the first round of qualifying and said, man, this thing is fast.
Yeah, I had to laugh a little bit because I know what he's talking about. You spend some time out of the seat and you jump back in one and make that first lap and you go, oh yeah, I forgot about that. These things are fast. You think it's like riding a bike though. I was a little nervous jumping back in after being out for a while, and you're a little nervous, and they pull the wires and that thing fires up. The body goes down. You go, get out of the way. I got this.
Your brain's a little bit behind it. You're gonna, it's just so hard if you're not in it all the time. But I promise you, his head's right back in this thing now. He's up to speed.
Yeah, a couple laps, and you're like, I'm ready. Let's go. Final round bound.
Dell Worsham in the left lane. Mike McIntyre in the right lane. Mike McIntyre, your number one qualifier. Top bulb on for Worsham. Finals in Funny Car. Here we go. Great reaction time out of both. Dell Worsham really driving the wheels off of that thing. It's not going to be enough. How about a 4.16.6 beating a 4.16 with a 0 on a hole shot? So the finals from Hebron, Ohio, at our season opening event. It was an exciting one there in Funny Car. Track is prepped here. And we bring you back to the live action here from Milan. Jeff Rudolph and Ken Cortuccio.
Ken having some issues here on the burnout. Going to back him up and try it again.
love our shooter here. It's like on the flight deck of an aircraft carrier over here.
That's a little better.
Quartuccio right in the middle of the pack at the end of the first session with a 375. Ended up in the 16 hole.
Yeah, speed way off 170, getting out of it early, so tons more left in that car.
Shooter over there pointing Sheriff Rudolph down the 8th mile here. The 69 Camaro known as the Ghetto Sleigh.
We'll see if the Sheriff can get this thing to the other end now.
Yeah, nice 366 right out of the box the first session. So he's plenty capable of going out there and taking that number 1 spot. Only 100 for 2 ahead of him.
And an 028 light to go right along with it. That setup probably works really well for round 1 tomorrow.
That matte black with the striping is pretty cool, isn't it?
Yeah, really cool. Kenny Q there in the far lane. Both cars with a nice pass here. 368 for Kenny Q and 365 for Jeff Rudolph.
Should slide him right into the number 3 spot. Yep.
Rudolph will go to the 4th spot. Nice job for him. Quartuccio goes to the 9th hole.
Both cars making a nice improvement over the first session.
Yeah, Quartuccio 16th at the end of the first session and jumps up inside of the top 10. Real nice move.
Amazing.
Top half of the program.
Amazing when people keep the throttle down all the way. How much better.
Up next will be Randy Weatherford and Craig Sullivan. Sully out there with that gorgeous 49 Merc. Weatherford, number 4 at the end of the first session, went 366.
What were the other options on the table, you think, when they decided on the 49 Merc body?
I don't know. Do you remember he had another 49 Merc that was one of the most spectacularly painted cars of all time? I mean, it was absolutely gorgeous. It was on the front cover of a number of magazines.
Because when you think about it, there had to be other things, and they went, no, let's go with the others. Those are too crazy. Let's do the 49.
Yeah, Craig likes to be a little different, so he's not going to come out here with your new late model Camaro or anything,
No.
Weatherford, that car has been on fire lately, so let's as the sun's starting to go down a little bit in the west, I look for that car to even come alive more.
Sullivan 373 at 201 in the first session. Would love to stick that thing into the 60s.
So important to get these things lined up straight. We've heard a couple of people earlier say, it was lined up a little crooked, and it's going to go crooked. So they got it straight now.
Personal best, by the way, for Sully with the IHRA. Hikes up that left front tire, man. He's charging down through there. Both sides charging down through there. Excellent job there for Sully. Another 373 with a 1. And then 364 with an 8 will be good for the number 2 spot for Weatherford. Good lap for him, just short of what Tutterow put down at a 64.0.
I told you the sun's going down, that thing's going to come alive, and look at it go.
Sure did.
Yeah, both of them making nice runs.
And watch Sully carry the front here. Look at that.
That's awesome. What a great
What a shot.
Looks like a brand new stock Merc carrying the front end like that, don't it?
Yeah. Nobody in 1949 ever.
I was thinking the same thing. That's exactly what I was thinking. I don't know why, but I swear I was thinking the same thing. There is nobody back in the day that ever envisioned a 49 Merc looking like that.
And doing that.
Yeah. Robert Davis coming up here next. 366.0 in the first session. His personal best here with the IHRA. 206.52 miles per hour. Both of those a personal best here in the first session with the IHRA. Scott Taylor, he is in the far lane.
Tommy, you were talking about being lined up a little off and how much that can cause havoc with your run. How far off do you have to be before it really starts to make your run go south?
I don't think in a Pro Mod car you have to be off very far at all. These things are really, as we saw Craig Sullivan's car carrying the front end for the first 200 feet of the run, it better be pretty straight.
Yeah.
Randy Davis having some issues backing up, and they just shut that one off and backed it out. So Scott Taylor on a single.
Street Outlaw competitor. Ran the World Series of Pro Mod as well. Todd Butterfield helping out with this car, and looks like they put one in at 370 with a 9. First time out was a little bit quicker at a 369 with a 5.
Seen the if there's a replay, I like.
Oh, that was Frankie Taylor's time.
He went 71, made a little improvement.
Wrong
the replay sign was in the way there, but I was watching it. It red lighted him, but I seen the top bulb flicker. So I don't know. We saw some issues with that at a
little
2 weeks
smoke
ago.
out of the end of that one too.
Ken Q, you just put your car in that number 10 spot. After that first qualifying session, you were in a rush to get back to the pits because something was going up with your car. Did you figure everything out, and is it running good now?
We're close, honestly. The wick was probably just a little bit short, so it blew the blower off of it, which is the first time I've had that happen, which was really cool. So I got to experience that. And then we put it very safe for this next round just because we needed to get some data at least. So I think tonight will be in good shape to tune it up.
Well, good luck on that last session. We look forward to seeing you then. Ken Q.
Exciting having that happen the first time.
I don't know if I'd say it's really cool, but yeah, it'll get your attention, that's for sure.
Callie Mills with a great effort in the first session ended up number 2 on the sheet with a 365 at 206.23. Both of those personal bests for her here with the IHRA. She's in the near lane. Jacob McNeil in the far lane. Of course, Sarah did that interview with him out there in the staging lanes. This car's really fast. I mean, no question. And they keep plugging away.
You can just see the improvement on everybody. She came in here in second when this session started. She's scored down to number 4 already. And just everybody's getting a little better. And I can't wait to see what tonight, when the sun goes down, what we got.
I mean, a lot of cars in the first session. Personal best out here with the IHRA, both ends, including McNeil. And as you talked about, it's only going to get quicker here as the air cools off.
We'll have to see how much straighter this thing goes now. See if he went in the right direction and made the right calls.
McNeil in the far lane. Callie driving that thing 363 with a 6 and goes to the top. Beautiful lap out of Callie Mills. 370 with a 6 for Jacob McNeil. 206.42 miles per hour. Exactly what she ran in the first session in terms of mile per hour. But a real nice pickup in ET.
Yeah, she mentioned they wanted to pick away at it, get down the racetrack, and all of that was made in the early part of the run.
By the way, new ET world record here with the IHRA as well by 0.003 of a second. Real nice job there in the near lane. Let's go to the top.
Randy, when we started this interview, we thought you're sitting number 2, but Callie just put down a fast time. You're sitting number 3 right now by a blink of an eye, right behind Ty in that number 2 spot. Going into this third qualifying session, what kind of changes are you going to make to your car to get it to the top?
Well, think about it. The weather's going to change. The track's going to get better, so we're just going to hit the keyboard and step it up a little bit. That 63 is pretty strong, but I got one more round.
I think you've got it in you.
I got it in me. You watch.
Y'all just heard it right there. Randy Weatherford, we'll see him later tonight.
Well, I don't want to give it the commentator curse, Tommy, but when you look at the weather, we're not expecting anything too different than what we have here today, tomorrow when we run for the 125 grand.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some of the cream of the crop coming out here when the sun's out, the heat on the racetrack, and it's what you're going to need tomorrow, especially when the race day. Tonight's all about bragging rights.
Yeah.
Lyle Barnett in the 10th spot at the end of the first session with a 370 lineup alongside Jason Harris. Jason Harris, your number 1 qualifier at the end of the first session with a 365. We'll see if he can do what Callie just did and step it up here and reclaim that number 1 spot.
Lyle out of Robbins, North Carolina.
Party time car going right to the stripe. 364 with a 0 will not be enough to take over the number 1 spot. Will go to the number 3 spot by 9/10,000ths of a second.
That car is consistent.
Yes, it is.
Very, very consistent.
004 to the red, but I mean right on the light as well.
Yeah, and something happened to Lyle's car. It left starting line and looked like it broke something right away. So that party time car, I mean, 2 weeks ago it was quick. It was quick. Last few weeks, I mean, that thing is, it's going to be tough to beat.
Another good look at it here. Little sachet at the beginning, but once it's settled in, right to the end.
Got a few more. Callie Mills, you just put down a 363. You say you want a 350 something, but 363 put you at the top of the board. How does it feel to know you're sitting at the top, Pretty?
So my car owner, Paul Hayden, before this run, he said, man, I just want to hear Callie Mills sitting at the pole, at the top of the pole. And he got to hear it. So we're going to the Q3 on the top. We got a camera work cut out for us. Next pass, the sun's going to be down. Track's going to be better. These guys are going to be able to lay down some pretty good numbers, but I think we got a little more in her. So, yeah, can't thank everybody enough. Redline Oil, Quick Performance, Mills Truck and Tractor Service, American Pride Golf Cart, Goodridge, Redline. I'm just on cloud 9 right now. This car, I was actually counting it. The tires that we have on the car are the original set from when I got into Pro Mod, and we haven't even had to change the tires yet, and we're, you know, lighting the boards with number 1 qualifier. So that really means the world to me and my team.
Well, congratulations, Callie Mills, sitting at that number 1 spot. We look forward to seeing you later tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we shift gears into Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Go back to Mike Murphy, who was the first one down the track in the first session. Went 438, 159 miles per hour, so he was hoping to step things up, but the car has been shut off, and they're pushing it back. Looks like he will not make this second run. Unless they're pushing him back. Are they pushing him back in the water?
No, I don't think so. I think it's headed for the return road there, front
going
front
for
of
the
the
return
tower.
road. I was hoping for the best.
Well, if the Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars come out and kind of do anything similar to the
I like the American flag on the roof.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
We should see these guys pick up a couple hundreds throughout the field. You know, we saw Pro Mods as a whole pick up 200-300s from the first session. Some of them pick up 100. So I don't know if we're ready for the 4.0s yet on this session, but they're all headed the right direction.
See what they can pick up. The naturally aspirated cars. In the meantime, let's go to the top end.
Jason Harris sitting in that number 2 spot, 364. You think your car has more in it that last qualifying session?
Yeah, definitely. It was shaking and baking out there. That thing left, and it went out there and shook real hard, and I kind of stayed with it, and it straightened up and cocked the wheel back up, and it went out there. Whole party time car was on a rail. You know, we went a little aggressive. We got a little aggressive with it. I seen Kaylee go 63, and I was like, you know what, I think we got it in there. But we'll just go back. This night session will change everything. You'll see everybody move around, mix around. So it's just one of those things. Got to think Hoosier Tire, Southern Diamond Company, Pro Charger, Party Time. All these guys stand behind me. I mean, you got to think LAT Oil, IHRA for putting on this race. For a good old country boy like me, this is a dream come true.
Y'all just heard it right there. Jason Harris is going to mix things up tonight.
Yeah, night session is going to be a lot of fun.
Well, he could throw a really nice party with 125 grand in his pocket.
Yeah.
That's an old tribute
Speaking
to
of
Harold.
party time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tribute to Harold Denton, the old Mountain Pro Stock IHRA racer.
Yeah.
That's a tribute to him, and it's cool. They kind of keeps that alive. We lost Harold, so we're keeping that going for him. And, man, you could tell the adrenaline, couldn't you? Listen to him talk. And it seemed like it was amping up.
Brain is still going, man.
Yeah, I mean, the first session they talked to him, he was a little excited. But this side, it's getting a little more. He goes to number 1 tonight. Look out. Not sure what happened to Mike's car after the burnout there. They just went out and do a quick drag, make sure everything's good. I saw it do the burnout, rolled out there, stopped, and they ended up pushing him back. So, quick drag of the track, and we're back in business.
Seven-car field here so far in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. We were hoping we'd get 8 for that even number. Right now, John Montecalvo up top with the 413. Yeah, we've seen 410s here at our events in the first couple of events there. Pete Berner still holds a record from 2009 at a 409. So we've been really close. We'll see how things go here tonight.
It's pretty stout to hold on to a record that long.
It's a good effort. Of course, with that said, with the IHRA, there was a number of years in between where they didn't run, so that helps you save it.
But still.
But to come back out here this many years later and have it sustain 2 national events is pretty impressive.
It's like Big Daddy holding that record of 563 for what, like 20-some years maybe, you know?
Yeah.
It was incredible.
We'll bring up Strobe Lander in the far lane. Dylan Voss here in the near lane. Dylan Voss in the number 4 spot with a 4:15. And the times are really close, as you would expect here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock. A 13, a 14, a 14.4, a 15.8, 16.4, 20 with a 0. So, I mean, they were very tight, exactly what you would expect with this class. And wouldn't surprise me to see them all really tighten up by the end of this third session.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't know. I think we're probably going to get a lot tighter than that as we go.
Like that. See the light, push the button, get the banana.
I always thought it was a carrot they dangled out there.
These guys, going for a banana.
Yeah, well, I can see that. It's yellow.
Whatever drives you, Tommy.
Yeah. Great overhead shot.
Just thumping, man.
Could listen to that all night.
Strobe Anstey at the starting line ready to get after it. Goes 4:19. So Strobe a little bit quicker than that first session. 4:17 for Dylan Voss. Voss will lose a couple of hundreds here.
Yeah, Strobe picking up 100. Dylan going back a couple, but that's how tight this class is. 4:17, 4:19, and it just doesn't disappoint.
Doesn't take much, right? I mean, maybe spin the tire, rattle the tire a little bit, or maybe miss a shift spot, by 100 RPM.
Yeah, and it almost looked like it stuck the tire a little bit. It just didn't quite get up on the tire quick
gotcha.
there.
Boy, what a gorgeous car. Dwayne Rice, that 22 Chevy. I love the colors on it. Spectacular machine. And Chris Powers' car really pops.
Yeah, we've got one that's kind of stealthy looking.
Right.
The other one you're not going to miss.
And one just as impressive as the other. We were talking about Sonny Leonard power, and of course, John Montecalvo being a Sonny House car, and now on with John Kazi power. But Chris Powers could not be more proud to have Sonny's power plant underneath the hood of that one. Of course, we lost Sonny. What an outstanding individual. A couple years ago now. Dwayne Rice with the Excalibur sponsorship there. Flying the colors. Dwayne Rice with a 414. He's got a hot rod.
Yeah, look, great Terry Adams standing up there, guiding him into the beams.
And of course, we know Chris Powers, 416. He can get it done. Back-to-back final rounds with a win. Extremely good on the tree. Oh, 34 light once again for Chris Powers. Goes 416 with a 3. First time out there, 416 with a 4. So if you're looking for consistency, they don't get any better than that. But it was the near lane you had to keep an eye on. How about a 412 with a 2, and to the top of the pack he goes. Dwayne Rice, we said it after the first session. They better keep their eyes on him. He's got a great car, and it's very, very consistent. 059 light, right on the tree as well. Look at this thing, straight as a string.
Yeah, make just a little movement, let start in line, just a little wiggle right there, but straighten it right back out. And man, what a great side-by-side drag race.
Looks good, and it's quick, huh?
It is very quick.
Do you think it'll stay?
That'll be his personal best too, by just a few thou, but really, really nice job, and mile per hour as well. I'm just going to say no.
Yeah, I mean, everybody seems to have a side bet, so I'm saying no, it doesn't stay. Yeah.
Be a pretty safe bet.
Here comes Montecalvo and the legendary Kurt Neighbor.
John, of course, 2009 IHRA Pro Stock World Champ.
Yeah, he can get it done. No doubt, and he talked about having his crew chief here. I talked about Kurt Neighbor's Ford that he has, that Superstock Ford. He also used to have a Comet. He might still have a Comet, the Camera Comet. Does he still have that? You know, I think so. I bet he's got a garage full of cool stuff.
Well, he's got a cool wife because she lets him do this, and she's out there working on the car. Yeah.
Speaking of John Kazi, a pair of Kazi-powered cars here. Your number 1 and number 2 qualifier at the end of the first session.
You're in there, John.
Both cars straight as a string down to the other end, and both cars, well, they will not stay 1 and 2. They'll go to 1 and 3. 412 with a 7 is just behind Dwayne Rice for Kurt Neighbor. John Montecalvo will keep that one at the top. The 22 Ford Mustang goes to the top with a 411 and an 8.
Pay up. Now, this is what makes this class so much fun to watch. 411, 412, 412, 414. They put on an unbelievable show, and it's going to come down to the driver tomorrow.
Stroby, you said I could call you Butch, maybe Butchie, just depends on the day. Right now, we're going to go with Butchie because that's what your car says. 419 with a 5, a career best for you. How did it feel?
Oh, it was. We've been trying to get the car in to get a team number out of the car for a while, so it feels good to finally just get over the edge a little bit. It was terrific.
Now it's going to cool down tonight. You think you can do even better than that?
I think the car's got a little bit left in it, but Corey is a great crew chief. I think he'll, we're going to get everything we can out of the car and hopefully have a good time anyways.
Well, congratulations on a great run. We look forward to seeing you later tonight. Thank you.
Obviously working closely with the Voss family there as well. Great job. And, of course, John Montecalvo up there at the top end. We're going to see if Kristen can catch up with him as we go back into our top bulb category, the Hillbilly Duster. Box racing, as they refer to it once in a while, courtesy of the delay box.
Yeah, we're in eliminations this round number 2. We got a 64-car field today and a 64-car field again tomorrow.
Yeah, one pass down the track and then line them up. We love it. That'll wrap things up, obviously, for the second session of Mountain Motor Pro Stock. John Montecalvo up top with a 411 and an 8. Dwayne Rice, number 2, 412 with a 2. Kurt Neighbor, number 3, 412 with a 7. Dylan Voss, 415 with an 8. Chris Powers, 416 with a 3. Landers with a 419 and a 5. And then Mike Murphy with a 438.
This little Dodge over here.
One of those top sportsman cars. It's naturally aspirated to jump into the Mountain Motor Pro Stock race.
It reminds me of like the old Ronnie Sox or Billy the Kid back in the day when they had the Pro Stock cars. That's good looking. Billy the Kid, Billy Step Kid, or what it was called. Yeah.
That's little Dodge Colt.
Yep.
.596 to dial in for Corey Blackford and that Dodge Colt, and goes over just as he should with a 006 reaction time. Had a 42 thousandths head start, or advantage, I should say, at the starting line. Really nice job to pick up the win and go to the next round.
John Montecalvo, 411 with the 8, sitting at the top of the pole. You didn't know how long you could hold the spot. How does it feel to still be up top?
We really made a decent run on that one. It was a really nice run, but some pretty good cars in front of us. So we saw Rice go down. We saw Chris Powers go down, and we figured that we had 11 in the car, and there we were, 111.
How do you carry this momentum into the last session?
Well, tonight we're going to really go for it. I mean, we have really nothing to look back on. We're number 1. I mean, that worst that could happen is we get knocked down to number 2 and number 3. Hopefully we go out there and go on.
Y'all just heard it from John Montecalvo. We'll see him later tonight.
Yeah, he's a vicious competitor, and we'll see what they throw at it tonight. Should be a fun session. Our third and final session will be up here in just a little bit. In the meantime, we will keep all the action going with the Top Bulb 64-car shootout and, of course, Top Sportsman behind that. Stick with us. We'll be back with that third session of Pro Mod and Mountain Motor Pro Stock in just a bit. In the meantime, let's go back to our track announcers, Brent Carver and Chad Reynolds.
One of those baby blowers on it, a 250 blower on it. So Ridnour going to leave out a half a second ahead and see if Stone can run him down. Yeah, they're 12 and 10 on the starting line. Ridnour was 12, goes dead 9. Stone was 10 and went 15th thou above. And Ridnour gets to the finish line by 3 thousandths of a second. So Chuck Ridnour taking the 63 Corvette on to the next round. I know it's one of your favorites over there, Tony Youssef. Absolutely beautiful 67 Chevy Nova on the right side of the racetrack, and I'm a Ford guy through and through, Chad. I've tried to keep my mouth shut.
It's okay.
I can't do it anymore.
It's
but I'm
okay.
going to say That is one beautiful car.
Absolutely. Hey, you know what? But the world has to have Ford guys and Chevrolet guys and Mopar guys, or it'd be real boring.
Yeah, otherwise we got nothing to fight about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yusuf is 16 on the tree, goes 520 for the win. Tyler Schneider in his dragster was a little tardy on the starting line. Not enough room to get around Yusuf. Went 465 on the 463, but that reaction time was death.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, this is call number 2 to the lanes. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman, come on down to the lanes, please.
All right, Jeff Hura over on the right side out of Collins, Ohio, down 478. And just a little quicker, going to be Brandon Wack. 2015 Dragster 632 Sniper X setup on that machine. 466 dial in, so just 100th separate him on the starting line. Let's see if that 100th holds true. They were real tight on the starting line. Hura is 007, goes 480 with A4. Wack was 16 up front and goes 465 with a 9 and a 7 behind that on the 466. Broke out by 0.003.
Wow.
Took 15th thou at the stripe and needed to take 14.5 thou at the stripe. Good grief, what a race that was. Scott Seibel and Connor Jensen. Jensen in this beautiful Malibu SS on the left side, and Seibel. Wheel stander there, the 87 Mustang out of Petersburg, Michigan, with small block Ford power.
Yeah, that 65 Chevelle over here in the left lane. And that 87 Mustang over there in the right lane, that Fox body with a Ford under the hood. Both of them wheels up launch. I got to give it to the Fox body with the bigger wheel stand.
Yes, but he did not have the better reaction time.
He did not, and he tried to take the stripe too, and he got out there and broke out.
Yep.
By 9 thou.
Mathematically ineligible.
Yes.
He did not get to the stripe first and still broke out. So, yep, that's not where you wanted to be. But it was pretty when it left, no doubt.
It was.
Kara Jo Brink and Jason Richardson. I believe Frank got beat in the earlier in this round. So Kara Jo going to see if she can keep the Brink dreams alive over there. Left side, Jason Richardson, the Lawrence Motorsports machine out of Walton, Kentucky.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the final call for the 64-car shootout. If you are still in the 64-car shootout and you are not in the lanes, you're late. This is the final call.
And not only are you late, you better be real quick because we're going to run out of cars, and if you're not here, you know what that means.
Yeah, you're out. Top Sportsman to the lanes, please. This is call number 3 for you guys. If you are still in the 64-car shootout and you are not in the lanes, you're late.
So Kara Jo is 26 up front, and Richardson was not. And Kara Jo goes 470 on the 469 dial-in and moves on to the next round. Kirby McLennan and Joe Chicolo.
Hey, you might... Need anything?
I'm good, buddy.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Joe Chicolo, 556 for the Camaro. Kirby is 17 on the tree and goes one above 423. On the 422 dial-in and 17 up front, and that made Chicolo mathematically eliminated. 49 up front, went 557. But McLennan was 27 total, and that's no room. We are missing, attention in the pits, we are missing 2 cars for this shootout, and we're about to run out of cars. So if you are supposed to be in round number 2 of the 64-car shootout, and you're not in the lanes, You are getting ready to miss your opportunity. Final call. Shanna Stone in the S10 and Goebel over here out of Port Ohio, the 2024 Bulb Dragster. Little starting line advantage for Goebel, and he takes the finish line by 9 thousandths of a second. So Chris Goebel moving on. Shanna Stone, not great on the starting line. Not bad, but not great. Not good enough to move on. Michael Gramlich and Jason Jensen. Jensen over here on the left side in the Dragster. Right side, Michael Gramlich in that G-Body 2019 and 78 Chevy Malibu with a big block. $595 the dial for the Malibus, $452 for the Dragster on the left side. There they go. Does not matter what Jensen does. Gramlich is 42 red. Jensen was 10 on the tree. Goes 453-1 on the 452. That is a 21,000 total package there for Jensen. Was definitely ready to race, but Gramlich throws it away on the let go. Goes 49 red up front. Cody Height and Jacob McNeil. McNeil, you know, is running Pro Mod. And Cody Height put down a phenomenal pass in that G-Body Malibu. Dialed 638 in the first round. Was nearly perfect on that pass. What a good round there for Height. So McNeil's going to have a handful, but McNeil is tough. Boy, Cody Height going to be sad on that one. He's 004 red, and McNeil was 65 on the other side. So Cody Height out in round number 2 on the old red bulb. Jacob McNeil goes dead on with a 7, but 65 on the tree. He was there for the taking, but Height let go 4 thousandths too soon. Shelly Elrod and Ryan Sparks. Elrod in that really good-looking little 1962 Chevy 2 over there. Left side, Ryan Sparks, Rochester, Michigan, 2021. Par Racing Engines power there for Sparks. Dialed at 438. Boy, Sparks is 007 on the tree and nowhere to go for Elrod. Sparks was 007, 441. Elrod was 46 up front, and there's nothing to work with when your competitor is 007 and you're 47. So Ryan Sparks moving on to the next round. Next pair up, Jacob Nahori in that dragster on the right side, dialed 5 flat. It's got a 464 big block Chevy in it. And how about what a cool looking car here, the AMX of David Buys. Buys out of Ypsilanti, Michigan. 1969 AMX, dialing at 581, cool car. It was cool, but it was too soon, Junior. 004 red for Bice. And since he went first and goes red first, that means David Bice and his AMX is out here in round number 2. Jim Nahori left too soon, but it didn't matter as Buys was already red. The cherry under the tree is nothing you ever want when you are out here racing. Todd Zeller and Jim Laney. Laney, the Steel Horse 1967 Mustang. Big block forward power, 509 cubic inches, dialing at 583. A second and a half quicker, Todd Zeller with the Copo blown LS engine on that dragster. I've never seen that combo before, and it is cool. The starting line advantage went to Jim Laney. He was 12 up front, 585. Zeller was 27, but goes under. Takes the finish line by 200 and breaks out by 11. So he got there, but took too much at the finish line, goes under the dial in. And Jim Laney moving the Steel Horse on to round number 3. Jamie Elrod and Brittany Ulmer. Ulmer, the American Race Cars machine, with 468 inches of power on the left side. Down 471. Just a hair quicker, down at 465. Out of Lima, Ohio, Jamie Elrod, the 2006 Pontiac headed dragster. And that's about the third or fourth time I've seen that so far today. Brittany Ulmer, not by Brittany Ulmer every time, but on my screen. Red by 7/10,000ths of a second for Ulmer. So Jamie Elrod moving on to round number 3 as Brittany Ulmer goes .0007 on the tree. And that is a heartbreaker for Ulmer and a gift for Elrod. All right, here we go. 25 cars on the ladder here in Top Sportsman. And the first one's out is current number 1, Mike Savoya. The 2017 Dodge Dart went 4.055 at 182 mile an hour on the first pass of that Bickle machine. The right side, that is Tom Anglin. Anglin, the 1994 Lumina. Qualified number 18, goes 470 with a 1. Qualifying sheet, now they're going to be all in the field because this is a 32-car field. So they're going to make it. So they are just right now trying to get them dialed in for perfection when they go into eliminations tomorrow. So Savoya's been 4.055. Knocks it red, goes 4.031. So Savoya picks up the pace even more. And Anglin goes 470 with an 8. He went 470 with a 1 on his previous pass. So within 7/1000ths of each other on those first two those last two passes. Now, Jacob Elrod, that car will run 450s all day long, and he has not gotten it down the racetrack yet. It's rattled the tire both times. So he's only qualified with a 582 at the very bottom of the ladder, and I expect it to go He's got 433 on the dial-in. I think it's really more about a 450, 449 pass for Elrod. And how about that beautiful Chevy 2 of Matt Grudge. Finally, the Elrod machine makes a clean pass, and they got to prove me wrong, don't they? Probably changed the pulley on it. 429 for Elrod and 22 on the tree. Grudge was 002 and goes 467. So that's going to jump Elrod way up the sheet. Probably put him in somewhere around the number 6-7 position. Grudge in that gorgeous 66 Chevy went 465 for a best pass and just went 467. So it looks like that one's going to be probably dialed right in the middle, somewhere around a 65. To 66 tomorrow, somewhere in that neighborhood. David Mullins and Troy Finner. Mullins, 488 for that 92 Lumina on the right side of the racetrack. Left side, that beautiful 68 Camaro of Troy Finner. I'm going to look up here towards the top is where I'm going to find Finner. He's been 424 with a 6. Got a Sonny's 903 Hemi in it. Mullins, just a wee little 615 big block. Finner's got 420, I think 3 on the dial board. Let's see how close we get. He's 007 red and a clean shot, and it goes 424 with a 6. So Finner, wow, let me tell you this. Troy Finner's best qualifying pass was 424 with a 6. That pass, it went again 424 with a 6. You tell me that they don't have that one dialed just to perfection. Just going to have to get on the right side of the tree tomorrow for Finner. Caden Wyke and Gerald Jones. Jones in this RJ Race Cars Pontiac Grand Am on the left side. Wyke, 2006 Dodge Stratus over there. Beautiful machine with 604 inches of Mopar power. Wyke comes in number 10, went 441. Jones comes in number 15 with a 466 on the left side of the racetrack. Heard somebody pedal one there. Wyke goes 441 again. 441 with a 7 this time. Was qualified on the sheet 441-1. Gerald Jones goes 466 with a 3. Previous pass 466 with a 2. Mark Claypool and Keith Castle. Castle, out of Columbia, Ohio, 694-inch big block Chevrolet on the right side. And Claypool in this Jerry Bickle-built machine, 604 inches of Hemi power. Corson Racing engines built there for the Dakota. Claypool has been 467. Castle has been 426 on that right side. Let's see, 009 and 426. So he's been 426 with a 6 and 426 with a 2. These Top Sportsman cars are on their game. How many have I now seen that their best qualifying shot and their final qualifying shot are within 1 or 2 thousandths of a second? Claypool goes 468. Best pass 467 with a 9. So just 8 thousandths of a second difference for Claypool. Ken Langlois, Lang Transmissions on the right side. Bob's Profab built 92 Cutlass out of Milan, Michigan. And Ronnie Proctor. Over here on the left side, the S197 Mustang with 632 inches of Albert Racing engines. Big block Ford power. If I'm not mistaken, Proctor, yeah, 431. I was going to say, I thought it was high 20s. Goes 431. Langlois has been 452. You know, I'm looking at an odd number of top sportsmen, so that number 1 qualifier position is going to be important. Langlois 002 red, Proctor 30 on the tree, 423. I knew Proctor's went 20s. Goes 423 with a 0, picking up the pace. And Langlois, just like every time, goes 453. It went 452 earlier, right on the number, set on a repeat. Here's where I mentioned number 1. Bob Mandel, Lil Bob, comes in, sitting number 2 with a 408. Mike Savoya went 403 earlier in this round. The way I picture it, number 1 would have a potential bye in the first round. So I'm betting that Mandel would like to eclipse that 403 number. I don't know if there's that number in that Profab machine, but he's going to give it a shot. Left side, Scott Wasco. Wasco came in number 3, went 415. 64-car shootout, attention in the pits. It's turn them around time. Turn them around. I need my 64 car. We're down to 16 of you, and we need you back. Put a splash of fuel in them, and let's go again. 64 car shootout. We need you to the lanes. 16 of you left. You can do it. Wasco, 1 flat 60-foot, 415. Was 415 with a 3 on his previous pass. Goes 415 with an 8 on this pass. Mandel strikes the tire. He was 006 on the tree. Rattles the tire and has to coast down. Mike Badia and Rob Harvishak. Harvishak, the Abruzzi transmission, 1969 Camaro. Badia, Holbrook engines, 632. In that Jerry Haas chassis car. Crew Chief Debbie Fan in the door as Mike purges the nitrous. Shack, 30 on the tree, goes 480. And Mike Badia, 4:36 with a 9. Right on the number, went 4:37.1, 4:36.9. That's why they're here, because they are on top of the game. Hey, attention in the pits. I got a parts call out. Big time parts call out. We need a billet Strange master cylinder. Strange billet master cylinder. If you have a spare Strange master cylinder, we have racer in need. Robert Davis in Pro Mod, who, by the way, is sitting in the top like 5. Needs a master cylinder. He went 366 flat on the first pass, right out the trailer, but didn't make the second pass, and I'm going to assume that's because there was no brake pressure. So we need a Strange billet master cylinder. If you will bring it to the tower, we'll get it to Robert. If you know where Robert is and you take it to him, that would be great, but somebody let me know in the tower so I won't keep asking for it. Boyd Byer out of Castown, Ohio, 24-2004. Oh, and I thought he was going to make a clean hit. Went 4:23. Way quicker than earlier. The car did not make the pass earlier. Goes 4:23. That's going to put him up in about the top 5. So good pass there for Boyd Byer. Oh, and I know what's getting ready to come under my tower. I can't even see it, but I remember the name. Warren Vandish. $555 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet and a turbo. And it did not go down the racetrack on the first pass. It went out about a car length and put those Mickey Thompsons up in smoke. So let's see how Warren Vandish, can he get that car down the track this time? It went 834, coasting, rolling. But we love the way it sits. It's a beautiful machine. Now let's see if it can back it up and make a good clean hit. Again, attention in the pits. 64 car shootout. 16 of you left. We need you to turn them and bring them. I got about half of them already up here. So 16 of you left. I see you rolling. I appreciate it. We're going to work you in twice for everybody else's round. So if you win this round, get them ready again. Because we are in final qualifications on our heads-up classes. And we're going to finish this night off with Pro Mod qualifying under the lights and some big-time fireworks. So let's bring them on. 16 of you. Getting ready to be 8. So Vandish builds some boost, bumps it in. Oh, and it tried to climb the rear axle, and when it did it, it also tried to move to the right a little bit. And just very quickly, he lets back out of it. Make sure that that car, it was headed right in a hurry. Yeah, it climbed up on the wheelie bars, is starting to take a right. Drops the front end back down and coasts down to fight another day. Because the way it was headed, I'm going to say it was going to end up in the opposite lane. How are we looking on our 16 remaining in the 64 car shootout? Y'all should be here. If you're not, you're late. We need you. It looks like I can see quite a few cars down there, so you may all be here. We certainly don't want to miss anybody, but we need you to bring them on. For the folks online, about 2,500 of you online watching. We appreciate you tuning in on YouTube, IHRA.TV, or Speed Sport 2. My name is Brent Carver. I am a Kentuckian. So if you hear a little bit of twang, that's what you got. Jeremy York, Selma, Indiana, 1997 S10. This truck did not make it all the way down last time. It broke and had to coast to a stop. So let's see if they got the house mouse straightened out. 632 Chevrolet on board of that S10. Went 473 on the first pass. And if I recall, it did not go down on the second one. So let's see if we got them lined back out. I can tell you this. He's got the starting line worked out. Was 001 on the tree. 464.9. That is the quickest pass for York. So obviously, whatever mechanical issue, they got that straightened out. And certainly no problem letting go of the button. So that wraps up final qualifying in Top Sportsman. 64, y'all should be here. Missing 2 cars in the shootout again. I'm not saying they're the same 2 cars, but we were missing 2 on the last time and we had to wait. So we need you, and we need you now for the 64-car shootout. 16 of you, and I got 14. And I called that was the end of qualifying in Top Sportsman. But, in fact, I was wrong. Because that is Aaron Glasser out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. I knew they'd get it back together. They had problems with it earlier. Had to push it back off. So the two-face machine, Derby City Calibrations, Shepherdsville, Kentucky, Aaron Glasser. Connor giving it a look. Gene standing behind it, looking over, saying, all right, son. Let's see what we got. 903 inches. And a little go fast juice. He might just say, I want to be number 1. It takes a 402 and change. And I 100% know that car is capable. If it makes a good hit, it's going to go 380 something. Oh, and it tried to go 988 to the 60-foot. You saw the flames. It was looking good, and all of a sudden you heard a pop. So coast across 651 at only 70 mile an hour. I know that car can be number 1, but problems on the first hit, I don't think made the second hit, and that one went about 150 feet out and knocked out the fire. So Aaron Glasser going to be guessing at a dial-in for tomorrow. It's not a guess. Glassers have been running that car for several years. They know exactly what that car will run.
Locked in, but you're walking away with that Ironman ET of 416. Tell me what you're feeling right now.
It's crazy. This is insane. This is awesome. We love IHRA, love racing Dell, and Man, this is huge. This is for my old man. My old man passed away last year. We did this together. And coming out here and doing this is just, I can't even describe it. Words can't describe it. We're going to celebrate tonight.
Now, you won on a hole shot. Was that part of the game plan, or it just kind of felt like that?
It's crazy. Put it a little bit deep. I'm sure Tony's going to yell at me, but it is what it is. So we got the win.
Well, congratulations. Mike McAttack going 293 miles per hour down that run. What a win. Woo! Back to you guys.
Yeah, boy. Watching it one more time here. Knocks the cylinder out there for Mike as well on that left bank. Car still went really straight, though. Pretty straight.
It's funny. Sometimes the cars will go straight as an arrow, and then other times you put a hole out and just pull you right over to this one side. So, yeah, both guys doing a great job. And he's talking about rolling it in deep. His crew chief's going to be mad. Well, I always told my crew chief in the final round, they don't have lane choice for the winner's circle. There's no lane choice for the next round. You take all you can get and get the win. First one there wins. It don't matter. They get on you about rolling it in deep and maybe cost them lane choice early in the day. But final round, no lane choice for the final round.
Shorten that track up if you can. Ready to watch top fuel cars go at it. Scott Palmer's car is fired up. He's going to line up alongside a very excited Krista Baldwin. Some pretty cool information here that we have been able to dig out of the archives. Either driver will be the 79th different winner here in Top Fuel. Would be the 4th IHRA female Top Fuel winner. If of course Krista can win this thing here. As we take a look at the ladder, Chris Macinas.
So we need you to fill up the back half of the field. Jacob McNeil, we need you to the lanes with the dragster for the shootout. Down to 16 cars and $10,000 to win on the line. We've got the Hillbilly Duster. Crew Chief Mindy, I bet that's the one back here with the camera. Billy Howard, St. Clair, Michigan. 493-inch big block Chrysler, dialed 623 for the Duster. The Overkill machine out of Bradenton, Florida, Troy Williams, dialed at 470. Boy, there's only 6 thou apart on the starting line, and the dragster gets the win as Howard. You heard me say earlier, hide the razor blades. Billy Howard broke out by 1/10,000th of a second. So Billy Howard going to be back at the trailer. I'm glad I'm not standing there when he looks at the time slip. Jacob Nahori and Jeff Hura, pair of long cars, dragsters. 502 the dial in over on the left side of the racetrack. 479 for Collins on the right side. Pasadena, Maryland for Nahori. And Collins, Ohio for Hura over there on the right side of the racetrack. Big time hole shot advantage for Nahori. Hura just missed the tree. I'm just going to call it what it was. Hura was only 3 thousandths over his dial in and still did not get there first. Nahori was 11 on the tree, goes 505 on the 502, and Jacob Nahori moves down to 8 cars. Kirby McLennan and Connor Jensen. Jensen, the Malibu. McLennan, the dragster on the right side. Blower sitting atop the 604 big block. Down 4:22 for the dragster. 2 seconds ahead for Jensen. Jensen was 14 on the tree. Wow, and goes dead on with a 0. McLennan was dead on with an 8. 22 up front, dead 8, and just in the way. As Connor Jensen was 14 up front, dead 0. Kara Jo Brink and Ryan Sparks. Sparks down 438 with the Par Racing engine on the left side. Right side, Bullseye Firearms Gun Vault. 468, the dial in over there for Brink. Boy, and there is another heartbreaker. Ryan Sparks is 4 thousandths red. Brink goes 469 on the 468. But Ryan Sparks going to be kicking himself going 4th thou red. Tony Youssef and Chris Goebel. Goebel in the dragster on the right side. Youssef in that tangerine orange 1967 Nova. And my friend Chad Reynolds has gone out into the pits. He's trying to get some intel to see what is going on with repairs and things like that as we get closer and closer to final round of qualifying for our Pro Modified Shootout. There's another one. Goebel is 002 red. Tony Youssef down to 8 cars in the shootout. And I guess Jacob McNeil made the call, because there he is. In the Road Warrior FTI dragster on the right side, down 461. Left side, Jason Jensen. Vicksburg, Michigan, 2015 dragster, dialing it 453. Ooh, baby. 001 and a 009. And the 001 was Jacob McNeil on the tree. Takes the stripe by 19 thousandths of a second. Jacob McNeil was 001, 463.3. Jason Jensen was 009, 454.6 on the 453. So McNeil tightened up the finish line to take it by 1,000th of a second. And there's Jamie Elrod and Chuck Rittenauer. Rittenauer in the Corvette. Elrod in the dragster. 467 to a 515 of Rittenauer. There goes Rittenauer in. They were kind of waiting there, it looked like. Elrod with a little bit of a starting line advantage. 14 up front, 469.2. Rittenauer was 29 up front and goes under by 28 10,000ths of a second. And Jamie Elrod moving on to 8 cars. The Steel Horse, look at this classic car matchup right here. 72 Dodge Colt for Corey Blackford and the 67 Mustang of Jim Laney. Mr. Jimmy over there in the Steel Horse with 509 inches of big block Ford. Blackford, 440 cubic inches of Chrysler power, dialed 599 to the 584 of Laney. It appears nobody wants to light the stage bulb. There goes Laney in, and Blackford right behind. Jim Laney is right on top of that Colt. 11 up front, made up basically the difference in the dial-in right on the hit. It was 11 up front, 584 with a 5 on the 584. So dead nuts on with a 5 for Jim Laney. Corey Blackford in the Colt out in round number 2. Again, remember, if you're in that shootout, there's 8 of you left. There's 8 of you left. I'd say get them turned as quickly as possible. Get them ready. Because when we call you, there's only going to be 8 of you left, and we're going to want you pretty quick. So I do now have a Top Sportsman ladder sitting in front of me. 26 cars on it. And Mike Savoya, your number 1 qualifier, going to have Ken Langlois in the first round. The matchups are going to go like this. Boyd Byron, Gerald Jones. Mike Badia and Rick Perlongo. Scott Wasco and Jeremy York. Jacob Elrod and Rob Harvishak. I had to think about it for a minute. Troy Finner is going to face off with Mark Claypool. Caden Wyke is going to face off with Aaron Glasser. Bob Mandel and Mike Nitsky. Justin Souders and Tom Englund. Completes out the ladder down here. Ronnie Proctor takes on Matt Grishor. Bill Yates is going to face off with David Mullins. Keith Castle going to go against Jonathan Vesper and Speedy Stevie Day. The final pair will get the Nova of Warren Vandish. So Top Sportsman is set for tomorrow. Pro Mods, you need to be doing your final preparation. 1 more round of qualifying to go. And we are right at that bump spot. So if you're sitting there on the bottom of the ladder right now, if you are Jackie Sloan, Mike DiDomenico, Cole Pez, or Brandon Pez, time to get that A to B tune in them, and let's pick them up, because you are hanging on by a thread. The current number 1 in Pro Mod is Callie Mills with a 366. I'm sorry, 363.6. Number 2 is Ty Tutterow. Number 3 is Jason Harris. Number 4 is Randy Weatherford. And number 5, rounding up the top 5, Jeff Rudolph. That is in Pro Modified. 1 round to go for those guys. Matchups and pairings will be crucial. And how cool is it to round out Pro Modified tonight under the lights? Track temperature goes down.
Some pretty cool information here that we have been able to dig out of the archives. Either driver will be the 79th different winner here in Top Fuel. Would be the 4th IHRA female Top Fuel winner. If of course Krista can win this thing here. As we take a look at the ladder, Chris Macinas, of course, the grandfather of Krista Baldwin, does have one IHRA win in Top Fuel. That's to go back to 1972 at the Empire Nationals. Scott Palmer won previous IHRA final at Milan, Michigan, 2008. Lost to Bruce Litton. Of course, Bruce Litton so successful over here with this sanctioning body.
The interesting thing about Krista Baldwin is her car has not been to the finish line all weekend, and here she is in the final round. It's one of those weekends that everything's going her way, and she's just walking to the final round. I don't see that happening and winning the round this time. She's going to have to go to the finish line, but Scott Palmer did a burnout that time. I thought he was in a match race. I think it was an 8th mile burnout.
He's probably pretty excited to go, man. Number 1 qualifier, Scott Palmer. Number 2, Krista Baldwin. Boy, they both take it right down there to the finish line. Another great side-by-side drag race. It's going to go to Scott Palmer. Both of them right there at the starting line again, ready to race. 0.58 for Palmer. Had the advantage by just a small amount to an 0.64. Great driving job out of Krista. And then it will be Palmer that grabs the win with a 3.95 and an 8 over a 4.12 with a 5.
Both drivers doing a great job on the starting line. I mean, they were wanting that win. 0.58 and 0.64. The best reaction times they've had all weekend. 60-foot, Krista was way ahead on 60-foot. 8.79 to a 9.09. Then at 3.30, they're still together. Only 200's difference, but it was at the 8th mile mark where Scott Palmer started to pull ahead. I'm sure that Kristen's car looks like it might have dropped a cylinder about the 8th mile mark or about 300 feet. There it is. Oh, there's a whole lot earlier right there on the right-hand side, and that's what – now we got one on the left-hand side. That's where the car started to slow down. Palmer starting to pull away. Looks like Palmer's car might have put one out right there on the right-hand side, but a couple of cylinders out on Krista's car and cost her the win.
Congratulations to Todd Haas, Bobby Cardoza, the rest of the Scott Palmer gang. Excellent job there. And honestly, to Krista Baldwin's team as well, like you had talked about, they had not found the finish line and made a full pull all weekend long. They put one together there. I know it knocked some cylinders out just before the finish line, but by far their best effort and definitely kept Palmer honest.
Yeah, absolutely. That was not decided till after the 8th mile mark, so great drag race.
And let's get it back up and talk to Mr. Scott Palmer, the People's Champ, and our winner here in Top Fuel.
Scott Palmer, you just walked away with the Ironman. I got to ask if the key to that win was that Coors Light last night.
Absolutely. Myself, Rex Harris, Jay Turner, a bunch of us hardcore guys, Todd Haas, all of our guys, you know. We believe in Coors Light. It's kind of a healer sometimes. So I was doing a terrible job of driving all year, all weekend. I just couldn't keep my foot on the floor. I was driving like a beginner. So today I had to step it up, and luckily my clutch worked good. Chris from CNCPE, I actually forgot to mention him yesterday, and he was kind of hard on me last night for not mentioning him and Darren Mayer. Without those guys, this thing don't get on the track. None of them. Redline Oil, Mark Beatty, PBR, Mark Recycling, Interpack, Mark Mickey, M&M Transmissions. I can't list them all. They're all my friends. They're not sponsors. They're my friends.
You got your friends behind you. Now you just told me you're a loser. I hate to break it to you. You're not anymore. Scott Palmer, Top Fuel winner. You're a champion.
Yeah. Thank you.
Great stuff right there, man. What it's all about. Crew making their way up there. Plenty of Coors Lights tonight.
I think that
today.
Last night was a few. Tonight might be a lot.
We've had a great time out here at Darana Raceway. Hope you enjoyed all the racing action. It's certainly been a pleasure to bring it to you. For the Christians, both Banks and Pete, and of course my colleague, Tommy Johnson Jr., I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time with the IHRA. Hey, it's time to have some fun. We're going to go drag racing here today, and it's all going to happen right here at Darana Raceway. You're watching this on Speed Sport 1, and we're here courtesy of the International Hot Rod Association and the Outlaw Nitro Series. With that said, we're going to bring you 2 exciting alcohol categories. I'm Ken Stout. This is Tommy Johnson Jr. We have Top Alcohol Dragster, and, of course, we have Top Alcohol Funny Car. With that said, there's plenty of nitro in the house here as well.
Yeah, but some of the closest competition we've had is in the alcohol categories. I can't wait to see how close and side-by-side racing we get today.
Now, whenever I say nitro, there's plenty of fuel-injected cars and the nitro or in the Top Alcohol Dragster category. We also have one in Funny Car.
Absolutely. You can run alcohol with a supercharger or nitro with fuel injection. Injected nitro cars new to Funny Car, old hat in the dragsters.
And absolutely some of the best teams of all time are here to battle it out. Let's go racing.
First pair's fired up.
Previous record was set by Dale Brand at Budds Creek 2007 to 560 with a 7. That, of course, was eclipsed during qualifying 1 day ago.
First pair out, number 4 and 5 qualifiers, Stan Sipos and Smith, they are number 4 and 5, only 100th of a second between the two. So coming around the box, you've got probably the tightest pair in the whole bracket. These guys will get to choose when they want to go out. Number 1 qualifier gets to pick which pair he wants to go out. By the time they got to number 4 qualifier, they're telling you what pair you're going out. You're going out first. We all want to watch and see what the tracks you got today.
All right, here we go. Stan Sipos in the left lane. Kyle Smith in the right lane out of Valley Center, Kansas, qualified in the number 5 slot. As Tommy mentioned, Stan qualifying in the number 4 slot out of Victoria, BC, one of our Canadian friends from the north. A couple of Brad Anderson power plants, pretty much the norm here.
We're going to find out right away. Is there a favorite lane? Sipos had left lane choice, took the left-hand lane.
Yeah, and we had kind of heard that from, I believe it was a Pro Mod competitor, that the left lane was restricted. Way over by the center line, they both go side by side, sailing all the way down through there, and the win light's going to go to Stan Sipos by 0.003 of a second, 39/10,000ths of a second. Man, oh man, what a way to kick off the day.
5:56. That's low ET of the entire event. Coming out first pair, dropping low ET. Stan was really lucky to get away with that. Dead late, 1:56 light, but yet Smith couldn't drive around him. Yeah,
had to drive back around him, right? A 1:56 light to an 0:70. So I mean, almost twice the amount of time had to come back by. That's why the gap was 0.003 at the other end. Talk about squeaking back by. But that will lower the record there if he can hang on to that throughout the day. But there's plenty of tough competition yet to go.
Yeah, he needed all of that 5:56 to get back around.
Funny car. As our next pair pulls into the water box, the Mustang.
Here we'll see a replay. Oh, you can definitely see Kyle leave way ahead of Stan. Here he comes. He's going to close the gap right at the finish line. What a tight race.
Excellent stuff. And this is what we've seen out of this category. Of course, both sides stepping that clutch now to get these things off the line and to get after it. A really big discrepancy there. Boy, Sipos definitely dodged a bullet there at that starting line.
Yeah, he would have been beating himself up if he hadn't ran so well to get around Kyle, but he did, and moving on to the second round. It's really encouraging. We saw great ETs out of the alcohol cars yesterday, and right out of the bat, low ET of the event.
So one thing that is a bit different, I think the heat intensity feels about the same, but we do have some cloud coverage today. Certainly going to help this track out a little bit as it was compared to yesterday, but these guys also have a pass in these conditions from yesterday to make those adjustments.
Yeah, now number 2 qualifier Ray Drew, who had lane choice, took the opposite side. He went to the right-hand lane up against DJ Cox in the left-hand lane. number 2 and number 7. A tenth of a second difference between these two cars in qualifying. Today, well, we don't know. We haven't found out yet where everybody's at because the low qualifier took lane choice in the first round on the left. Next round, next pair of the right lane.
I think that's a great indicator that they feel like both lanes are pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
We did hear from one of our competitors with the door car last night. They felt like the left lane was tricky. So, and we were kind of curious which way you'd want to go. But you said, if it were me, I would always want lane choice, given conditions can change so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to dictate where the other guy is going. And if it's nothing else, it's a mental advantage.
Number 2, number 7 qualifiers, as Tommy mentioned there before. Ray Drew lined up on the right-hand side, was number 1 after the first session, ended up number 2 overall with a 5.60 and a 252 miles an hour. DJ Cox, as Tommy mentioned, a 10th off that with a 5.7. RPM's up. Here we go. Both on at the top. Drew in trouble right there. That thing hopped right at the very beginning. He did not get it put together. A 5.73 with a 4 is going to get the win here. And Ray Drew, who went down there 2 times like clockwork one day ago, misses it here.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting.
Final call. 64-car shootout. 8 of you left. I should have all 8 of you here, but I don't yet. But we kind of need you like right now. Missing 2. So by my math, we should have 8 and we have 6. So if you are one of the final 2, we need you for the shootout. We need Jacob McNeil. I'm calling you again, buddy. I know you got a pro mod to work on too, but right now we need that dragster. You're down to 8 cars and we need it. So McNeil is here. That's good. Thank you, sir. But I'm missing one. We're missing one. Believe me, the last thing we would want to do is run without you. We don't want to do that, but we do need you to hurry up. Tony Youssef. We need you in your Nova. I believe that's the correct car. Tony Youssef, we need you to the lanes for the final 8. Looks like our final 8 are in the lanes and getting suited up and strapped in. 8 cars to go, $10,000 to win for these guys tonight. The live feed makes it look like it's midnight out there right now. Like over the staging lanes, it looks completely dark. Yet another reason you should come in person instead of just sitting at home watching on the live feed. We are very appreciative. Good group of folks have been on the live feed all day long. We're down to 8 cars in our top Bulb Shootout. Beautiful evening here in Milan, Michigan. We have 8 cars left in the shootout. Then we're going to run Pro Modified Final Qualifier. Then we have 4 cars left in the shootout. Then we will run Mountain Motor Final Qualifier. Then we'll have 2 cars left in the shootout. We'll run that final. And then we're going to light up the sky. Fireworks tonight and fireworks again tomorrow night. Darana Dragway, Milan, Michigan, International Hot Rod Association. The improvements here at this facility are phenomenal, and I can only wait to see what's next as IHRA continues to just blow us away with improvements that seem to be never ending. So we're down to 8. $10,000 on the line. And our first pair up going to be Troy Williams over there on the right side out of Bradenton. Out of Pasadena, Maryland. Jacob Nahori, 5:03 the dial in over here on the left side for the AT Performance Dragster, and the right side, 474. And Nahori knocks it red. He's 26 red, so it wasn't 001 red. Troy Williams was 007 on the tree, 471 on that 474, so carrying a couple numbers. But getting it done on the front side as Troy Williams moves on to the final four. Kara Jo Brink out of Pennsylvania on the right side in that dragster. Left side, the beautiful Malibu SS. Dialed 603 for Connor Jensen. Brank in, here comes Jensen, away goes Jensen. 4,000 separate him on the starting line. The wind light shines for the dragster of Kara Jo Brink. Got to the finish line 7 thousandths ahead of Jensen. Was 18 up front, 468 with a 7 on the 468 dial-in. Connor Jensen put together a heck of a pass, but just wasn't good enough. Kara Jo Brink moving on to the final four. Tony Youssef, 67 Nova on the right side of the racetrack with 598 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet and dialing it 519. Left side, Lima, Ohio's Jamie Elrod. Elrod down 468 in the dragster over here on the left side with ATM Innovations on the side of it. Going to leave a half a second behind Youssef. We will see if they can get him at the big end. Oh, Jamie with the whole shot and Jamie with the win. Down to 4 cars for Elrod. 11 on the tree, 469. 1 on that 468 dial-in. Youssef was 47 up front, and you're just not going to get it done when you get down to this level here near the end. So Elrod moves on to the semifinals. Mr. Jimmy, the 67 big block Mustang on the left side of the racetrack, and Jacob McNeil. 462 the dial in there for McNeil, and he's going to have to park that one and then go get in the Pro Mod. So McNeil over on the right side out of Gilmer, Texas. Laney out of Port, Ohio in the Mustang. And Mr. Jimmy goes 0-0-0-5 red. 5 10,000ths of a second red for Jim Laney. McNeil was red also, but as the quicker car does not matter. Jim Laney says, do not talk to me for the rest of the night. So that wraps up our 64. We're down to 4 cars. So 4 cars left in the running for that $10,000 to win purse. And we are going to be heading into Pro Modified final round of qualifying. Chad Reynolds has been out in the pits doing a recon. He did not realize how far of a walk it was from this tower to the back end of the pits. I think he wanted a little more information and ran out of gas.
I understand. No matter.
He got information on Pez. He got information on the Madman. He got information on Callie Mills. He did some recon work, so we're going to be down to our final qualifying session of.
And welcome back to Darana Dragway here in Milan, Michigan, as we get ready for the final round of qualifying for the IHRA Outlaw Pro Mod Nationals. Hi, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen alongside my good buddies Ken Stout and Tommy Johnson Jr. We're getting ready for a final round of qualifying to set the field for tomorrow. And, Ken, we go for $125,000.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. I mean, it's already exciting. I can't wait to see the numbers here tonight. But to give these competitors 3 chances here today, and what we saw a little bit earlier in that first session and second session was the heat of the day where they'll be racing tomorrow. And they've already really narrowed that window down. The competition's really, really close. So it's going to be great. It's going to be a great battle. It's going to be a dogfight all the way through.
Yeah, it was hot all day today. Very, very warm out there. The track, it was a struggle for some guys to get a hold of it. For the guys that did, we saw some really great times. Now, Tommy, we're out here. The sun's gone. Things are cooling down. We're going to put some big, big numbers now?
Yeah, I think we saw some of the favorites come out here and run what we expected them to run. And we also saw some favorites come out here and struggle really bad in the first couple runs. And I thought, well, okay, they had a problem the first run. They get it figured out second. And they didn't. So there's some pressure on a few guys to step it up, get it higher in the field, trying to get some lane choice for tomorrow. And then there's some pressure on the other ones. They're looking for those 350 runs. Those guys want a 350. I know one girl out there that wants a 350. So now you come in here and swing for the fence. If you've had a good run, now you can throw everything you got at it. If you had a bad run, I need to make a good run. I don't need to make a great one. I need to make a good one and get better in the field.
If you're in the top half of the field, you go for it?
Yeah, swing. Swing, batter, swing.
And if you're in the bottom half of the field,
swing,
you
batter,
go for
swing.
it. That's right.
Yeah. Well, and it's important, too, because you're setting a tone for tomorrow, because what we're going to race in now is basically what we're going to race in tomorrow night.
Well, now this is bragging rights out here tonight. They're going to be first round, I think, at 3 o'clock sometime tomorrow. That's what we saw earlier today.
Yeah.
Now you're getting your tune-up for race day. This out here is who's going to lower the boom, who's going to come out here and run a big number. It's all bragging rights, a little mentality, who's got lane choice. Hey, look, did you see what I ran last night? Put pressure on other guys, but all about bragging rights. Does nothing to do. Maybe we'll get to the final round sometime tomorrow night about this time.
Well, that's the thing, right? For that,
yeah.
When you're actually running for the $125,000, this is pretty much what's going to be.
The schedule didn't say it was going to be this late, but hey, who knows?
Here we are.
They'll pick along at it tomorrow, but one thing we need to follow here tonight is the number one qualifier. As we look at this field, we have 32 entries, but we don't believe we'll have 32 racing tomorrow because of the one that broke. We think there's going to be 31, so that means whoever qualifies number one is going to have a competition single first round.
Yeah, absolutely. There's an added bonus to being number one. It's not only the bragging rights and having the lane choice, you're automatically going to be in the second round. You get a little test run. Tomorrow when they come out here, the conditions might be a little bit different. You get a freebie first round. So, it's an important round this time. There's a lot riding on this round, and we're getting some great conditions out here. The track's going to be awesome.
Get you one step closer to the $125,000, doesn't it?
Yeah, anybody will take that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And, of course, before the night's all over, we're going to have the finals for our top bulb category. We'll also have top sportsmen as well. And we don't forget Mountain Motor Pro Stock. They're going for a number one there, too, and a 7-car field. So somebody's going to get a buy run there right off the bat.
And they're looking for that 4-0. We've got it. We've had 11, I think 411 number one, and there was 2 weeks ago we had a 410 here. They're looking for the elusive 4-0 run, so we know they're going for it as well.
Yeah, and a lot of best of runs for everybody with the IHRA in both categories, including John Montecalvo, 411, surpassed his career best in the IHRA. He's been quicker, but with the IHRA set back in 2007, so he just went a little bit quicker there. So look forward to the Mountain Motor Pro Stock guys coming out here and throwing down.
And Tommy, as we get into this rebirth, if you will, of IHRA, it's the first time they've done this event, put up $125,000. Seems to me everything's going very smooth. The drivers, competitors having a really good time. How do you see the event?
I think it's a success so far. We had a lot more pro mods show up this weekend than we have normally. We've had some good pro mod fields already in the first couple of races, but I think you're seeing the support and the support of the racers, how happy everybody is, how such a good time they're having. Word's starting to spread. Hey, you need to come check this out, and we're seeing a lot more this weekend. And so far this weekend, it's been a great show. Come out here, and the guys are putting on a good show, and whoever gets that big check, they're going to
building a little confidence,
yeah,
right? I mean, people are confident that the right things are going to happen when they come out here. Yeah. And the track prep at both of our national events and here today has been exceptional.
Yeah, and the guys are doing a great job. We've had very little downtime. We've had a couple issues with some guys, but very little downtime. Everything's getting smoother. Each race we do, it gets smoother and smoother, and I see it continuing to do that throughout the rest of the year. And I'm sure there are some big plans. I've heard some rumblings. There's some big plans for next year. So I think a lot of people I talked to today in the pit said, hey, we're on board. If we're doing this next year, we're on board. We're coming back.
Yeah. Well, I think from what I'm hearing, too, there's some really big concepts being thrown around. It's going to be a lot of fun to be a fan of IHRA in the coming weeks, months, and years for sure. So we got a lot of good cars getting ready to go here, Tommy, in this qualifying. Who are you putting your money on?
Oof, yeah. Randy Rutherford, listen to Randy's interviews down there. He ran exceptionally well last weekend. He came out here and put 2 solid runs together. And, he just seems like he's oozing confidence of, yep, I got more. Just wait. I'm going to lower the boom. She's looking great.
She's on fire.
Yeah, that car 2 weeks ago was
so
really
motivated.
Good.
Yeah.
Coming in here, number one, that last session, you can see the smile on her face. They're going to go for it. Like she said, they want a 50. They're going to go for it. Her car will either go number one or probably won't make it. So Robin Roberts, the party time car. They're all right there. But then you got a couple guys towards the back that, their potential hasn't been seen yet. So, yeah, I'm not going to put my name on anybody yet, but when we get closer to the end, I'll tell you, yeah.
He's really willing to stick his neck out there, ain't he?
Yeah.
Well, look at the field. It's so tight, and there's so many that could step up there and get it done. That was a good shot of Di Domenico's Corvette just a couple of moments ago, which, by the way, did not make it off the starting line in the second session. And so his son was extremely frustrated, who tunes that car. So kind of curious what happened there. I wonder if Sarah maybe had a chance to speak with him somewhere along the way. But, he slammed that door about as hard as you could slam it. And then I think he smacked it 2 more times just in case.
Yeah, I just saw that shot there. Glad to see the door was still on there. But, that car, they've had some breakage issues. When there's no breakage, it has ran really, really well. But then they've had some breakage issues. So I know that you can see the frustration there of not again. That's what it looked like to me, not again. So I'm sure they went back to the pits and coming up here with the determination that we're better than this, we can run a lot better, and I look for that car to step up this session.
Some really good cars in there, too. The little bit of drama with the Pro Charger, a Hartz Charger, regular screw supercharger. Have one turbo car out here, which has kind of struggled a little bit. One nitrous car.
He struggled a little bit except for the top end.
Yeah,
when
right.
he spooled up, he was gone.
Yeah, 217 was pretty stout.
He gets the front half put together there. He might be a handful.
Yeah, there's plenty of different combinations, in this, but obviously the PSI.
Hartz centrifugal, by the way.
Yeah, centrifugal supercharger.
Yeah. They both are. We know. On
Yeah.
Pro Charger, centrifugal charger as well. But I think you brought up a good point. I think they're trying to get a name difference there between Pro Charger and Hartz Charger. So both centrifugal chargers that are underneath the hood and allow for a flat hood, if you will, all but flat, versus the big blower and
big screw blower out the hood seems to be the dominant one right at the moment.
Yeah.
But the centrifugal superchargers are making a really good run out here, and a couple of cars at the top of the pack are running those. So, yeah, it's actually a pretty level playing field at the moment. We just don't have the numbers in the nitrous and the turbo cars out here.
And I haven't seen much of a difference in the lanes. And that's really held true going now into our third event.
Yeah, we've seen, 2 weeks ago, I really couldn't tell you if lane choice was an advantage or not. You could it was the advantage of telling the other guy where they're going to go. But other than that, I didn't see the huge advantage for performance-wise. It was more of a mental thing than performance.
Yeah, That brings up a good point. When you're a racer, do you end up having a preference? Do you have a preference, left or right lane? I mean, if you could just pick one without one being an advantage, do you pick one over the other?
Yeah, definitely the right lane. It's much easier to see. A lot of these guys have the superchargers sticking up in the air.
So it's always an advantage for vision.
Yeah, for vision. I mean, just being able to see the Christmas tree, it's an advantage to be in the right lane.
And that's you in a funny car. Never mind a guy with a blower sticking out of the hood.
Yeah. It makes probably a bigger difference
big
to those
hood
guys.
scoop,
Yeah. Bigger difference to these guys. But I don't know. I like the left lane better. I got really technical with it and tried to figure out which dominant eye I had. What was my dominant eye, and I was definitely better from the right-hand lane.
I think at your level of the game, but honestly, anybody that's going to come out here, why would you not look at every aspect of it and chase it to make yourself give yourself every advantage?
I took it so far as I would actually kind of shift in the car, in the seat, and change the position I sat in the car, depending on which lane I was in because of the dominant eye vision, and so tried to maximize everything you could.
Did you adjust your golf game as well?
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're ready to go here as Gibbs will pull up to the line and do his burnout right off the bat. It looks like maybe a single here.
Yeah, I think we're down to an odd number of cars because of the breakage, so it'll be interesting to see if Frankie Taylor got that thing put back together and make it this last
really
session.
Curious there if they had another bullet. We think maybe he hurt an engine.
Yeah, it definitely looked like there was an engine damage, so we'll see if he's back out here shortly.
Some of the rules there for the Pro Modified category.
I'd love the driver must be in stock location on the left-hand side, but I sure seen a lot of Pro Mods that drive them on the right side down under.
Oh, yeah. They're not called Pro Mods down there.
No.
I learned that from my buddy TJ.
Top door slammers.
No center seat, I think, is what they're alluding to. There's a look at the qualifying order after the second session. We are going into qualifying session number 3 now. Boy, that thing picked up the front tire, and it just dug in. 386 with a 4 is the mark for Paul Gibbs. Last time around, went a 425. So a nice step up in the right direction.
Yeah, he's making nice improvements. Each run we had problems. Got pushed off the starting line Q1. Got down the track a little better Q2, and then come out here and improved quite a bit, 386. So they're headed in the right direction. And we've seen that a couple weeks ago. Guys that struggled a little bit in qualifying, but came out on race day and thundered.
We thought Jason Harris. Might have been up there in that first pair, but we'll wait and see if he shows up a little bit later on in the session.
They had issues with this car last time, couldn't get it to start. So there we go, got it running finally.
Randy Adler with the 57 Bel Air is out here. Will be in the far lane. This is Brandon Tez.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, it's leaking.
Yeah,
it's
leaking bad.
Oh, shut her off, shut her off.
Oh,
that's a lot of oil.
Yeah. Plenty of time for a burger now.
Yeah. You can cook your own, you got that much time.
Oh.
It's called the head hunter, but it's been a head scratcher all day, hasn't it?
They've really had a struggle this weekend.
I know they have a diaper for the engines in the fuel cars. I'm surprised that over the course of time, they haven't mandated that for almost every class. Pulling the gears, runs it through there. 372 with a 0. 047 light.
Yeah, that's a big improvement. 4:14, I think, was his best run.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's a huge improvement.
Nice lap for Randy Adler, getting that one to the finish line under power. Jumps up into the 15th position.
Here's Brandon's problems. Look at that thing just dance sideways there.
Yeah, I was putting oil out of it right from the get-go. Started to spin the tires, got in his own oil. Oh, look at it just dump it out underneath the race car there. And, oof, that's it's going to take a little while to clean that up.
And a good lap by Adler. Really, really nice move for him. Let's go up to the top end.
Paul Gibbs, 386 with a 4. Your first good pass on this car. You got out of the car super excited. Gave a little, yeah, woohoo. Can't say it on camera what else he said.
Yeah.
But I loved the excitement. Walk me through that pass and how successful you felt it was.
Yeah, we've been making some passes, having issues. Brand new cars, that's kind of typical. And so, you know, hey, Steve Petty said, I want you to go A to B. He's my tuner. And he said, I got you a little tune-up on this thing. He said, we can go big later. 386 is not bad. That's the fastest pass for this brand new car. It's only the second pass on it. Brand new Jeffers car.
Well, congratulations on a great pass on that new car.
Yep.
Paul Gibbs.
And, yeah, I'd just like to...
They just
okay.
Yeah, really nice lap there. Congrats. Second pass, and that is exactly what you said there, Tommy. That's a pretty big mess.
Yeah, you could see it just pouring out from underneath the car, and I knew it wasn't fuel by the color of it, so that wasn't good at all.
And our Sarah Daly is down there giving us an update on what just happened.
And explain what just happened out there. A little bit from over there, I couldn't see exactly, but the guy exactly what happened tonight.
No, not at all. Yeah, some days it's not worth just waking up. No, we had it looks like an oil line rubbing, and it punctured the oil line and sprang. Because I did the burnout, the motor was idling fine. You know, what like it. You could break a rod, it starts vibrating. You know, if you're kicking a rod out of the pan and stuff. So I knew nothing wrong with the motor. And then and I was weird. I was like, it turned sideways in the burnout. I said, did something break in the back? Well, then I'm backing up and I see the oil, and I was trying to hurry up, back up faster, and come on off. Then they told me to stop, but easy fix, just a hole in the oil line.
All right, well, I know you're frustrated, but thank you for giving us some time.
I'm frustrated for, now I'm holding everything up, and hell, my son's next pair. He's got to go through they'll do a good job prepping, fixing it and prepping it, but I just hate to just slowing the show.
All right, well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Back to you.
So frustrating, Tommy. You know, you've been waiting to get this car out all the time in the shop, working on it, waiting, thinking, envisioning what you think the weekend is going to be like, and then it falls like this.
Yeah, I think he said it there. Some days aren't worth waking up for. You know, it's they had struggles earlier today. The first pass on it, spun the tires, took a right-hand turn, had up on two wheels, came back last session Q2, and it wouldn't start, wouldn't fire, and went back. Thought they had everything fixed. Now come up here and dumped all the oil on the track. So that was that's one of those days it's not worth waking up. He hopefully tomorrow will be better. They can get everything fixed and turn everything around for tomorrow.
Well, this cleanup will not be exciting to watch, but we're going to bring you something that happened in show number 2. Our alcohol categories from one of our national events was much more exciting than watching this. So we're going to bring you that action, and when we get this mess cleaned up and ready to fire up the cars for the third session, we will welcome you back. In the meantime, enjoy.
Almost maybe give them a false sense of security yesterday by going down the track so easy. Today, they probably stepped it up a little bit more, thought they could get a little more out of it, and stepped over the edge.
Reaction times.
Well, coming up here next is one of the most dominant teams that we have ever seen in Top Alcohol Funny Car. Of course, they do have that nitro injected car out here with the body up. We'll go back and take a look at this replay here, and yeah, you can see the smoke there off the back of Drew's car. That was the end of his effort.
Yeah, it was instant. No chance of pedaling that to catch up. DJ Cox was long gone.
So the A Fuel car of Sean Bellemure, of course, owned by the Bartone brothers and tuned by Steve Boggs. You get it, Bellemure. Bartone, Boggs, they call them the Killer Bees, and Killer Bees they are. Completely undefeated 1 year ago. A dominant team, to say the least. This car has been a rocket ship. They also kicked off the first couple of events as well with wins, so they picked up right back where they left off. So Paul Noakes has his work cut out for him, qualified in the number 8 slot, 591. And, of course, we'll go against our number 1 qualifier here in Sean Bellemure.
We saw Paul Noakes in qualifying hit the wall. He drove it out there, got out a little out of the groove, pulled it back, got a little sideways, tagged the wall. Nothing serious, smashed the header, a little scrape on the rear fender, but looks like they got everything fixed. Got a new header on it for today, and going to go out here and see if he can get the tune-up figured out. He was struggling yesterday on both runs.
Tony Bartone, a former world champ as well, with over 85 wins, so the owner knows when the driver is making a mistake too. So, but I mean, all of these guys are so seasoned, get along so well. Very, very good at what they do. They call the car the Pirate Ship. And the Pirate Ship is back. They came out here last night, put a great run on the board. They do have the option, obviously, to run an alcohol car if they choose to do so, but really want to get this combination figured out to run it the rest of the year. Current world record holder as well, sitting in the right lane. Oh, and Bellemure rattles the tires, opens the door for Noakes. Can he get back by him? Wow, He does so. Wow. It looked like Noakes was going to steal that thing after Bellemure really rattled the tires hard, and Bellemure saw him sitting there. He's like, oh, man, I got a chance, and stabs the throttle again and gets it done.
That was pretty interesting. Sean Bellemure, hey, your crew better come thank you. You just won him a drag race. That was an incredible job of staying after it, not quitting. It made a move. It rattled tires, made a move to the left, got over by the center line, lifted, not to go across. I mean, watch this. This is going to be great. Rattles the tires, smokes, come loose, goes over by the center line, pedals it, and he goes, oh, it comes loose again. Pedals it again. Obviously, something broke on Noakes' car. He never got back in the throttle again, but just enough to let Sean on by. Wow, what a race.
Imagine how fast Sean's brain was working in that one. Hit it off, get the car back underneath me. Okay, I saved it, didn't go across the center line. Wait a minute, I can win this thing. That's awesome, man. That is what it's all about right there. The 698 will never tell the true story.
It wasn't a low ET race where it was, wow, I can't believe what they ran, but every once in a while, a good pedal fest is pretty fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Phil Ez coming up here, line up in the left lane. Tony Bogolo just doing the burnout. So to put things in perspective, after round number 1 of qualifying, Phil Ez had a tough go in the first round and was at the bottom of the sheet. Came out here last night when things got a lot better, and he shot to the top of the sheet. So did a great job. Behind him was Bellemure, and Drew eventually bumped him down to the number 3 spot. But he put together a great effort with a 5.60 and an 8.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the alcohol guys. There were only a couple of them struggled in that first session, and Phil come back out and went right down the racetrack. Went back, looked at the data, said, okay, we need to make some changes, made all the right ones, and stepped it right up. So it's really interesting to see. We've had the guys with lane choice. 2 of them took the left, 2 of them took the right. Right now, I don't see a whole lot of advance. We've had trouble on the track, but it's been in different areas.
Tony Bogolo lined up on the right side out of Hamilton, Ohio, with the 2022 Camaro. He put a 5.67 on the board. So you talked about it before. The field was pretty tight. I mean, obviously we had our number 1 guy, but everybody else is pretty much in the 5.60s.
Well, the number 1 guy had the biggest spread between ETs, but yet we saw the tight race right there.
Yeah.
Because it was a pedal fest. Who knows?
All right. And you talked about some of these guys running Nitro Chaos. They never even lift the body back up after they do the burnout. They just roll up to the starting line.
Yeah, a lot of the alcohol cars don't. A lot of the guys don't even have a throttle stop for the burnout. This is old school racing right here.
Black tracking it down through there, side by side they go, and another great battle, separated by 21 thousandths of a second, true win margin, and again, it's going to go to the left lane. Phil Ez drives back around him after a horrific reaction time.
we've seen both cars have lane choice that took the left-hand lane, have terrible reaction times, and drive back around them. Boy, that was Phil when he left the start line had to know he was in trouble, way behind. A tenth of a second difference in reaction times. Yeah,
that's giving up a bunch, man.
That's not a little. That's a lot.
So pretty impressive here. Exciting racing out of the Top Alcohol Funny Car ranks, and we'll watch them one more time.
On the replay, it doesn't look that bad, but boy, right at the last minute, Phil drives around. He saw him the entire way until he threw the chutes.
We are far from done. You got to make sure you come back and join us as we go racing once again in just a few minutes here from the IHRA. Welcome back to Darana Raceway. We're here in Hebron, Ohio, watching some of the best in the business go at it. One more time, we'll get it up to the top end and talk to our previous round winner.
We're down here with Sean Bellemere. Now, you just had a nice run with Paul Noakes. Walk me through that run and what exactly happened, because you kind of started in the back.
Yeah, I don't know about nice. It was eventful, but it's what I love about alcohol funny cars. They're so unpredictable. It's like two paint shakers lining up the race. But, you know, Boggs, my crew chief, he says don't pedal this thing, and I pedaled it like 3 times, so I might be in the penalty box when we get back. But you know what? You do what you got to do on race day to win. That injected nitro car makes a lot of power. It went out, shook, turned sideways. I saw him out there, and then I saw his car quit. I thought, well, boss said I can't do it, but he's right there. What the hell? Let's give it a shot. It smoked the tires like an old nostalgia car. I love this. I love racing IHRA. I tell you what, word is getting spread quickly about the treatment of the racers. We're having a lot of fun. Can't wait to keep doing it again.
Sweet. Well, congratulations, Sean Bellemere. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Great ride there with him outside of the car. Everything that's going through his head. Boss says, don't. I can do this.
Bellemere tell Boggs, don't make it smoke the tires. I won't pedal it.
There you go. From one driver to another.
Mike Coughlin come up in the right-hand lane, driving for the McVillis family. Brandon Greco in the left-hand lane. Number 4 and 5 again. They want them to go first, so everybody can see what the track's like.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, in that right lane, the McPhillips team, as we documented a day ago, so successful out here. Nearly 100 wins for that team. A number of championships along the way. Both bulbs on here. A fuel-injected car there, charging down the stripe, and the win will go to Mike Coughlin. An 030 light to an 057 light, pretty tight at the top. The 539.9 would be just enough to skinny by
on a hole shot.
On a hole shot.
Won it on a hole shot. Mike Coughlin doing his job on the starting line. 030 light, just enough ahead. 539 beats a 538, almost a 540. 539.9.
True win margin, 8 thousandths of a second. Again, man.
We talked about the alcohol cars in qualifying, putting on a really good show. They're not disappointing in eliminations either. Some really tight races, some pedal fest. We're seeing everything.
A fuel car there, as you can see, in the far lane. Supercharged car here in the near lane.
Boy, Mike Coughlin's car is picking and bouncing the front end up in the air, going down the racetrack, dropped a few holes right for the finish line, but it hung on just long enough.
We'll continue on here. Next pair should be a good one. Love the communication between the two crews as they'll look over a couple of fuel-injected cars here that will square off against each other. But I love the communication between the two whenever they go to start the car, so everything is pretty much in sync. Nobody gets hung out.
Yeah, all the teams, really good communication between them. You don't want to hang out your competition or do anything, but here we go. Number 1 qualifier, Megan Meyer going up against Jeff Chatterson.
Yeah, Jeff Chatterson qualifying in the number 8 spot, obviously going up against the number 1 qualifier, and Megan Lingner, a.k.a. Meyer, if you will.
I can't get used to the Lingner yet, yeah.
Just trying to respect it. The ladies obviously want to fly their names that they have there, but, yeah, part of the Randy Meyer championship winning team. Of course, she has 2 national championships, 13 national event wins, 11 divisional wins, I mean, it's incredible how much success this team, much like the McPhillips, have enjoyed. I think 6 national championships, and 4 of those with female drivers between Megan, her sister Rachel, and Julie Natives.
This is the biggest spread between the cars in qualifying, number 1 versus number 8. But still, Jeff Chatterson, he had trouble on one run, got it together a little bit on the second run. Each run he kept getting better, so today he's going to need to be a whole lot better.
All right, here we go, top bulbs on. Yeah, Chatterson's going to have to step it up, although we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen. First set of dragsters to go down through here. One bad second set here, and this one's going to go to the left lane, and Megan Lingner, 5:31 with a 6:269. 0:49 light, right there on point.
Yeah, Megan did her job. Had out of the gate out of the starting line first. Nice solid run down through there. 5:31, setting the pace.
So that'll set up a great run between McPhillips and Meyer in the second round, as Mike Coughlin and Megan will square off. That'll be a big one.
Yeah, Megan will have lane choice that 5:31. I don't think we're really seeing any difference in the lanes. We're seeing cars go down to both. We see a little trouble here and there in both, but overall, some pretty nice runs.
A little bit breezy here, but I don't think enough to disturb anybody.
I think everybody's loving the breeze right now, as hot as it is outside.
Give us a little something.
That is Rachel Curl. That's another.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, I think you looked at your phone. It's about 90 degrees out there. A little bit of cloud coverage.
A lot of humidity. I think the real feel was about 103. So these teams out here today are they're earning their money in this heat.
Track temp one day ago was up around 140 degrees.
Yeah, I'll see if I can text somebody and find out what that track temp is here shortly.
I think a little bit cooler today. Maybe not much.
Well, we've seen one Randy Meyer car come out and get a win. Another one coming right behind it.
Yeah, qualified in the number 3 hole is Rachel Curl. Rachel Curl Meyer. Rachel Meyer Curl, I believe, is the proper way to do that. Real short burnout here. So one way down the track there. The other one short and sweet.
Yeah, you tend to see that a lot. The A-Fuel cars do a real short burnout. Not a lot of need for that. The alcohol cars always seem to be doing those long burnouts. I just like listening to them. Tom Fox in the right-hand lane. Pretty tight pair, these two. Number 3, number 6 qualifier. Less than a tenth between them in qualifying, so Tom needs to pull one out for the blown cars because so far all these injected cars are running pretty decent. Oh, somebody looks like they forgot and left the shield, the fuel cooler shield on there.
Copeland car in the left lane, Hadman in the right. As you talked about before, supercharged car in the right lane. A fuel car in the left. And we talked about Megan having a couple of national championships. Rachel also with her own national championship. 5 national event wins, 6 divisional wins. Also a Nitro Chaos win. Randy Meyer in a couple of finals of his own with the IHRA back in the day. And Top Fuel. Tom Fox with a much better reaction time here, but not enough hot rod to stay in front of Rachel. 5:33 with an 8 will be enough to take the round win.
Yeah, they left the starting line, and I thought, boy, Rachel's car better run pretty good. Tom Fox, 0.27 on the tree. But Rachel's car run really good on the top end. 5:33, second quickest of the round, 2:61.
Oh, yeah, and look at the 60-foot time. Tom Fox is right there. 9:53 to 9:55. Car got out well.
Yeah, 3:30 mark still right beside each other. 8th mile, she's starting to pull away.
Yeah, big speed difference there at the 8th mile, 2:20 to 2:14. So she was trucking by then. We'll go back and take another look.
Just a nice, solid tune-up for both cars. Really safe going down the racetrack. They put on an excellent show. Nice side-by-side racing in the alcohol ranks, both funny cars and dragsters.
And one more time, let's go to the top end with Kristen Banks. She's with Megan Meyer.
Up here with Megan Meyer, you just had a nice run. What is it that you're liking about your car setup?
Oh, we don't mind running in this high heat and humidity. We're based out of Kansas, so this is nothing to us. My dad knows exactly how to tune the cars for this type of conditions. So I'm very confident in race day today. My guys are doing an excellent job. We've got family here. We've got the Heddingers family here. So, just looking to put on a good show for everybody and go to the winner's circle where we've been before.
All right, back to you guys.
A lot of confidence there, and rightfully so. Next pair about to do burnouts here. While they're doing that, we've yet to see the fourth member of our team. We got to send it over to Kristen B.
We mentioned Megan referring to the heat. It is so hot down here, guys. I did the thing. I went to Weldon's and I got the ice cream cone. And as you can tell, the temperatures are not agreeing with it. So, but everyone around here has told me you have to try the ice cream. So I did. And now I'll be washing my hands.
You try the ice cream, not wear the ice cream.
Yeah.
Tough to do that. Like last night when we said you got to sleep fast. If you're going to get ice cream today, you got to eat fast.
Final pair. Outlaw Dragster. Earl Nichols in the right-hand lane. Jackie Frick in the left-hand lane. Jackie really struggled in qualifying. This car is capable of running way better than it did. And hopefully through the night last night, they sat and looked at all the data and got it figured out. So she's got her work cut out against Earl today.
Yeah, ended up with a 5:54, but that run was dragging the parachute the entire way down through there. So Earl Nichols put that one in the number 2 slot with 5:29 and 6.
Well, Earl Nichols' car has really run well in the past. This is a car capable of going out here and setting low ET first round easily. So Jackie, I'm confident Jackie, they've looked at the data, figured out what they were doing wrong yesterday, and she'll run well today.
By the way, the previous record coming in here was set by Bill Barney back in 1988.
Huge advantage on the start line for Jackie.
Way late. I mean, nearly a half second late there for Earl Nichols for whatever reason. Puts a 5:36 on the board to a 5:33 to Jackie. Jackie and the team finally get that one down through there as we would expect them to do, but Earl was just dead late on this one.
Yeah, I saw the car. It looked like it might have been rolling and pulling him through the beams. I think I saw the top bulb go out before the tree come on, so probably distracted him. It might have been tugging so hard trying to pull him through the beams, and he just wasn't ready for the tree to come on. A 421 lights. Not going to win too many races unless the other car crosses the center line or smokes the tires. So Jackie's team, confident like I knew that. I thought they would figure it out. They did. 5:33. Now she's back in the ball game and good shot at winning this race.
Yeah, I mean, we give the Randy Meyer team so much love, and obviously the McPhillips. We don't want to take anything away from her team as well. John Fink can certainly get it done. Another guy that's been behind the wheel, very, very successful, a lot of wins, and of course Jackie can really get it done, and they just proved it right there.
Let's see if we can see. Watch the top bulb. There it is. Yes, the top bulb went out right there. I'm thinking it was pulling the car through the beams or having trouble getting the stage. Something was going on with the car trying to stage it, and it just distracted him, and that was it.
All right, once again, we'll go to the top end with Kristen Banks. She is with Rachel Meyer.
Up here at the top end with Rachel, I just talked to her sister Megan, and she was very confident in your dad's setup in the heat. You guys aren't afraid of the heat. How is your setup? Do you feel comfortable on this track right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're used to racing in these conditions. We're struggling just a little bit with this car, just trying to find a little more power in it. But, I have a lot of confidence in my dad, and we made it past first round, so now we'll see what happens next round.
Well, congratulations to Rachel Meyer. Any shout-outs you want to give?
Yes. Shout out to my kids back home, Chloe, Braxton, Lucas, and Hadley, and my wonderful husband, Daniel, for holding down the fort and letting me race.
She's coming for that Ironman trophy, just like her husband. Back to you guys.
That's great stuff.
Happy wife, happy life.
Let her go race. Very good at what she does.
Mine let me come here race. Yeah.
Sometimes when you go race, you go way, way, way far away.
Yeah, then she gets upset because she didn't get to go with me. So we were fortunate enough to be able to go over there and spend the month of January over in Australia. So.
All right, we'll show you what the bracket looks like here after round number 1 for the top alcohol funny cars. As we talked about, Sean Bellemure will line up alongside Stan Sipos, and then DJ Cox and Phil Ez will fill out the semifinal round. And we'll take a look at top alcohol dragster as well. Megan and Mike Coughlin. How about that? That's going to be a monster team run right there. And then Jackie and Rachel, just as impressive. That's going to be a good semifinal round.
All 4 cars run 530s. It's going to be a tight and really competitive semifinal round.
We'll go racing here in just a few more minutes. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we're right back at it here on Speed Sport 1. Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at the first event of the 2025 season, having a great time.
Phil Ez in the left-hand lane.
DJ Cox in the right lane.
A little difference to ET's first round, but not a whole lot. These two guys will nothing a good reaction time can't fix.
Here's who we will see square it off. In the semifinals, Phil Ez, as we just mentioned, and DJ Cox. That pair up there at the starting line now will be followed up by Stan Sipos and Sean Bellemure. Yeah, 560 with an 8 for Phil Ez last time around, and 570 with a 6 for DJ Cox. 573, my apologies. That was his qualifying time. And look at the some of the rules here for top alcohol funny car. With the root supercharger and methanol, of course, screw supercharger as well. Displacement will change just a little bit there, smaller engine, and then of course the no supercharged version where you're allowed to run nitromethane, the fuel injected car. And yes, we do have one.
Yeah, I think we got 2 out of the 3 here this weekend. I don't think there's any roots cars here.
And you said a couple of different combinations as well when it comes to the transmission with a converter.
Yes. Some of these cars are running a converter. Some of them are running the clutch pedal. And Bellemure's car with the injected nitro is running high gear only. Phil Ez, he struggled the first session in qualifying, come out, made a nice run last night, and then backed that right up with a consistent run, just like last night's first round.
Wait for him to pull him in.
Yeah, little staging. Yeah, there we go.
How about that? Advantage going to the last guy in, sitting in the right lane. Can he pull off the win? He cannot. 0.75 light for DJ Cox, but it won't be enough. 5.53 with a 1 for Phil Ez. It's going to get the job done to a 5.74.
For DJ Cox, I mean, he knew he was a little behind in the horsepower in the ET wise. They played few little games on the starting line, not bad, but did get the better of him on the reaction time, 0.75 to 112. But Phil Ez 5.53, great run for them, and going on to the final round of alcohol funny car.
Yeah, really put one together there. Second round of qualifying one night ago, and since then, man, they have gone right down the track, been very competitive. Stan Sipos with the burnout complete. Johnny Lindbergh built chassis here. Johnny, a great tuner, great builder as well. Currently living in the Brownsburg area, just outside of Indianapolis. One of those guys that has really come along here. Just a hard worker. Working closely with Stan Sipos there. Crew chief Les Davenport. We'll see what he's got here. He's got a tough draw in Sean Bellemure and that A fuel car.
Yeah, Stan Sipos' shop's right behind mine, and I saw him leaving to come over here, and couldn't wait to see what he could do. And he does have a big mountain to climb right now. Bellemure, though, one of the only cars not to go down the racetrack first round, and Stan Sipos, he needed that great ET because he was dead late on the start line. So this will be interesting. He's going to need to be on time because I don't think Bellemure is going to smoke the tires down the track twice.
Yeah, and I would say that they didn't hurt it there. Bellemure said he thought he might get in trouble from Boggs. He pedaled that thing a couple times to get it down through there. We'll see if they've got it set up for him to stab it and steer all the way to the other end. knocked a hole out pretty early on, is not going to get it done here. It's going to go to the other side. Stan Sipos gets it done. 5:58 with the 6, 2:61, 0.96 light to a 1:14 for Bellemure, but lost that cylinder there fairly early on.
Yeah, he got in trouble quickly. He started putting holes out, and you could hear the engine pulling down. So just missed the tune up a little bit, or something maybe went south on the engine. But Sipos, 5:58, nice solid run. Both the cars in the final round in the 550s. So some great runs from the Alcohol Funny cars. They have been doing that all weekend.
One more time, we'll get it up to the top end and talk to our previous round winner and Phil Etz.
Both cars being tuned by Davenport. How cool is that for both you guys to go into the finals? You're pumped.
That's pretty cool. Les has really changed our car in the last couple of years, and he's been helping, Stan, go at it too. And he's going to have both cars in the final. Man, it's going to be a lot of fun for us. IHRA, we love IHRA, man. Daryl, you're doing a great job with this thing. We love you, man. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you later in those finals.
All right, thank you.
I'm just thinking Davenport's going to be busy.
Well, I'm just thinking who's going to pat his pocket a little better and get the better car for the final round.
There you go. Not sure how excited he is about that. Yeah, pretty cool. One thing's for sure, guaranteed to win.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We are far from done. You got to make sure you come back and join us as we go racing once again in just a few minutes here from the IHRA. Welcome back to the IHRA Nitro Outlaw Series. All the racing action going down right here at Darana Raceway. And here's a look at the ladder as we were just talking about. Megan Meyer and Mike Coughlin will square off. Jackie Frick and Rachel Curl will also square off. Rachel Meyer. I mean, these are two powerhouse teams going at it right here.
Yeah, and I can't imagine how much Mike Coughlin wants to win this race. He's from the Columbus area. The Jeggs family, synonymous with Columbus, Ohio. So I'm sure there's a lot of family members out here watching the race this weekend.
And the same way for Randy Meyer. Would love to get both of his cars in the final round. Unfortunately for Megan, that one loses fire early on. Mike Coughlin on it with an 0.26 light, puts a 5.32 on the board.
I told you he wanted it bad. 0.26. I mean, when he left starting line, whoa, that's a good light. But 5.32, 2.60. The dragsters have all run the 5.30s as went down through here today in the eliminations. So making some outstanding runs in the alcohol dragster category. Boy, you could watch that replay, and Mike Coughlin's car, it looked like it almost come loose at the head of the throttle. It looked like a puff off the tire. So that looks to me like the primary weight on the clutch was exactly perfect.
Jackie Frick and Rachel Curl squaring up here. The two ladies, they went 5.33.6 and 5.33.8 in the previous round. Two powerhouse teams once again. Top bulbs coming on. Let's go. And Rachel Curl strikes the tires right at the hit. So neither one of the Randy Meyer cars will go to the final round here. Jackie Frick will make her way to the final round, and she will line up alongside Mike Coughlin.
Jackie Frick with a nice 5.30 run, her best run of the whole race. It looked to me like Randy Meyer's dragsters both had the exact same tune-up. Both of them had issues right off the starting line coming loose. Jackie's car, nice and straight, 5.30, 2.79. Their problems from yesterday, they've got them all fixed, and two great runs today.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And you've got to wonder if he was cringing just a little bit when he saw the first one hit the tire, thinking, oh, boy, but at least it's in the other lane. Maybe it'll work, you know?
Yeah, and there's only so many last-minute changes you can make. They probably made some adjustments to try to get her car to go down the racetrack, but obviously that was a tuning decision they've made in the pits that made the car come out here and come loose.
And we will also go back upstairs one more time with Kristen Banks.
Mike Coughlin, ET of 5.32. You put it in the finals. How are you feeling after that run?
Real good. The car's getting faster every run, so hopefully we got one more left and something for the competition, hopefully. It's been a good day so far.
Now, when your team goes back to the pits, will they make any changes on the car?
Probably routine maintenance and maybe try and step it up, a little bit. So see if we can get just a little more out of it.
That's Mike Coughlin. Congratulations on going to the finals.
You got to make sure you come back and join us as we go racing once again in just a few minutes here from the IHRA. Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here at the first event of the 2025 season, having a great time. Look at the ladder. As you can see, Sean Bellemure and the Killer Bees were qualified number 1 and made it to the semifinals. Was not able to get past Stan Sipos. Sipos came out here in the second round of qualifying, and they stepped it up, put it together, and they've been tough ever since. Phil has the same thing. Came out here second round of qualifying and really stepped things up there. Shot up to the top of the charts. Ended up in the number 3 spot. Some of the rules and regulations here for a top alcohol funny car. They will go a full quarter mile, 1,320 feet.
These two cars, typically you see 1 and 2 qualifiers, or you might get somebody out of the field to step it up during eliminations. But these two, number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. So these guys, they've got their tune-up figured out as the weekends went along. Phil Ez come out here last round 5:53. I think it's low ET of the event. So Sipos, he just keeps getting quicker every round. 5:58 yesterday in the semifinals. Took out Sean Bellemure, who with the A-Fuel injected nitro funny car, it dropped cylinders and it cost him the round, which is very unusual. But to see him go out in the semifinals, but Sipos didn't mind. He's in the final round.
Phil Ez with a Murph McKinney car out of Amelia, Ohio. Les Davenport, the tuner and crew chief. Jerry Adkins, car chief. TJ, Kelly, and Bruce, all part of the crew here.
Watching out the window here, I was getting a little nervous. Phil Ez car didn't want to fire up, but they got it going now. So.
Ez with a chance at a win here, of course. Last national event win, Reading, Pennsylvania, 2024. Stan Sipos lining up in the right lane. Last national event win, Memphis, 1992.
Did you say 92?
I said 19.
Yeah, Stan, he's been all the way from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. We knew there was a race team in a shop behind our shop there in Indianapolis, and I saw the door open on Thursday. Now pulls his rig, so now I know who's in that shop.
There you go. Crew chief Les Davenport there for Stan Sipos. Johnny Lindbergh, chassis builder on that one. By the way, Castrol GTX 5-second club member for Stan Sipos.
Been doing this a while.
Pretty cool. Summer Nationals winner, World Finals winner. Reaction time's not outstanding, but pretty close nonetheless. That's what you love to see. And at the other end, it's going to be a win on a hole shot. 550 with a 5 beats a 549 with a 6. Another extremely close race here. Just 4 thousandths of a second. Stan Sipos with an 094 light to Phil Ez's .107.
Yeah, I mean, Stan Sipos, that was a quarter-mile run, and he just drove a half a mile, I think. That car was from inside back out. I mean, he was driving the wheels off that car, and to get a whole shot win, it was all worth it.
13 thousandths there at the starting line. comes back around and wins it by 4th thou. Stan Sipos, your winner here at the season kickoff, the 2025 season kickoff for the IHRA and Top Alcohol Funny Car.
What was really cool is both these cars are converter cars. You know, we have the pedal clutch cars, but we have the injected nitro high gear only. Both these cars were converter cars.
Side by side, all the way down through there.
Ooh, that was a close one.
My guess is neither one knows who wins. And we'll show you Top Alcohol Dragster. And the ladder, how they got it to the final round. Great battle here. Burnout's beginning. We'll wait till they're finished. In qualifying, Jackie Frick and that team with John Fink doing the tuning just struggled. They had some things go wrong. They struggled in the first round, second round of qualifying. The chute came out real early, rattled, and chute came out. But I'll tell you what, come round one, they put it together, and they have been tough to beat ever since. She has beat some really good cars out here. Nichols and then Curl as well, which is Meyer. So worked her way to the final that way. And real quickly, we'll get it up to Kristen.
Stan Sipos, Top Alcohol Funny Car Champion, your first win in 35 years. Yes, you heard that, 35 years. How does it feel?
It feels, man, it feels incredible. It's almost overwhelming, but great crew chief, great team, wonderful car. It's like I'm living a dream. I am living the dream.
All right, thank you so much, Stan. Congratulations. You're going to take home an Ironman. You did great. Walking away a champion. Stan Sipos.
And it's going to be Jackie who's going to get the win here with a 5:52 and a 0:069 light. Mike Coughlin left on her 0:28 light. Just did not have the steam to beat her to the other end.
That was a back-and-forth drag race. I mean, Mike Coughlin got to jump on the starter line. He's quicker in 60-foot. He's quicker in 330. Then there was issues, 371 to 375 at the 8th. Jackie's starting to drive back around him. Her car went out here and rattled the tires. She got a cylinder out on the left-hand side. It has to pick this thing up. Look at Mike Coughlin pick the front end way up in the air. Things bouncing the front end all the way down the racetrack. He had to get out of the throttle, I think, to get the front end back on the ground. Her car had a hole out the entire way and gets the win. 552 to a 560. I'm like, really? They were in the 530s last round.
Absolutely incredible. And we were wondering how things were going to do. I mean, again, a brand new day here that everybody has to try and set up and tune for. And you just never know what it's going to throw you other than a very exciting race. But congratulations to Jackie Frick after struggling, like we said, in qualifying. And her and John Fink and that incredible team turning that thing around. Of course, multi-time Eastern champions here. They know how to win races, and they proved it right here. Kept their head down, just kept digging. And, of course, to beat that team on the other side with Rich McPhillips, I mean, another uber successful team. So, and you know it's going to be no easy task to beat Mike Coughlin. So, congratulations. Really, really solid effort. We'll get it up there to Kristen Banks.
Jackie Frick, you're the champion. Now, we just talked about slow start to the weekend. When in your mind did you tell yourself, I still got it and I can walk away with the Ironman this weekend?
When I saw his front end come up, because my car stumbled at the hit, and I was like, what the hell just happened? And he was out in front of me, and then I saw him have to pedal and his front end come up. So I am proud to have this first Top Alcohol Dragster Ironman. Thank you to my crew, my husband Sean at home. Hi, Riley. Hi, Tori. I missed everybody last night, so I got in trouble. Fink Racing, my sister Amy's here with me, which makes it always awesome.
Nice work.
Thank you, Mike. Al. I'm so sorry. Evan at home. Luke, Brian, and John Fink is the man. He, like I said, started a little slow, but came out on top. And happy birthday, Heather.
You did it. Congratulations to Jackie, a champion in the Top Alcohol Dragster.
You could see on that replay that Mike Coughlin's car went out, shook the tires. He pedaled it, picked the front end up in the air, and shook again, pedaled it again. He had 2 pedals on that. And there's no way Jackie should have won that race with the cylinder out at the step of the throttle. But yet the other competitor having issues. Just keep your foot down. I mean, it's final round. Sometimes you'd shut it off and put a hole out to hit. Final round, leg her to the lights.
We've had a great time out here at Darana Raceway. Hope you enjoyed all the racing action. It's certainly been a pleasure to bring it to you. For the Christians, both Banks and Pete, and of course my colleague, Tommy Johnson Jr., I'm Ken Stout. We'll see you next time with the IHRA. So won't see that one back?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if they have stuff to fix it or how severe the damage was, but it'll be interesting to see if they can get that thing turned around and back up.
Mounting points and links and all that stuff in there.
It's just a matter of how bad did it tear it up. It didn't look pretty.
I think we have 2 cars here that did not go down the track as the first pair. Paul Gibbs, as we talked about before, unfortunately did not, never even lined the car up. They pushed him back, and he went up the return road. So hopefully they have whatever that issue was fixed. Clearly did the burnout here, is ready to go. And then Larry Larson, as you talked about before, he did the burnout last time. Could not get the car in reverse, if memory serves, and kept going down to the end of the road. All right, that rolled back and immediately back forward, almost like he probably felt like he wasn't going anywhere. But I'm just thinking transmission-wise, like right out of reverse into drive there. Good-looking SRT for Gibbs.
Oh yeah, that thing is really sharp.
That's a beautiful chart. Cuda. $20, $25, $75K winner, Shadyside King of the South Small Tire is Larry Larson, and he's looking to get it to the stripe under power. He will do so. $375 with a 4.038 light to go right along with it. Just one of those guys. He'll go down pretty much any track you'll give him. Really, really talented. And Paul Gibbs still not at speed at 425, 165.
Yeah, made a little progress that time, Paul did, but Larry Larson just makes you wonder, like, how important would that first run been if he had a little more information, but still an outstanding 375. Nice, smooth pass.
He'll get another look at it tonight, and then, of course, so talented. If you're just in the field, he'll be a player, and we know that. And I think that run right there will put him in the field.
Yeah, nice, solidly in the middle of the field right at the moment.
A lot of things would have to really change for him to get bumped out. With that said, you just never know, do you? Randy Adler coming up here next. That 57 Chevy is beautiful.
Two weeks ago, Randy struggled in qualifying, had troubles getting down the racetrack both runs. Came out first round and was the giant killer, upsetting the #1 qualifier, and he got it all figured out come race day.
Put one together. 4:14 in the first session, so way off the pace. Yeah, and if memory serves, won it on a hole shot.
Yeah, won on a hole shot. Even though shoots come out, he still won that thing on a hole shot. So, and he stepped the performance of that car way up first round. So, right now he's on par, of course, after what he did 2 weeks ago. Didn't have very good qualifying effort first run, and it took him till race day to get it figured out. We'll see if he can do it in qualifying this time.
He's a 2-time Super Chevy Nitro Coupe champ as well.
Remember those days very, very well. Super Chevy shows were huge, man. Big car shows, and incorporated some great drag racing eventually. Stuff shot by Masters Entertainment.
Well, hang on.
Sound like he might have broke something in the driveline there, Tommy.
Yeah, he went out and it looked like it shook, and he pedaled it, and boy, when it did, it broke something in the driveline or come out of gear because it freewheeled pretty hard there.
So back to the trailer, see if they can find out what happened. Get it fixed up for the third and final session. Was 23rd with that 414 that he had earlier. Wow. That hurts maybe more the second time than it did the first.
Oof.
That's a two-step for sure.
Yeah, good
doing
thing
its job.
Yeah. Good thing
it would have been a lot more expensive.
Larry Larson, 375 with the 4. Your first time today being able to put a number on the board. How crucial is that next session going to be in taking away from this one?
Well, it's really crucial. I mean, we've lost basically 30% of our runs by that first run. We had a transmission brake failure. We had a wire break on the solenoid inside the pan, so there was nothing we could do until we got back to pit and fix it. I did the burnout, went to back up, hit the button, nobody home, and I was pretty sure what the deal was. So, like I said, we lost a run, so now we're 30% behind, 1 run behind, however you want to look at it. But we went down, we went 75. We darn sure need to go in the 60s to even be respectable. So we'll go back and look at everything and see if we can tune it up a little bit for this final run. It'll be a little cooler, so track should be better. And you won't be sweating as much.
Exactly. Will not be sweating as much. Larry Larson, I'll see you later tonight. We won't be in the sun directly.
That's what I'm saying. You won't be sweating as much.
Exactly.
Expand on that, Tommy.
Yeah, years ago they made it these transmissions where you actually put the car in reverse with the shifter, but then you apply the transmission brake to engage reverse. That kept guys from accidentally putting them in reverse on the top end, and we go through the lights. They'd want to shove them in neutral and go to reverse. We've seen a lot of bad crashes. Guys go to reverse. So what he's talking about, he put it in reverse with the shifter, and then you hit the trans brake to engage it into reverse, and there was nothing there. The trans brake wasn't working. So
that wire was broken.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There's the best shot of the day with a dog.
Pup.
A little pit puppy. Gotta love that.
I thought I heard them fire up back here, and then they shut them off. So
B-Rad coming up here next.
Sounds like they're going now. Nope. Once again.
We're going to get another look at that Headhunter Corvette there, the black and red machine.
I think he's the one who might be having issues.
It's a brand new 53 Corvette that we got to see run earlier today.
Yeah, I wonder if Brad was just trying to work with them and give them a little more time.
Yeah. We saw both sides of that Corvette that first session.
Yeah, we did. It's the debut weekend for us.
He wanted to show off, so see both sides of this thing.
Yeah, probably sorting through it.
Yeah.
I'm going to look at my monitor this time instead of out of the window at the back of the car, because when you look at the front of the car,
what kind of car is that?
Everybody's probably thinking, you idiot, how do you even... There's the love.
Fantastic.
There's the love right there.
That is fantastic. Wow.
Oh.
So easy to look up out of the window, and you look out there, it's kind of like a trunk car, but when you look at the front of it, clearly, it is not a Mustang.
Whatever you got to say.
Oh, come on, you jumped in. You call it a Fox body.
I'm taking that. Do a little social media with that later at your expense. No.
Love it.
I can tell you what it is. It's quick.
Yeah, 385. He'll look for some more out of that here in the night session, but how about a 003 light? Previous session, he was 396, so does pick it up by a tenth. Find another tenth, he'll be getting there in the hunt. And we saw this, a couple of weeks ago where these guys will come out, and once they get a run like that straight down through there and everything goes right and they get some good data to go off of, they come back and all of a sudden it was not uncommon to see them put another 10th, 1500ths, on their best effort of the weekend.
Yeah, for sure. You see them go out here, test the track, get a little information, some data, come back and use it to the good, because they would pick up, like you said, a tenth sometimes, maybe even more than that. So take huge jumps in performance after they get a little data on there. And it's an educated guess coming out here and say, well, the track looks like this, the temperature's this, we'll set it here and see what it goes, and sometimes you're off.
What I liked was Tommy was sitting there the entire time through that run just nodding back and forth saying, yep, these guys are on their game. They threw something at it that first time, didn't work as good as they wanted, worked on it just right in between, and now they're on pace.
And give credit where credit is due. To his previous best was here a couple of weeks ago, 388, 190. And he just went 385, 192. So a little bit better for personal best. It's a nice little gain And now they have another session to work on it.
Go in the right direction every run. That's what's that's a positive every run.
Nice
And that's
job.
a big statement for the team, right, Tommy?
Yeah, absolutely. You're taking that information and using it to the good. You're making it better.
I'm going to go over there and have one of that guy's beers tonight.
Yeah.
Making fun of me like that. I earned every bit of it. Twice. He's like, after the second time, pal, you get it. Absolutely deserved. Don Closter coming up here next. He is in the near lane, and he'll line up alongside a tough Ty Tutterow. And speaking of tough, Ty Tutterow had a tough session number 1.
Not used to seeing Ty Tutterow's name clear down there at the bottom of the list.
No.
And I have a feeling we're not going to see it down there very long.
Yeah, fresh off that final round a weekend ago. We know he can get it done.
And Dan in that Mopar right there, he's from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Sure, he's put his fair share of laps in at this place.
Let's go with Don, because when they come back, they're going to put shoe polish on the side of the car.
I'm just reading off the list here.
He put a 382 on the board. Closter did in the near lane the previous round. .364, nicely done. To the top of the pack he goes. And we were talking about Ty Tutterow getting it done, and certainly proved it right there. 205.95, 377 as well for Closter. So a nice improvement for him.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see Ty Tutterow at the bottom of the sheet for very long, but he went right to the top of the sheet. That's what we expect out of that car. Great performance. Look at that thing, nice, smooth, carrying the front end. No wiggling. I mean, it went right straight down through the track. So that's performance right there. Beautiful run and nice run in the other lane.
Nice pass. Let's go up to Kristen.
I'm here with Brad Eglin. Now, this is a family sport for you, as it is a lot of guys, but your 19-year-old son painted your car, is your crew chief, Braden. Just tell me what it's like working with your kid. Come on in here. Let's give him some TV time. All about the team, family team right here.
Yeah, so we're just two guys, a father and son. We're out here. We're having a good time. Number one rule for us. So we're not here to try to, to win this race. We're here to have a good time, support this. And like I said, just show people it's, the smaller guy can do it too. Just got to work hard at it. But we made a good pass at. It's not fast, but it went at 385. That's good for us because it went like a 97 first pass. So the car's flying. It must be that shiny paint job my son put on there. So. And then we played a little joke. The guys up in the tower keep calling my car a Mustang. So we put on the door real big with shoe polish, not a Mustang. So hope they got a kick out of that because, we like to have a good time and hope they do too. So we're going to keep the ball rolling to Two Girls Garage racing car.
They're loving it. They're up there laughing. Not a Mustang, and I promise you they won't forget it the rest of the weekend. That's Brad Eglin and his son, Braden.
And I'm really glad he shared that shame with the guys in the booth as though you two had anything to do with it. Here we go. Kurt Stedding in the far lane. Jimmy Taylor in the near lane.
Kurt winning here 2 weeks ago.
Struggled in the first section. Same situation. Struggling there in the front half. Probably run some massive speed here again. Although,
timed out.
He
out.
jumped the light, huh?
No, he timed out. Didn't get it put in.
Oh, gotcha.
Got 7 seconds to put it in the second bulb after the other guy did, and he just never be able to get it in. He was trying to build the boost and bump it in and just never got it in the beams before he timed out.
So difficult to do. Very, very tough. 374 for Kurt Stedding. Very nice improvement for Kurt. Previous effort, a 5.02. So nice job for Kurt Stedding. Put him up in the 16th position.
All right, guys, thank you. Down here in the pit, staging lane correction. 2 weeks ago, you qualified number 1. Unusual situation, too, as well with your shoes. Still hold the ET record at 363. What are you going to adjust here in the second round to make sure things improve on your end?
Well, we rolled out and shook the tires real hard at about probably 200 feet.
that really slowed the car a lot. So we kind of did some things to get it to where it's going to go through that transition better, and it just needed more power, if you can believe that. So we're here ready to go now, and it should do what it's. Well, we're going to find out what it'll do. It'll do something good. Either that or it's going to do something real bad, and I'll be back here giving you a great interview.
All right, well, that's something good because you still have one more round. So go out there, be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
We're on it. Thank you.
All right, guys, back to you.
Nice job. Yeah, he had that 369, and we know that car has a lot more in it, and he's exactly right. You can see he was a little bit lazy there in the middle and then picked it up. So we'll see what type of changes he made. And everybody talks about how good these tracks have been. I mean, it's not one or two people. They keep saying that they miss it on the soft side. So we'll see how he does as Disco Dean pulls up to the near lane. Jackie Sloan in the far lane. Jackie struggling in the first session. As always, it seems like Disco Dean's car just goes right to the finish line. He's right in the middle of the pack in the 15th spot with a 374.
Yeah, I think Jackie's car is our only nitrous car we have on hand this weekend, and the last pair I think was the only turbo car here this weekend.
Pat Musey power under the hood. And again, Dean's car just could not go any quicker. 372 with a 7. That is a personal best here for Disco Dean. Nice improvement for him. He won 198 before, here 199. So a personal best at both ends for Disco Dean. Nice adjustment.
It's just right down the boulevard, isn't it?
That car goes so straight. It's one of the straightest driving pro mods out here. And hey, he lost 5 pounds, man. Look what it's doing. It's picking ET right up.
And that was a legitimate 5 pounds, not like the previous time when he lost 45 pounds.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kristen.
Ty Tutterow at the top of the board. You weren't happy with your first qualifying session. You got to be happy after that one.
We are. 64 is a really good, solid run. Tonight that'll probably just land us middle of the field. It was number 1 for right then, and all we can do is go back, try to improve, and get this quick fuel redline oil hot rod up to the top, and then get a qualifier if we can.
Well, good luck in that next qualifying session. We look forward to seeing you. Ty Tutterow.
Robert Cox and Cole Pez will be up next.
Pez in that Eleanor Mustang. Silver with the black stripes.
Yeah, had some issues there in the first session. 470, but only 109 miles an hour, so clearly struggling to get to the finish line under power.
Cox crashed his car at Dragway 42 last year.
Cox at 374 in the first session, 202, currently in the 14th spot. Good, solid pass out of the box. Great looking Camaro. Beautiful Mustang.
Oh boy.
A little frustration pedaling out of Cole's car there.
That's probably a really good read.
You can see it. He's had struggled getting down the racetrack the last few runs of that car, and you can see the frustration mounting right there.
Last time in the left lane, if memory serves, I think it got out in the wheelie bar and it went to the right, pretty hard, and he had to get out of the throttle. So, yeah, it just doesn't seem like that thing is reacting the way he would like it to. Clearly in and out of the throttle.
And now he's expecting it to.
It does well. I mean, you bring up a great point. It takes your confidence away as a driver, right?
Yeah, he's getting a little frustrated. You go up there and you're trying to knock the tree down. You're trying to do all this, but you're worried about thing going down the track, going straight. I mean, it's you can see here, it lifts front. Oh man, it shook, went hard right. So yeah, that's being frustrated.
Disco Dean, 372. You just hit a personal best.
Yeah.
Because you lost 5 pounds, of course.
Yeah.
Now, you're really upset that you hit 200.
You already let me down. I didn't go 200. All right, 199. I'm back here jogging in the pits, using the bathroom twice between each round, chugging waters, doing everything I can to get this slender, slim physique in that Trans Am to try to break 200 mile an hour and get into the 60s. We're doing done here with the steel roof and quarter car.
We look forward to seeing you in that next round.
Thank you.
He is a personality. West Stefano coming up here once again with that 72 Olds. DeStefano, my apologies. And Mike DiDomenico once again with that gorgeous Corvette.
West, the 2019 PDRA Pro Rookie of the Year.
We watched Mike that last pass and watched that thing carry the front end and it went left, and that thing had the whole tire out into the asphalt off of the concrete, and he was on the gas. I'm like, whoa, that's been awful brave. Finally had to shut it off, so we'll see what it does this time.
Of course, West with a million laps out here at this racetrack. Very, very good at what he does.
Got out of Waterford, Michigan.
Defending champ here at Milan.
I'll tell you what, that Cutlass over there, not only is it quick at the racetrack and going to take a lot of trophies home from here, it's going to win a lot of car shows too.
DiDomenico. They're having some issues and shut it off. There's some frustration. West drives it right down the boulevard. 368 with a 2. Very nice improvement for him. Nice job.
We've seen that car now two times in a row. 2 weeks ago, it just kept getting better and better every run. Got to the final round, and this time here, we saw it come out and make a nice run. Now he comes out, makes an improvement into the 60s. That car just getting quicker and quicker and quicker.
He gets that initial hit info, knows exactly what to do in the next session.
Cole Pez, 479. I saw some frustration when I told you that time. How crucial is it to have that third qualifying session this weekend?
It's everything now. You know, you look at the last couple races, we only had 2 qualifiers, so I'd be out again, which, you know, we got more than 32 cars now. Qualifying matters. You know, we went and tested, and Eleanor's just not happy on a prep surface, and we have to figure out how to overcome that if we're going to continue to try to run a steel roof and quarter car that's 100 pounds overweight with the pro. I ain't going to sit here and bullshit nobody, so we're just going to get better, try to bounce back. My team's young. We're all young. We're going to fucking just go for it and just see what we can make happen on this last one. I'm going to roll the dice, send the hell out of it, and I promise you I'm not lifting. So
We all just heard it right there. Cole Pez, he's going to let it rip with Eleanor in that last session.
Joel Winsley coming up in the near lane against Kai Kelly. Kai Kelly not happy with his previous round efforts at all. Of course, a very, very fast car. We'll see if he can pick up the pace and do so with that beautiful 84 Chevy. And Joe Winsley in the near lane with the flat hood.
I think I mentioned something about Cole being frustrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you were right.
Kai Kelly was unusually slow that first session, so I don't expect to see that twice.
No, some sort of issue for sure. And the 18 Chevy Camaro with a Pro Charger under the hood. Beautiful car as well. Kelly with a 386 in the first round. We know that one's capable of way more than that. And both of them get out of the throttle early. Winsley put a 370 on the board in the first session, so he'll have to hang on to that one. And a 415 is not what Kai Kelly was hoping for here either. 60-foot time for both cars, 0.92 for Kelly, 0.93 for Winsley.
Yeah, when Kai's car left, I thought, whoa, way better. Had the front end up. Last time it didn't even seem like it had enough power to carry the front end, and this time was doing a nice job. Unfortunately, it carried the front end and was going to the right, and Kai having to get out of the throttle before he got there.
Another look at it, and a great description out of my colleague Tommy Johnson Jr. Exactly what the car did. And it looks like Winsley had to get out of the throttle way early as well. Some tire shake.
Wes DeStefano, I always mess up your last name. Now, you got to feel like you're coming in here with some unfinished business. Last time we were here, you made it to the finals. You just ran a 368. What's it going to take to get that car on top?
Well, we're going to need a little better performance. I think, you know, with the way the field's going to move up right now, that probably keeps us about where we're at 12th. If we can improve a little, but I know come tonight, we're going to drive really stellar the last couple weeks, so hopefully I can continue that.
All right, we look forward to seeing you in that last qualifying session. Thank you.
And here comes Mr. Robin Roberts, current ET record holder here with the IHRA, that 363. Put a 69 on the board in the first session. Hoping for something there, said it was lazy out there around 200 foot. And Kyle Kenny will line up alongside with a 1968 Chevy Camaro. Personal best 383. Which he set in the first session. The Hart's Charger car, as you were talking about before. No?
Nope. That's Randy West. A couple weeks ago, Robin, I think he qualified number 3 here. So it's a tough car.
You know, we see so many Camaros out here. Nice to see that Pontiac body, the Firebird. Looks great.
Oh boy, car all over the place. Man had to steer that one back into the groove. Does a really nice job. Able to stay in the throttle. 367 with a 4 will be an improvement. And Kyle goes 380.
Thing was dancing everywhere, wasn't it, Tommy?
Yeah. Some of you guys got their hands full, but Robin picking up a couple hundreds from the first session. You can see it chatter the tires and move around a little bit, but knock something off.
Come on,
there. Yeah. It rattled so hard it was throwing parts off of it and still going down there.
Kai Kelly, you just ran a 4:15 in that second qualifying session. You know that the last one's very crucial for you. How do you not let that pressure get to you before that last one?
It seems like my whole career, I'm always like all the way down to the last minute. So it's nothing changing. I'm not gonna let pressure get to me. We're gonna go out there and we'll get qualified. Ran like a 386, I think, first session. My transmission burned up. We scrambled to put a new transmission in it, and I think we might have had the car pointed a little right at that time. So it was making a good pass. It's fixed. It was fast. I just had to live before I got to the wall. So third time's a charm. That's what I'm hoping.
Mr. Kai Kelly, calm, cool, and collected, and ready to run under pressure in that next round.
I like it.
Thank you.
It's so important, Tommy, to be able to compartmentalize all that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he does a great job with it. I mean, he's been so many different things he's raced at. I mean, he's done it all, but one thing that's impressed me is he never drives that car too far. He never hangs it out there too far. When it's in trouble, he recognizes it, shuts it off so he can come back and do it again.
Frankie Taylor in the near lane. Bubba Green in the far lane. Bubba's car looks amazing.
A little different.
It is a little different, too, huh?
Different header setup than everybody else out there.
The Zoomies coming out of the side of the fenders.
That's a little bit of Scotty Cannon personality, I think, coming out of that car.
Scotty Cannon and Lee White helping with the tuning on that car. Of course, Scotty's half-brother. Wrapped like the Killer Red Mater back in the day, the legendary car that Scotty was so amazing in. Still the winningest driver in the history of the IHRA Pro Modified category. And Frankie Taylor Can't talk enough about the Madman. There's a good look at Bubba's car and those zoomies.
Doing something different in Pro Mod is a big statement, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a lot to be different here.
And Scotty Cannon, he's been known to do a few things different.
By the center line. Frankie got the better of one right there, and Bubba way over by the center line, but stayed in the throttle. It was 382, I guess, out of the throttle, 169 for sure out of the throttle at the end, but he was way over by the center line, and of course, Frankie eating one up, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Frankie's engine went south on that one. A lot of death smoke out there. I see, and Frankie did a great job. He recognized it, pulled it over out of the groove, and tried to...
And cars have started up here at Darana Dragway, and we're ready to resume third and final qualifying session. Just like that, we're ready to go racing again.
Yeah, here comes Eleanor.
Ken's favorite car in the right-hand lane.
There it is. Lined up beside a Mustang.
Yeah, you got a real Mustang.
They can say Mustang now. I could probably get away with it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man.
Headlight ablaze, just one.
Brad Egley and the rest of the gang having some fun with me.
That's so good. I love the smile on your face.
I earned every inch of it. That's what happens when you're dumb. Cole Pez lined up on the other side. Had a pretty colorful interview up there last time around, I believe. Wasn't it, Cole?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little frustration playing into effect there. He's having trouble.
It's gone to the right twice.
Yeah.
I mean, very, very violently. So we'll see if they can get that thing to go straight down the racetrack.
I like that, man. Got lights underneath of it, everything. That's cool.
The Chevy Lumina, driven by Brad Eglin. We'll find out how he does here. Currently sitting 24th in the field. Yeah, and I mean way over by the wall right there. He pulled that thing back, got back in the throttle, and went back over by the wall. That was a scary ride. While Eglin put a 383 on the board. Last time 385, so a tick better.
Yeah, they're going the right direction with that car, and Nicole just continuing to have problems with that car going to the right, and I'm not sure
I'm with you. I think he's just angry at the car. Like, he's going to will that thing back over in the lane. Obviously, it's just not happy.
Yeah,
so
Kristen, I just wave him on by this time. I don't know.
Based on the last interview, I think we should skip this.
I think we might want to skip this interview, yeah. Boy, he's trying for all he's worth, trying to get it down there, but just...
I didn't get as close to the wall as I thought. I mean, from here looking at it, it looked like he was all but scrubbing the door. Mike DiDomenico coming up here next, and we saw him break at the starting line last time. I believe it was Sal that was very upset with the X1 connecting rods back to machine. Down at the bottom part of the program after going to the season opening final, DiDomenico, and he'll line up alongside Don Closter out of Kalamazoo. Closter 21st in the field, 377.
Running that C7 body on that Corvette.
Gorgeous car. And puts a 372 with a 9 on the board for D. Domenico. 371 with a 1 for Closter.
A couple side-by-side, good-looking runs. And I know Mike D. Domenico is, I don't know if he's going to be happy with those numbers, but I'm thinking he's happy with the car going down the racetrack and no issues finally.
Yeah, I mean, it's back in the hunt, right? I mean, he was way off there after not being out there the first session. Struggling first session, not getting to run the second session. That light on the rear wing that goes back and forth definitely threw me off. I thought it was sashaying around a little bit, but
he was driving a little bit, yeah.
Let's go to the top.
Brad Eglin, you've gotten faster each qualifying session, 383. You got to be happy with that. Now, you said you heard a pop near the finish. What possibly could that be?
I really don't know. It sounded like it's more like a backfire, like a lean condition or something. I'm not sure. But right before the finish line, it popped and kind of shut off. Everything looks good looking under the car, but I mean, who knows? Hopefully it's something simple, nothing like a hole in the side of the block, because we ain't got no spare motors or nothing. We got spare spark plugs, so it's all we got. Still, we're excited to go a little faster. That's all that matters.
All right, now me and Ken Stout were talking during the break, trying to pronounce your last name.
Okay.
Brad is saying it's Eglin. His wife wouldn't say...
Eglin, yeah.
But you said your wife would say Eglian, maybe?
No, I honestly, looking at if someone says Eglin, I feel like that's correct still, but most people, we always say Eglin.
Okay, Eglin. We heard it there. I had to ask the man.
That's
Eglin.
correct. There we go. Good.
Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
Nice job. So not only did I call his car a Mustang, but I said his last name wrong.
I was going to say next time.
He did say it was right. Technically,
Next
he said it
time
was
he
right.
rolls up to the line, he's going to have the pronunciation painted on the side of the car. Oh, man.
Jackie Sloan Jr. and Jimmy Taylor, but they shut the cars back off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe one of them's having issues, I think. I saw somebody run to the golf cart maybe and looking for some parts, but they're giving them a little time to get it figured out.
Jimmy Taylor with that turbo car. Went 375, and as we documented in the first session, went 217. And once again, Kristen is busy up there at the top end. Let's go up and find out who she has.
I'm up here with Mike D. Domenico. Concentrate up here. All right, now you had an eventful little break. What went on with that car, and how were you able to make that pass?
The round two, qualifying two, put the car in gear again. Wouldn't go in gear. Tried everything. Wouldn't go. Had to shut the car off. We got it back. And here, first gear was broken to trans. We tested the stuff in the pit, and for whatever reason, it was broke. And so we took the trans out, tore it all apart, put a new first gear in there. Actually, no, it wasn't first gear. It was a little lever in first gear that was bad, and we made it like 15 minutes to spare when they called us into the lanes. We were thrashing on it. So yeah, it was crazy. But we ran a 72. We got A to B. At least we got some data now. I think that should be pretty good for the show, I think, right?
Oh, for sure. Hey, nothing but up from here.
Yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow, definitely. Yeah. Mike D. Domenico.
She's having too much fun up there.
Yeah.
The XRE back machine for Jimmy Taylor in the far lane. Drone right there in front of it, giving us a great shot.
I thought I heard them both start up in the beginning, then one shut back off. And
turbo car, Carl Stevens Jr., crew chiefing on that one. And yeah, I agree. I did hear two of them start up as well. I thought maybe one was struggling and the other one shut off to give them a chance. Yeah. Still only see one roll up here. So Jackie Sloan Jr. was slated, it looks like, to be in the near lane with the nitrous fed machine. Yeah, well, looking at the dew point on top of that car in that rear window.
Yeah, we saw them dragging the track a lot out there on that oil down, and probably a little more than what I thought they needed to because of where the oil was. But now you can see all the dew out there trying to drag the track, just make sure it was prepared. Yeah, there goes the one, Jackie Sloan being pushed off the starting line. So, yeah, there was 2 running at one time.
Yeah, Jackie Sloan in the 28th spot on the sheet just did not get one put together here today.
Here at his home track, too.
We'll have to get that thing ready to go for round number 1 tomorrow. And you would like, to think for somebody that qualified at the top of the ladder, that's going to be easy pickings, but not necessarily.
A lot of surprises first round.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. That is just absolutely insane to have to stage a car with that thing at full boost like that. It's wild.
Yeah, they just went out there and blew the tires off the thing, shaking and pedaled
Sounded like it really didn't want to shift.
I think it was just shaking the tires real bad. He had to pedal it and got back in the thing and still run 200 miles an hour.
There is a lot going on inside that car when you're staging that thing.
Just violent.
It's a real art to stage a turbo car. You got to bump that thing in on the trans brake, and it's up on the boost, and it's gonna be a handful. The good news was he was on a single, nobody in the other lane.
But boy, when he gets to the other end, that thing is really moving, isn't it?
He can keep his foot stuck in that thing. It's going to be a rocket ship.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. This is some awesome shots.
That's beautiful.
Great shot.
Yeah.
I'd rather have the drone help back them up.
Kyle Kelly in the near lane. Getting some help from Jordan Trucking. Piggly Wiggly. Food for Less. North Florida Dragway. Crew is Sunshine and Puddin' out of Summit, Mississippi.
Guy, he's looking to lay one down. He had trouble the first session and then got out of the groove to the right in the second session. So we haven't seen what this car's capable of by far. Robert Cox in the right-hand lane. He's sitting number 17 at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much right in the middle of the field, 374. Elite Motorsports, Fuel Tech, Noonan, all helping out with that one. Anthony Lum, crew chief, and Mark Herrick, along with Randy Fell. Beautiful car, freshly rebuilt after a bad moment at Dragway 42.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. Tommy, we talked about how long does it take to get comfortable in the new car. Boy, some of them forever.
Kyle Kelly ready to throw one down and gets it done. 369, a sizable improvement there. Exactly what we would expect out of that car. Previously at a 386, so now it's back in the window. He'll be ready for round 1 tomorrow.
That's a lot more like it right there. We knew that was what it was capable of, 369. I'm sure he's still not happy with that. He probably wanted a lot more than that, but Rob Cox, 370, right there with him. So a couple great runs. That shows you track's still there. After that big long roll down, they took the time to scrape it 2 or 3 times, get all that oil up, and giving us some great runs.
Yeah, Cox picking up 0.04 of a second. Really nice job as Disco Dean gets ready to fire up the Trans Am.
By far the most consistent race car on the property this weekend.
Yeah, Disco Dean will drive it to the stripe. It just constantly repeats. Currently sitting 15th in the field, so pretty much smack dab in the middle of the field. 372. Really nice effort. Heard him say he wanted to get into the 6s. Just 60s, I should say. Just hasn't happened just yet.
Jimmy Taylor, not your fastest run. You had a 375 earlier, but what kind of data can you take away from this and bring it to tomorrow?
We've just had some new car blues today. First round, we had a switch went out. Second one, we broke a wastegate, so it didn't have any boost. So you know, our goal was to come out and try to run a 368 and then, you know, try to come out and run 363 or so, and then we was wanting to put a mid-50s pass down, but we didn't have the data. We just turned it up a little bit, and it just kind of got a little away from me. So.
All right, never say never, Jimmy Taylor. We're looking forward to that 350 tomorrow.
And if I said Kyle Kelly, I apologize. It is Kai Kelly, of course. Kyle Cannon here in the near lane in this particular pair.
Got a dial in on there. 369.9.
That's his goal. That's what he said, right? He wants to put that thing into the 60s. Might get there right here. Only needs a couple hundred. First time that car has not gone straight. He was going for it. 379 with a 3 for Kyle Kenyon.
Yeah, probably going for it. Had her tuned up a little bit, and yeah, you're right. That's one of the first times we've seen that car not go straight. It pulled to the right. Might have spun the tire a little bit when it left. I'm sure they had it tuned up, trying to get that 60 of it. It just looked like it might have been a little lined up right. It just instantly went right-hand turn when he let go of the clutch. Look at that, right, just right.
Cat Kelly, we talked about earlier, you like pressure, 006 on the tree, 369. Earlier, it was 380 something. What an improvement. Just tell me about that.
We do really well under pressure, and we put ourselves in a situation to get to. I mean, first pass was 386, we burn up a transmission. Second pass, we almost hit the wall. Third pass, we go at 369. We were trying to go at 65. We missed the tune-up out back, but hey, we'll take it. We're qualified good, and we got a hot rod for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations on a great pass. That's Cat Kelly.
With the headlights on.
With the headlights on.
Good stuff as Bubba Green will line up in the near lane. Joel Winsley in the far lane. See how things sort out here. Joe Winsley getting some help from Liberty Gears, BP Race Fuel, DeSoma Racing Engines. Ran a 370 with a 4. Currently sitting 12th. My apologies, 13th after some of the cars in this session. Bumped him down 1.
It has got to be a blast to design the livery for Green, right? Paint job on that car, because it is obviously anything you want to do.
It looks like a Scotty Cannon influence to me.
Oh yeah. But anything with those cars, right? I mean, if you can put your nightmare on the hood of this car, have at it.
ProCharger Power in the far lane. How about that? Beautiful job out of Bubba Green. Both cars really. 366 for Joel Winsley. Beautiful effort out of him from his previous 370. A 369 for Bubba Green. Previous for him, a 380. Both cars stepping up a bunch.
Yeah, we're seeing as we go back further in line, these guys are getting an idea of what the track's out there. They're watching these other cars, making some last-minute changes, and solid runs. 366, 369. I mean, this is great. Solid racing tonight.
All right, let's go to Sarah.
All right, thanks, guys. Here in the staging lanes, third in qualifying. It's cooled off a bit. We had a bit of a delay. What are you focusing on, and what are some changes that you made?
Well, you know, we made a pretty decent run the first run. We hadn't ran this car much this year, so we went out there and just kind of poked it down through there. We had about a 10-cent part failure in Q2, but that's the nature of these cars. You know, they're breaking shit all the time. So we lost Q2.
Thank you. I appreciate you waiting.
Whenever they're done. So we got it loaded up for Q3. You know, I feel like we're pretty solid in the field. I think we'll make it, you know, but you always want to be in the top half to get lane choice first round. I don't know that that's going to matter here. They're doing a great job with the track, you know, but just a huge thank you for letting me drive this unit. You know, it's he pays for everything, owns it all, and just lets me drive it, and it's pretty cool. You know, Lee White doing a great job on the tune-up, you know, and my guys are got a good. We just got to go A to B and try to get in the top half of the field. So looking forward to try to get it down through there. It is late this morning to catch a flight, so I'm feeling it right now. I'm ready to get on down through there and see if I can find a shower in the bed. But, you know, it's going to be a tough field tomorrow. For $125,000, that'll get a man's attention. To be on your game tomorrow, be good on the light, and make solid runs tomorrow. And I think we got a car that can do it, so just got to keep our head straight, get it.
Appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Larry Larson in the near lane, Frankie Taylor in the far lane. We were curious if Frankie would make it back here, feeling like he'd heard an engine. He is back here. Pushing him back just a bit after he had both bulbs on.
Yeah, I don't think Frankie thought he was all the way up there. I think he thought his crew member had the foot in the lights, but it was actually the tire was in the lights. So pushed him back, no harm, no foul. Larry over there waiting patiently, and here we go.
Currently sitting 12th is Frankie Taylor with a 369. Larry Larson, 24th with a 375.
Larson won the $75,000 Shady Side King of the South small tire.
Larson all over the place, really driving that one. Keeps it together, keeps it on his side, puts a 374 on the board. 365, Frankie Taylor picks up the pace by about 0.04 of a second as well.
Yeah, Frankie, if he had to change engine after that last round, he definitely put in a good one. 365 and improved. Larry Larson, like you said, car going right, doing a nice job of driving it, pulling it back into the center of the groove, and both of them been able to get it to the finish line. Nice job, guys.
Kyle Cannon, 379 that last run. How are you able to make improvements every run you've done so far today?
Well, I mean, we're driving a big steel brick there, so we're just trying to pick away at every little thing we can. So we made some transmission changes, changed the stator, playing with some tire pressures. You know, we come from no prep world, so coming to this and trying something different, stepping out of our box here, we're just trying to find every inch we can.
Hey, you always got to step out of the box. Yep. That's Kyle Cannon.
Yeah, I like what these guys are doing, coming from the no prep world, and there's a number of those competitors out here and looking for every little piece of performance that they can find against these cars that are so prepared for a track like this.
Yeah, a lot of them are doing a really good job of adjusting and making the right changes and keeping these guys honest for sure.
Kurt Stedding and Wes DiStefano coming up here next.
This was our final round 2 weeks ago with Kurt Stedding coming out on top.
P2 Contracting helping him out. P2 Paving as well. P2 Racing. Redline Oil. All part of the effort here for Kurt Stedding out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, Kurt qualified number 2 at Virginia last week. Runner-up World Series of Pro Mod.
Once again, Stefano with that 72 Oldsmobile. Very, very capable car. Very good car here at Milan. Knows this place very well, how it changes and what to do to it. Very aggressive, made beautiful changes, as you talked about a couple of weeks ago.
Hails from nearby Waterford, Michigan. That thing is just cool.
Wes sitting 10th right now. Kurt sitting 24th with that 374.
That's pretty unusual.
Yeah. I would expect him to jump up in the pack here. Problems for Wes. Does not stay under power. 365 and does exactly what we thought. 206 miles per hour. So a beautiful job there for Kurt Stedding.
Yeah, he did a nice job of driving, too. I think when he left, it tried to go left a little bit. He instantly pulled it right back, kept it in the center of the groove, and got it right down the track. I'm not too sure. I think it made a move last round, too, and he had to drive a little bit. But right there, you see it make a little bit of a left and pulled it right back in the groove and went down the track.
Where was he? I think I said he was in the 24 hole. Jumps up
way down
into 6th. So great job there for Kurt Stedding, really getting one turned around.
Frankie Madman Taylor, 365 with the 3. But should we tell everyone the secret? He had to get a new motor for this pass. But guys, it is his lucky motor. It's the one that he won Columbus with. So you think it's going to bring you good luck because you said you need 125,000 just to pay for that motor we broke.
Yes. So hopefully it'll bring us good luck. It's the one we won Columbus with, and we number one qualified with and stuff like that. That's the fastest it's ever been at the 70% So we went 65 with the 3. I'm not sure what kind of speed it ran, but who knows. But we shut a lot of stuff off on the other end just to try to make sure we didn't hurt this one too. And then the last one, we don't know why it broke. It broke number 7 and 8 rod, and yeah, I made a little mess, and then broke the transmission and broke this and broke that. And we didn't have the shifter adjusted right. So when I was backing up, it kept jumping out of gear, so you got to stop it, put it in brake, and put it in reverse. But I want to give a shout out to all my people, Benji Lap, Snap-on Tools, Todd Moyer, TRM Automotive and Diesel, and to my wife for letting me do this stuff, to Jay Dietrich, the owner of the car, and the truck and trailer and the 2 motors that I'm using. I want to give a shout out to him. He helped us fix it, so we're going to get it ready for first round tomorrow, and good luck.
Forget Ellie.
Hello, Ellie.
The madman upstairs. All right, here comes Sully. Craig Sullivan said it's been carrying the front end. He said it really does a good job of the front half. He said, but when it sets the front end down, it sets it down hard, and it knocks the tire off of it. We'll see if he can get that sorted out here. And then Robin Roberts lined up in the far lane, currently sitting 10th with a 367. Pretty strong number there to be 10th. And Craig Sullivan down in the 23rd position with a 373.
Yeah, both these cars ready to step up, and I was wrong last time. Robin Roberts, he was number 1 qualifier here two weeks ago, and that car we know is capable of going right to the top.
I love this shot here.
Both cars side by side, charge down to the stripe. 371 with a 5 for Sully. How about a 362 with a 9, and goes right to the top of the pack. Beautiful effort. 208 miles per hour for Robin Roberts.
Tommy, it looked like Sully picked up the front and then stepped out a little bit to the right.
Yeah, I was getting close to the center line, and he stayed with it best he could. Looks like 199, maybe jumped out of the throttle just a hair early, but Robin Roberts, that's a stout race car. Number 1 2 weeks ago, 362 this time. Will it hold? That's what we got to see.
Yeah, we were wondering if we might see some 50s here before it's all over with. We're getting pretty close now. Great effort out of Robin Roberts.
Kurt Stedding, now you just had a great pass. Last time you were here, though, you won. You took home the Ironman. What's it going to take home that $125,000 check tomorrow?
Well, first we have to get the car to go a little faster. I mean, 365 is good. It's not going to stick real deep right now with, the cars coming up behind me, but we struggled a little bit on the first 2 passes today. Changed car around a little bit, and now Todd has it figured out. So, yeah, it's all going to be up on that tree, too. So you got to make sure your tree's good, and, we'll tighten up the car and get a little faster each time.
Hey, it's a new day tomorrow. New day tomorrow, you'll be faster. I'm feeling it, Kurt Stedding.
I'm feeling it, too.
Sweet, thank you.
Scott Taylor will be on a single. Currently sitting 18th. A 370 on the board. Another Pro Charger car.
Yeah, one of those guys that's looking to break into the 60s. And he said this car, they drug it out of the storage and threw an engine in it and put a new front end on it, and here we are, and 370, looking for the 60s. I'd say had it in pretty good storage.
They call it Cheeto, and you can see the Cheetah on the side of the door.
Along with Keith's Superstores. Man,
oh boy,
hard to the left.
Just spinning a little bit when it left, made a little move to the left, but it's hard to bring it back when the front end's that high in the air. Now, we said when they came out here, what do we expect for tonight? We said, well, a lot of these guys that ran earlier, they're going to throw everything at it. Well, we're seeing that. We're seeing a lot of guys throwing a lot at it, and some of them are sticking. Some of them aren't sticking. So as we go, we'll see who sticks.
Now joined by Jason Harris. Stayed in the top 3 qualifying, and here we are in the 3rd round. Humidity's gone through the roof, but the track's cooled off. What's your approach here for this last few?
Yeah, it's definitely a lot humider than it has been, and that's going to really affect the alcohol cars. But the track's cooled off. We should be able to get the party time car. We're going to try to go to number 1. We don't really have a lot to lose right here, so we're going to throw it to it, and we're just going to see how it goes.
All right, well, good luck. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Definitely the humidity, guys, picked up quite a bit.
As we continue on here, the Sheriff, Jeff Rudolph, coming up here next, currently in 8th position. Ended up in 5th after the 2nd session, so has been bumped down 3 spots here already when he was inside of the top 5. Shows you how tough it is getting out here.
Yeah, several of these guys, when they're throwing everything at it and it's sticking and they're moving up. But we can tell the humidity's higher because you can see all the dew on the top of the cars and just making the right changes, and some of them are overcoming it.
Lyle Barnett was 3rd after the 2nd session, now sitting 16th with a 370. Barnett in the near lane, Rudolph in the far lane. Barnett with the Pro Charger car alongside another Pro Charger car with Jeff Rudolph.
Barnett, the 2022 U.S. Nationals winner.
That's a big one.
Oh, yeah.
The Ghetto Sleigh ready to go in the far lane. And go it does. How about a 362 with an 8? Just enough to sneak into the number 1 spot. Wow. Beautiful job there out of Jeff Rudolph. Lyle Barnett with a 367. He also steps up some 300ths of a second.
Yeah, and Lyle Barnett did a great job. That car was all over the place, moving around, and I thought he was going to lift, and he stayed with it. Had the chutes out right at the finish line because he knew that thing was in trouble right there. Look at that nice run, but moving around. Jeff Rudolph's car, straight as an arrow, dancing the front end. That was awesome, man.
Robin Roberts, 362 with the 9. You just got beat out of that top spot, and I was hyping you up about potentially having a solo run, but hey, you're going in right now sitting 2-2. How is that going to work for you tomorrow?
Well, I mean, you always want to be in the top spot so you get your best spot. I mean, of course, we'd rather had a bye in case something happened. I want to race, so I don't care who it is. And I knew that that wouldn't last because there were fast cars behind us. But, man, just get squeaked out by one little number, that's pretty cool. It's kind of aggravating, but it's kind of cool. So I'm just having fun. We're out here to race, and tomorrow the car is going to be fast, as you've seen. We've stepped it up every time tonight. Tomorrow we're just going to try and do the same. Them boys in trouble.
Them boys are in trouble. Y'all just heard it.
Girl.
And girl.
And girl.
And girl.
Sorry.
Robin Roberts.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course what they're talking about here is we're pretty sure that one of the cars will not make the call in first round tomorrow. So whoever ends up number 1 will have a competition single to the second round. As we watch Jacob McNeil in the near lane, Randy Weatherford in the far lane. Randy Weatherford currently sitting 6th with a 364. Jacob McNeil 15th with a 369.
And Weatherford comes into this event with some good momentum behind him, winning the PDRA Northern Nationals last week and his first win since 2021.
Yeah, and that car was in the 350s, so we know it's plenty capable of going to the number 1 spot tonight.
Yeah, qualified number 1 and won the race with a 57. And McNeil will pick up the pace here from a 69 to a 67, but that's not the story. The story is sitting on the other side. 210 miles per hour, throws a 3.607 on the board. Randy Weatherford goes to the top of the sheet.
I told you he was bringing some momentum with him.
Yes, he was, and just missed that 59, but 360 with a 7. This was a great side-by-side run. You see him going down through there nice and even, but Jacob McNeil, I think that's one of his best runs ever, and Randy Weatherford, he's got them all talking. I'm telling you, the pits are talking.
Look at that, side-by-side.
Guys, what is happening out there? I keep hyping up these guys. I'm like, you're on top of the pole. Let's go. Congratulations. And then y'all tell me to wait for a pass to go by, and someone takes the spot. But hey, 362 with an 8. That's an impressive pass. What changes will y'all make for tomorrow? Can we go faster than that?
We're probably going to keep the same game plan. I think the weather's going to be about the same. We had number 1 there for, 10 seconds? But we'll take it, We're probably sitting 2. That may stick. I don't know how many people's left. Can't be many. But, yeah, we're going to keep the same game plan. These guys are worked their tails off all weekend. Brandon Strout, tuner, unbelievably badass. Right before we made that run, he kneeled down right by the car, and I turned the power on, which means I know he's going to do something to the computer. He goes, "You ain't scared to try it, are you?" I'm like, "I'm not scared. Let's go." So it was a 50-50 shake on that one.
Well, last-minute change, and yes, you are sitting 2 right now, and we look forward to see you racing tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's got a great hot rod. He'll be ready for round 1.
Thank you.
And speaking of great hot rods, Jason Harris has one as well. He's in the far lane out of Pittsboro, North Carolina. Was 3rd, now 6th. Put a 364 on the board. We'll see what type of pace he can pick up here. And Ken Quartuccio, lined up alongside in the near lane. Went 368.
And Kenny Q, the 2024 NHRA U.S. Nationals winner.
Yeah, some players out here, no doubt.
Yeah, bringing some heavy resumes with him.
Just how much everybody's improving. He was 9th coming in. Now he's clear down to 14th.
And Jason Harris will also throw a 360 on the board. 360 with an 8. Won't be enough to take over the number 1 spot, but does jump up to take over number 2. Really nice lap right there. And alongside, how about a 363 for Kenny Q, doing a great job as well as he also picks up the pace.
This is getting good. I mean, this is a chess match here. Checkmate.
Yeah.
You off. Let's go.
Number 2, number 5 holds. I mean, great job for both.
Just everybody getting a hold of the racetrack, going down through there tonight. Nice runs, front ends up in the air. This is awesome.
Well, and it's just setting the table for what we get to see tomorrow live on Speed Sport 1 as we fight for a $125,000 payday.
Yeah, and we're going to start off in the heat of the day, and then we're going to end up in the nighttime like this. So this runs are valuable tonight. Get that information.
You're not going to want to miss any of it tomorrow, by the way, Ken. Sorry for that. We start tomorrow 2 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 2, and then we have the finals for you at 6:30 p.m. on Speed Sport 1, all live.
Look forward to that. Semifinals and finals there on Speed Sport 1, all absolutely free. Hope you'll join us there. In the meantime, watch this one. Number 1 and number 2 at the end of the second session are lined up and ready to go. They currently sit number 6 and number 7. That's how strong the end of this session has been. Callie Mills and Ty Tutterow. Ty Tutterow lined up in the near lane, Callie in the far lane. This should be a good one, fellas.
And there's every reason to believe these two could be 1 and 2 by the time the end of this run.
Absolutely. And in the 50s.
Yeah, because, that's what she said they were coming up here to do. They wanted to run a 50, haven't run a 50. They're coming up here to try and go a 50. Well, it's going to take a 50 probably to go number 1. So, but the other problem is Ty Tutterow. That car's plenty capable.
Oh, yeah.
It was running 50s last weekend, so you know it can.
And fresh off a final round appearance a weekend ago, lost it on a red light. You know he's hungry. Callie pulling into the beams. Final two here in Pro Mod. Third and final qualifying session. Top bulbs on. Here we go. Callie out of the throttle early. Ty drives it through the stripe. 362 will not be enough to take over the number one spot. Picks up a couple hundredths of a second, but still a very strong effort here. Unfortunately for Callie, not able to get to the stripe under power.
Yeah, her car left good 60 foot, 890, 60 foot. So they had it tuned up early, but just a little too much. You see the car. I'm not sure what happened.
You called it before. You said she's either going to go.
Yeah.
She put a 50 on the board or not get there.
Looked like it started to go a little bit to the right when she left, and she shut it off and come back tomorrow and have a good race day. You know Ty was going for it. 362. He's going to be disappointed. He wanted that number one spot.
Ty will jump up into the top five here once again. Look at that speed for Randy Weatherford still at 210 miles an hour.
Randy Weatherford, you're on the pole, number one spot. How crucial is it to potentially have a competition bye tomorrow?
Oh, that's huge. I mean, that's real huge. You always need luck, and that's luck. You know, this Hearts is running pretty good. My God, this is the second pole that I've got in the last, 2 weeks now? You can't get any better than this.
Hey, and 210 miles per hour. Tell me just, how's the track running? Obviously, it's a pretty fast track right now.
Oh, it's a real fast track. I mean, it's, you know, to me, it's like driving down the street with a car beside me at 55 miles an hour, to be honest with you. But, yeah, it's fast, real fast. It's, you know, it sets you back in the seat, it wakes you up, and then it rings the doorbell. Let's stop.
Well, congratulations on a great run sitting in that Q1 spot right now.
See you tomorrow.
Great job. Yeah, your number one qualifier in Pro Mod, 360 with a 7, 210.67 miles per hour. Nicely done. Jason Harris, number 2. Jeff Rudolph, number 3. Ty Tutterow, number 4. And Robin Roberts to round out the top 5 in Pro Mod as we shift gears and we'll go into Mountain Motor Pro Stock. First pair will feature Chris Powers and Dylan Voss. And looks like they're pushing Voss back. Unfortunately, a mechanical for Voss. That hurts, especially this late at night. Looks like it'll probably be a late night for the Voss gang. In the meantime, Chris Powers, who's been very consistent out here through the first 2 hits in the sun.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, for Chris Powers, he's run so well this season in the 2 races we've had, and to come in here and be 5th at a 416, you know he's not happy with that.
Car very capable, we know that, but it's one of those things. He doesn't need to take a big swing at this. It's a small step here, small step there, and it'll yield him a good result.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little tweak here, a little tweak there, and he's not missing a bunch. But you know, I know Chris. He expects to run really, really well all the time, and he's not happy being down there in number 5 spot.
Sunny Powered Car will have a single out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Crew Chief Chuck Samuel. .416 with a 3 is what he ran previously. How about a 411 with a 6? That's going to go to the top of the sheet. Great job for Chris Powers and the gang.
My guess he's feeling better now, huh, Tommy?
I'll tell you what, I was getting a little nervous.
I thought it pulled the motor down right at the hit.
Well, they run a lower RPM than say, the Pro Mod cars and stuff, but, man, that thing was moving over to the right, and by the time he got to the 8th mile mark, it was way over to the right. But Chris, he stayed in the throttle and moved up to a 411, but watch this thing go out here, picks front end ups, nice, but now it starts to drift over and over and over and over, and boy, I'm telling you, that's pretty close to the center line.
The Excalibur race engine sponsored machine driven by Dwayne Rice. Very, very competitive car out of Grove City, Ohio. Currently number 3, was number 2 at the end of the previous session with a 412. I mean, right there.
The top 4 cars, 411, 411, 412, 412.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is getting good here.
Jerry Haas race cars, as you can see there on that rear window. Rear quarter glass, if you will. The wheelie bars of measurement.
Tommy Lee standing there at the door. Got some really smart guys that's raced in Mountain Motor Pro Stock for a lot of years. Working on that car. Terry Adams up there, pulling him into the beams.
Really nice looking pass, nice and straight. How about a 4.0863? That is the quickest Mountain Motor Pro Stock pass we have seen all year long. A spectacular effort out of Dwayne Rice. Wow, what a hit. Beautiful, beautiful job.
Yeah, I almost said right before we started, we're going to see that 4.0 we've been looking for, and there it is. Yep.
There it is.
You know those guys are pumped.
Even his car was drifting a little bit, so these guys are moving around a little bit, but they're not getting crazy, just trying to slowly bring them back. But they're both cars moving over towards the center line. See that thing make him a little move to the left, pulling him over, but stayed with it and got it through the finish line.
Chris Powers, you told me you won fastest qualifier and in that last spot. So whatever it takes, you can still get that $10,000 this weekend. What is it going to take to put that car on the top tomorrow?
We just got to be smart, race good, cut good lights, and we've been really sharp on the tree the last month or so. So as long as Chuck gets the tune-up close, I mean, we went 11 on that run, which is solid. It's a good run. I can make up the difference with the tree, but I'm sure we'll figure something out when we do the data logger. We'll find some more smoke under the hood.
Well, congratulations on a great run, and hey, your fastest qualifier for a second there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good night.
And Monty ready to make some noise here. John Montecalvo was number 1 with a 4.11 and an 8. Now currently sits number 3. We'll find out if they can answer the call.
Yeah, I'm not sure that 408 number 1 is safe just quite yet.
Another Jerry Haas car, John Causey Powers we talked about before.
And a 2009 IHRA Pro Stock World Champ behind the wheel. Potent combination.
Yeah, excellent job. Through the previous car? His fastest pro stock pass of the year for IHRA. Once again here, checking the wheelie bars as well on this car. Montecalvo with a ton of experience. Has been doing this a long, long time. Car looks great, man. Nice straight pass. Goes 4.09 with a 1. Another spectacular run, but it won't be enough to take over the number 1 spot. He'll lay up just a little bit short of that in the number 2 spot.
Great. Boy, it was close, though.
Yeah. A little more speed, 175.71, but not enough ET.
And that's one of the straighter runs of the Pro Stock cars we saw that session. His car tried to make a little move, but he's able to keep it right in the center of the groove, and just a nice, solid run. Any other time, 409 would have been great, but Dwayne Rice at a 408. Close, but not close enough.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot wrong with that 409 pass, was there?
Not at all. No, it looked really nice, and I mean, they're splitting hairs down there now.
Yeah.
And once again, we'll go back up to the top with Kristen Banks.
Dwayne Rice, 4:08 with a 6, the fastest pass of a Mountain Motor Pro Stock this season at the IHRA. It's got to feel great.
It does feel great. We've been working on combination, and Ron Miller's working hard at the shop. Terry Adams, what else can I say? That's just all Terry Adams right there.
Now, going into tomorrow, are you going to make any changes? What expectations do you have for yourself?
It's going to do nothing but get better.
Y'all heard it right here. Nothing but getting better from Dwayne Rice.
Yeah, and I want to follow up on that when I said this season, really, ever, with the IHRA. Pete Berner's 4:09.7, the current ET world record coming into this event. So just a spectacular job out of Dwayne Rice.
Yeah, that team, like I said, Terry Adams, Tommy Lee, they've got some heavy hitters over in that pit area. So a lot of smart people, and not surprised at all that the thing went out there and went a 4:08.
Copy. Is this... All right, we're going to go into the semifinals here for the Top Bulb Shootout. Dial-ins here really close together. Inside lane, near lane will leave just a little bit before, if they do their job right. Most certainly, if you've made it this far in this category, you know how to do your job. 471 dial in to a 4.67 dial in. 4.71, 4.67 in the far lane. Kara Jo Frank in the far lane. And don't want to give away reaction times until these races are over, but the advantage was in the near lane for Troy Williams Jr., an 0.13 light to an 0.27 for Kara Jo. But Kara Jo runs dead on the dial-in with a 9 and takes the win by 4 thousandths of a second. So a better reaction time to Troy Williams, but he goes plus 0.28, and that was the difference at the finish line. $36,000 package wins this one.
Yeah, and you can hear somebody down there whopping the throttle a little bit.
Yeah.
And, I'm not too sure he didn't whop it one too many times and give up the finish line.
Right. So easy to do. I mean, we are splitting hairs here at the other end. It doesn't take much to give it back. 4.67 to dial in here for Jamie Elrod. Jamie Elrod, part of that magical Elrod winning family. And Jacob McNeil in the far lane. 4.67 second dial in for Jamie in the near lane. Jacob with a 4.60 dial in. We'll have to wait for 7/100ths of a second. Semifinals here for the 64-car Top Bulb Shootout. This one's over. 4 thousandths too quick for Jacob McNeil at the starting line. Ends it. Jamie Elrod goes to the final round.
Boy, the girls are beating them up.
And she won here a couple of weeks ago.
At Columbus.
Or was it Columbus?
Yes, Columbus won quick rod. So she's having a good year, and we're going to have 2 girls go at it in the final.
0.31 light and goes plus 0.12.
And she looked pretty pumped about that, too.
She was excited.
Kara Jo, how does an all-girls final sound to you?
This is awesome. This is what we've always wanted. There's so many of us girls that end up having to race each other, and we always say we want it to be an all-girl final, and it's finally happened. This is cool.
You got your dream come true. Now, what is it going to be like going up against Jamie? She's a pretty tough competitor.
Definitely a tough competitor, and this is her track. So she's done very well here. So this will be an interesting final, but nonetheless, this is really cool for us to both be in it. So I'm excited.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing that final between you two.
Big smile on her face, and rightfully so.
Oh, yeah.
Staging lanes are empty for now.
Yeah, I think that's all that's left. The final round of that. So
still have the final. Do we have the final in Top Sportsman?
No, they were just qualifying. I think they run.
Oh,
tomorrow.
okay.
Yep,
Gotcha.
Qualifying's over, and they're going to race tomorrow. Only the top bulb cars ran today for a race and tomorrow a race.
It's been a really good day performance-wise. Obviously, we weren't racing in our top categories. We'll save that for tomorrow. But performance-wise, it's been stunning.
And once again, let's go up to Kay Banks.
Jamie Elrod, now you're about to turn it back around, go right back up there for the finals. What is going through your mind right now, knowing that you could win $10,000?
We just talked about this in the staging lanes. I was like, he's not allowed to have 2 cars in the finals. Hell no. I said, let's just make this an all-girl thing real quick. So we're going to have some girl-on-girl action real quick.
You'll heard it right here, coming up soon. Congratulations.
They're feisty. Good stuff. 2 tough competitors. I mean, such a brutal category. You have got to be on point at both ends of the track, or they will make you pay. No remorse sending you to the box. It wouldn't be the first time the Elrods had two cars in a final.
Yeah, they.
You know, I mean,
real
I know
well.
she was talking about the other side, but the Elrods have been fantastic over the course of time. Great look there at Darana Dragway and how things have been renovated to this point. So we're going to show you the last round of qualifying for Pro Mods while we wait for the cars to cool off and our competitors to get back up into the staging lanes for that final round of the 64-car Top Bulb Shootout. So enjoy this final round of qualifying. We'll be back with that final round in just a moment. Just like that, we're ready to go racing again.
Yeah, here comes Eleanor.
Ken's favorite car in the right-hand lane.
There it is. Lined up beside a Mustang.
Yeah, you got a real Mustang.
They can say Mustang now. I could probably get away with it.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man.
Headlight ablaze, just one.
Brad Egley and the rest of the gang having some fun with me.
That's so good. I love the smile on your face.
I earned every inch of it. That's what happens when you're dumb. Cole Pez lined up on the other side. Had a pretty colorful interview up there last time around, I believe. Wasn't it, Cole?
Yeah.
Yes.
A little frustration playing into effect there. He's having trouble.
It's gone to the right twice.
Yeah.
I mean, very, very violently. So we'll see if they can get that thing to go straight down the racetrack.
I like that, man. Got lights underneath of it, everything. It's cool.
The Chevy Lumina, driven by Brad Egley. We'll find out how he does here. Currently sitting 24th in the field. Yep, and I mean way over by the wall right there. He pulled that thing back, got back in the throttle, and went back over by the wall. That was a scary ride. While Egley put a 383 on the board. Last time 385, so a tick better.
Yeah, they're going the right direction with that car, and Cole just continuing to have problems with that car going to the right, and I'm not sure.
I'm with you. I think he's just angry at the car. Like, he's going to will that thing back over in the lane. Obviously, it's just not happy.
Yeah,
so
Kristen, I
gotta
just
figure it out.
wave him on by this time. I don't know.
Based on the last interview, I think we should skip this.
I think we might want to skip this interview. Yeah. Boy, he's trying for all his work, trying to get it down there, but just.
I didn't get as close to the wall as I thought. I mean, from here looking at it, it looked like he was all but scrubbing the door. Mike DiDomenico coming up here next, and we saw him break at the starting line last time. I believe it was Sal that was very upset with the X1 connecting Rod's back machine. Down at the bottom part of the program after going to the season opening final, Domenico, and he'll line up alongside Don Closter out of Kalamazoo. Closter 21st in the field, 377.
Running that C7 body on that Corvette.
Gorgeous car. And puts a 372 with a 9 on the board for Domenico. 371 with a 1 for Closter.
A couple side-by-side good-looking runs, and I know Mike Domenico is. I don't know if he's going to be happy with those numbers, but I'm thinking he's happy with the car going down the racetrack and no issues finally.
Yeah, I mean it's back in the hunt, right? I mean he was way off there after not being out there the first session. Struggling first session, not getting to run the second session. That light on the rear wing that goes back and forth definitely threw me off. I thought it was sashaying around a little bit, but
he was driving a little bit. Yeah.
Let's go to the top.
Brad Eglin, you've gotten faster each qualifying session, 383. You got to be happy with that. Now, you said you heard a pop near the finish. What possibly could that be?
I really don't know. It sounded like it's more like a backfire, like a lean condition or something. I'm not sure. But right before the finish line, it popped and kind of shut off. Everything looks good looking under the car, but I mean, who knows? Hopefully it's something simple, nothing like a hole in the side of the block, because we ain't got no spare motors or nothing. We got spare spark plugs, so it's all we got. Still, we're excited to go a little faster. That's all that matters.
All right, now me and Ken Stout were talking during the break, trying to pronounce your last name.
Okay.
Brad is saying it's Eglin. His wife wouldn't say...
Eglin, yeah.
But you said your wife would say Eglian, maybe?
No, I honestly, looking at if someone says Eglin, I feel like that's correct still, but most people, we always say Eglin.
Okay, Eglin. We heard it there. I had to ask the man.
That's
Eglin.
correct. There we go. Very good.
Congratulations on a great run.
Thank you.
Nice job. So not only did I call his car a Mustang, but I said his last name wrong.
I was going to say next time.
He did say it was right. Technically, he
Next
said it was
time he
right.
rolls up to the line, he's going to have the pronunciation painted on the side of the car. Oh, man.
Jackie Sloan Jr. and Jimmy Taylor, but they shut the cars back off.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe one of them's having issues, I think. I saw somebody run to the golf cart maybe and looking for some parts, but they're giving them a little time to get it figured out.
Jimmy Taylor with that turbo car. Went 375, and as we documented in the first session, went 217. And once again, Kristen is busy up there at the top end. Let's go up and find out who she has.
I'm up here with Mike Domenico. Concentrate up here. All right, now you had an eventful little break. What went on with that car, and how were you able to make that pass?
The round qualifying two, put the car in gear again. Wouldn't go in gear. Tried everything. Wouldn't go. Had to shut the car off. We got it back. And here, first gear was broken to trans. We tested the stuff in the pit, and for whatever reason, it was broke. And so we took the trans out, tore it all apart, put a new first gear in there. Actually, no, it wasn't first gear. It was a little lever in first gear that was bad. And we made it like 15 minutes to spare when they called us into the lanes. We were thrashing on it. So, yeah, it was crazy. crazy. But we ran a 72. We got A to B. At least we got some data now. I think that should be pretty good for the show, I think, right?
Oh, for sure. Hey, nothing but up from here.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow, definitely. Mike DiDomenico. I'm distracted.
She's having too much fun up there.
Yeah.
The XRE back machine for Jimmy Taylor and the far lane. Drone right there in front of it, giving us a great shot.
I thought I heard them both start up in the beginning, then one shut back off. And
Turbo car, Carl Stevens Jr., crew chiefing on that one. And yeah, I agree. I did hear two of them start up as well. I thought maybe one was struggling and the other one shut off to give them a chance. Yeah. Still only see one roll up here. So Jackie Sloan Jr. was slated, it looks like, to be in the near lane with the nitrous fed machine. Yeah, well, looking at the dew point on top of that car in that rear window.
Yeah, we saw them dragging the track a lot out there around that oil down, and probably a little more than what I thought they needed to because of where the oil was. But now you can see all the dew out there trying to drag the track, just make sure it was prepared. Yeah, there goes the one, Jackie Sloan being pushed off the starting line. So yeah, there was two running at one time.
And Jackie Sloan in the 28th spot on the sheet just did not get one put together here today.
Here at his home track too.
We'll have to get that thing ready to go for round number 1 tomorrow. And you would like, to think for somebody that qualified at the top of the ladder, that's going to be easy pickings, but not necessarily.
A lot of surprises first round.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. That is just absolutely insane to have to stage a car with that thing at full boost like that. It's wild.
Yeah, just went out there and blew the tires off the thing, shaking and pedaled
it. Sounded like it really didn't want to shift.
I think it was just shaking the tires real bad. He had to pedal it and got back in the thing and still run 200 miles an hour.
There is a lot going on inside that car when you're staging that thing.
Just violent.
It's a real art to stage a turbo car. You got to bump that thing in on the trans brake, and it's up on the boost, and it's gonna be a handful. The good news was he was on a single, nobody in the other lane.
But boy, when he gets to the other end, that thing is really moving, isn't it?
He can keep his foot stuck in that thing. It's going to be a rocket ship.
That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. This is some awesome shots.
That's beautiful.
Great shot.
Yeah.
I think we ought to have the drone help back him up.
Kyle Kelly in the near lane. Getting some help from Jordan Trucking. Piggly Wiggly, Food for Less, North Florida Dragway. Crew is Sunshine and Puddin' out of Summit, Mississippi.
He's looking to lay one down. He had trouble the first session and then got out of the groove to the right in the second session. So we haven't seen what this car is capable of by far. Robert Cox in the right-hand lane. He's sitting number 17 at the moment.
Yeah, pretty much right in the middle of the field, 374. Elite Motorsports, Fuel Tech, Noonan, all helping out with that one. Anthony Lum, crew chief, and Mark Herrick, along with Randy Fell. Beautiful car, freshly rebuilt after a bad moment at Dragway 42.
Yeah, and I was thinking about that. Tommy, we talked about how long does it take to get comfortable with a new car. Boy, some of them forever.
Kyle Kelly ready to throw one down and gets it done. 369, a sizable improvement there. Exactly what we would expect out of that car. Previously at a 386, so now it's back in the window. He'll be ready for round one tomorrow.
That's a lot more like it right there. We knew that was what it was capable of, 369. I'm sure he's still not happy with that. He probably wanted a lot more than that, but Rob Cox, 370, right there with him. So
yeah.
A couple great runs. That shows you track's still there. You know, after that big long lull down, they took the time to scrape it 2 or 3 times, get all that oil up, and giving us some great runs.
Yeah, Cox picking up 0.04 of a second. Really nice job as Disco Dean gets ready to fire up the Trans Am.
By far the most consistent race car on the property this weekend.
Yeah, Disco Dean will drive it to the stripe. It just constantly repeats. Currently sitting 15th in the field, so pretty much smack dab in the middle of the field. 372. Really nice effort. Heard him say he wanted to get into the 6s. Just 60s, I should say. Just hasn't happened just yet.
Jimmy Taylor, not your fastest run. You had a 375 earlier, but what kind of data can you take away from this and bring it to tomorrow?
You know, I mean, we've just had some new car blues today. I mean, the first round, we had a switch went out. Second one, we broke a wastegate, so it didn't have any boost. So, you know, our goal was to come out and try to run a 368 and then, you know, try to come out and run 363 or so, and then we was wanting to put a mid-50s pass down, but we didn't have the data. We just turned it up a little bit, and it just kind of got a little away from me. So,
all right, never say never, Jimmy Taylor. We're looking forward to that 350 tomorrow.
And if I said Kyle Kelly, I apologize. It is Kai Kelly, of course. Kyle Cannon here in the near lane in this particular pair.
Got a dial in on there. 369.9.
That's his goal. That's what he said, right? He wants to
it.
put that thing into the 60s. Might get there right here. Only needs a couple hundred. First time that car has not gone straight. He was going for it. 379 with a 3 for Kyle Kenyon.
Yeah, probably going for it. Had her tuned up a little bit, and yeah, you're right. That's the one of the first times we've seen that car not go straight. It pulled to the right. Might have spun the tire a little bit when it left. I'm sure they had it tuned up, trying to get that 60 of it. It just looked like it might have been a little lined up right. It just instantly went right-hand turn when he let go of the clutch. Look at that, right? Just right.
Kai Kelly, we talked about earlier, you like pressure, 006 on the tree, 369. Earlier, it was 380 something. What an improvement. Just tell me about that.
We do really well under pressure, and we put ourselves in a situation to get to. I mean, first pass was 386, we burn up a transmission. Second pass, we almost hit the wall. Third pass, we go at 369. We were trying to go at 65. We missed the tune-up out back, but hey, we'll take it. We're qualified good, and we got a hot rod for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations on a great pass. That's Kai Kelly.
With the headlights on.
With the headlights on.
Good stuff as Bubba Green will line up in the near lane. Joel Winsley in the far lane. See how things sort out here. Joe Winsley getting some help from Liberty Gears, BP Race Fuel, DeSoma Racing Engines. Ran a 370 with a 4. Currently sitting 12th. My apologies, 13th after some of the cars in this session. Bumped him down 1.
It has got to be a blast to design the livery for Green, right? Paint job on that car, because it is obviously anything you want to do.
It looks like a Scotty Cannon influence to me.
Oh yeah. But anything
Yeah.
with those cars, right? I mean, it's just, if you can Put your nightmare on the hood of this car. Have at it.
ProCharger power and the far lane. How about that? Beautiful job out of Bubba Green. Both cars really. 366 for Joel Winsley. Beautiful effort out of him from his previous 370. A 369 for Bubba Green. Previous for him, a 380. Both cars stepping up a bunch.
Yeah, we're seeing as we go back further in line, these guys are getting an idea of what the track's out there. They're watching these other cars, making some last-minute changes, and solid runs. 366, 369. I mean, this is great, solid racing tonight.
All right, let's go to Sarah.
All right, thanks, guys. Here in the staging lanes, third in qualifying.
So it's been a good night for sure. We have one more race to go. Just looking at the dial-ins on the board already. How about a heads-up race? Oh, it's not a heads-up to the finish line, but 4.67, 4.67. So after all of those cars, you get two cars, both of them women, with the identical dial-in. What are the chances?
Yeah, rolling up here this round, too, for the final. Pretty confident that's what they're going to run because neither one of them changed from the semifinals.
Jimmy Elrod in the near lane. Kara Jo Brink in the far lane. Wilson Racing Engines, 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for Kara Jo. Bullseye Firearms Gun Vault sponsoring that particular car. 632 cubic inch Pontiac for Jamie.
Somebody about to make a little history here, right? Is the winner of this first time all women's final.
I'm not sure that. What do you think, Dave? It is not. Yeah,
No.
I don't think it's the first all-women's final here.
It was worth a shot.
Yeah,
First today.
First today.
It is the first today. It's the first this weekend.
Yeah.
And is it Friday or Saturday?
Great drag. Great drag race here for Kara Jo as she puts one together. Unfortunately for Jamie, she missed it a bunch at the starting line. 0.244 the reaction time for Jamie, and they will slay you here in this category at that rate. An 0.22 light for Kara Jo, and puts a 471 on the board on that 467. Definitely backed out of it and did what she needed to do to grab the win here. Congratulations to Kara Jo Brink.
Just in time for the boom booms.
Fireworks being set off here.
Last time they set them off here, it was in the rain a couple weeks ago, so a whole lot better show tonight.
Another look at it here. Keep in mind, they should have left at the same time. And a physical difference there. Right lane leaving much, much sooner.
Just something that threw Jamie off. I mean, that's very unusual for her. She's really good on the tree, and just a little something in the final threw her off a little bit.
Okay, you can go. Go get the trip. Kara Jo Brink. You knew it was going to be a tough battle, but hey, how crucial is that reaction time? We just saw right there.
It's everything. It's everything. And you try to slow yourself down and try not to get too excited and just take your time and not mess it up. So that was it.
How do you calm yourself on the line?
Usually deep breaths and just say, come on, Jesus.
Now, you just won an Ironman, but you also won $10,000. How excited are you? What are you feeling emotionally right now?
I finally beat my husband at the amount of winnings in one race. So I'm pretty excited about that. I have really good bragging rights, and my Ironman is bigger than his, I think.
Well, congratulations, Kara Jo. You are an Iron Woman after that race.
I've always heard it's not about the size, so it's just the fact that she won the Ironman, and that's what matters here tonight.
And she has a shot to come back and double up and win another one tomorrow.
Excellent job. Yeah, that's right. Doubleheader for that particular category. Great job. Unfortunately for Jamie, missing that ball. Was looking for a great side-by-side battle there and just did not develop but it was great to have the ladies and a final round. So day number 1 of the 2-day event here in the books. Hope you enjoyed all the great racing action here at the IHRA Outlaw Pro Mod Nationals. Certainly been fun to bring you all the action, and this final round of qualifying, once we were able to get it underway, was pretty doggone exciting. Of course, tomorrow is race day. They all go down, but only half come back, and we will hand out $125,000 to the winner in Pro Mod. Should be a lot of fun to watch. Hope everybody had a great time here for, of course, Kristen Banks and Sarah Daly, my 2 colleagues up here in the booth, Mr. Ralph Shaheen and Tommy Johnson Jr. I'm Ken Stout. We certainly enjoyed bringing you the action, and we look forward to more action tomorrow. Hope you'll join us then.